Chapter 207. Other than the Drakes, there were also some countries that had formed their own mammoth cavalry. The mammoth cavalry was 4 to 5 meters tall and weighed a dozen tons. They were unstoppable when they charged. There was also the petrifying lizard cavalry formed by the drows. These petrifying lizards were almost as big as the Drakes. They also had the ability to petrify. These petrifying lizard cavalry were no less troublesome than the Drakes. Of course, this didn't mean that the centaur heavy cavalry was weak. On the contrary, the centaur heavy cavalry was quite strong. Although the centaur heavy cavalry was powerful, there were many factors that restricted them. The most important factor was that the number of centaur heavy cavalry was too small. The centaurs were different. As long as the northern citadel continued to develop, Su Len could easily form a centaur cavalry of a few thousand centaurs. After the centaurs joined the northern citadel, Su Len realized that the centaurs had a lot more ways to evolve. The first was the centaur herdsman, then the centaur recruit, then the centaur ranger, then the centaur elite archer, and finally the centaur marksman. The other advancement path was the centaur guard, the centaur heavy cavalry, and finally the centaur trampler. The appearance of these long-range and close-range cavalry instantly made up for Northern Town City's weakness. From now on, Northern Town City could rely on spearmen and longbowmen to fight head-on, while the centaur archers could circle around the flanks. The centaur heavy cavalry would be able to watch out for any openings in the enemy's defenses. Once they appeared, they would launch a surprise attack to break through the enemy's formation. It would be the deciding factor on the battlefield. Sullen's archers were equipped with iron scale armor with a chain mail inside. They weighed around 30 pounds, which was just right for the centaurs. They were equipped with a scimitar and a centaur longbow. The scimitar was a melee weapon that they used to chase after enemies or when enemies got close to them. Furthermore, they were equipped with iron scale armor and chain mail. These centaurs could also be used as heavy cavalry to charge into a formation. Of course, they would charge into a regular infantry formation. North Town City had captured more than 2,000 beastmen, gnolls, earth goblins, and earth goblins. The earth goblins, and gnolls were sent to the quarries and mines. Su Len planned to sell the beastmen slaves to the human world since they were quite strong. One had to know that this world advocated force. Basically, there would be buildings such as the Colosseum in every city. Every day, gladiator performances would be held there. However, ordinary gladiator performances could no longer arouse the interest of the audience. Therefore, many gladiator arenas would carry out more thrilling fights. For example, they could hunt some ferocious beasts and give the gladiators some broken weapons so that they could fight those beasts to the death. Or they could capture some other races, such as orcs, trolls, ogres, and other races, and let the gladiators fight with these races. And so on. These cruel and bloody performances are very popular among humans. There were more than 1,000 beastmen captives. If they were allowed to work in the territory, they would be greatly affected if the beastmen rebelled. Therefore, to reduce the pressure, Su Len planned to sell the beastmen captives as slaves. A strong beastman slave could be sold for at least 5 kinar, and a beastman warrior was even more expensive. Of course, if these beastman slaves could be transported to the southern provinces, the profits would be even higher. Su Len had already divided these beastman slaves into many groups. He couldn't sell them in large quantities. Once someone found out, the price of the beastman slaves would naturally drop. This was something Su Len didn't want to see. Therefore, he planned to sell them in batches. There was no humanity in the gladiator arenas. For those who pursued sensory stimulation, the most bloody and violent performances were especially popular. Cruel battles between beastmen and humans were very popular. Of course, this kind of gladiator show would consume a lot of beastman slaves. The beastman slaves Su Len sold each time would be used up very quickly. After 2 or 3 times, all the beastmen would be sold out. The northern town city kept moving people from other lords' territories. The large number of people coming in slightly relieved the northern town city's manpower shortage. The foundation of the northern town city's Arc of Triumph was finally completed. The Arc of Triumph was made entirely of marble. Su Lin specially transferred thousands of people from other places to build it. The construction of the Arc of Triumph was very slow, mainly because of the large number of carvings on the marble. There were a total of 8 carvings of Su Lin commanding victories on the Arc of Triumph. For these carvings, Su Lin could only endure the slow construction. On the Arc of Triumph, the names of the soldiers who died in each war and the generals who made contributions would be engraved. This was also the honor of the northern town city soldiers. The Arc of Triumph was designed to be 23 meters tall, 44 meters wide, and 22 meters thick. It was a 3-arched building. The Arc of Triumph was built in the Gothic style. There were also some carved angels on the pillars of the arches as decorations. On the left and right sides of the arches, there were also carvings of the soldiers of the northern town city. There were barbarian warriors, elite spearmen, half-elf longbowmen, drow warriors, centaurs, and so on. At the top of the Arc of Triumph, there was also a statue of Su Lin riding on a horse. The Arc of Triumph was a very large project. If there wasn't enough manpower, it would be impossible to build it without a year or 2. During the construction, Su Lin specially used the stone to mud spell to merge the cracks on the Arc of Triumph so that it looked like a hole. After the beastmen were defeated, the northern town city became the most powerful force in the surrounding wastelands. Sullen's work also became a lot easier. Now, other than the fixed daily training and inspection, his favorite thing was the various delicacies created by the halfling Frodo. Frodo even used some dragon meat and other ingredients from the Lord's castle's warehouse to make magic dishes. Hathaway secretly supported him. Otherwise, why would Frodo take things out of the warehouse? Of course, Su Lin had to admit that Frodo's magic dishes tasted very good. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming after hearing about Frodo's new magic dishes. Johnson, isn't it your turn to patrol the mine today? Why are you here? Su Lin asked Johnson, who was arm wrestling with Boulder. Boss, I'm done with my patrol. Johnson hurriedly said. Just when he was distracted, Boulder suddenly exerted force and gained the upper hand. Although Johnson reacted quickly, he lost the initiative. Their strength was about the same, so he lost in the end. I won. You have to give me half of your share today, Boulder said excitedly. Harris, what's wrong with your head? Harrison sat at the bottom of the table with an impatient expression. That restless look on his face was nothing like that of a sheriff. It was a waste of his serious face. Ugh. Harris rubbed his head and carefully avoided the big bump. Today, I helped Floor to collect honey from the Cirsus Peak, and a mountain bear took a fancy to me. Although I managed to drive the mountain bear away, I was also stung by the Cirsus Peak several times. Su Lin couldn't help but shake his head. Another greedy guy. At the same time, he was also interested in Frodo's feast today. Apart from them, Chris, Hathaway, Karina, Grace, and the Little Mare mission were all here. Is everyone here? Frodo the halfling walked out in a white chef's outfit. The outfit was a little big, and it looked a little funny with Frodo's body. After looking around, Frodo said, Then, let's officially start the product tasting. Then, Frodo pushed a dining cart in. All the food in the cart was covered with lids. When the food was placed on the table, everyone stared at the delicious food. In the middle was a large piece of pterosaur tenderloin. The pterosaur tenderloin was coated with a layer of honey, and it looked very tempting. Other than the pterosaur tenderloin, there were all kinds of desserts, drinks, and staple foods. A strange aroma filled the air. Not only Sullen's Adam's apple moved, but the others also looked like they were hungry. Frodo the halfling was in high spirits, as if he had entered his home turf. He only shouted after all the food was served. Let's dig in. Su Lin picked up the table knife and cut a piece of the honey tenderloin. After Su Lin finished the first cut, the rest of the people took action at once. Both sides were fighting for more. Sullen's eyes twitched. This was the performance of his heroes. This kind of secret barbecue. Su Lin opened his mouth and took a bite. The barbecued tenderloin had a wonderful change as soon as it entered his mouth. Su Lin felt a faint ice crystal erupting in his mouth, and his whole taste buds felt cold. This was the natural characteristic of the ice Quetzalcoatlus meat. After Frodo's cooking, He could clearly feel the texture of the Quetzalcoatl's tenderloin and all kinds of magical and delicious spices. The secret pork tenderloin tasted very good. Everyone was chewing it. Su Lun felt the wonderful cold feeling in the barbecue meat. The tenderloin meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a variety of spices. The honey juice drink made with purple crystal honey and ice cream tasted very good. The little mare, Mission, no longer cared about her image. She took a box of ice cream and ate it. The little mare loved all kinds of sweets. There was also a pterosaur tenderloin next to her. Her beautiful face was red, and there was a lot of oil stains on the corner of her mouth. Hathaway controlled the wizard's hand and cut the pterosaur tenderloin into small pieces. She then enjoyed it slowly. Karina and Grace had completely lost their usual demeanor and image. Eden was also hiding in a corner and eating heartily. Su Lin lay comfortably on the sofa. The energy in his body slowly merged with his body. Chapter 208. Sullen's body felt warm. These magic dishes made with pterosaur meat and some precious magic ingredients were not only delicious, but also had some special effects. However, because Sullen's physical fitness was too strong, these magic dishes could not strengthen his body again. Although they could not increase his physical fitness, they could let his body recover quickly for a period of time and temporarily increase his magic resistance. Although these magic dishes did not have much effect on Su Lin, they were still very effective on others. Hathaway had the best effect. These magic dishes were very effective on people with low physical fitness. As their physical fitness increased, the effect would gradually decrease. This time, the main ingredient was Cryopteris meat. It increased Sullen's ice resistance and doubled his physical recovery speed. The ones who ate the most were the two gluttons, Boulder and Johnson. However, magic dishes were not something that could be eaten casually. After seeing these two guys eating until their faces were red and their foreheads were covered in sweat, their whole bodies were like cooked prawns. Sir Su Lin, these two can't eat anymore. The halfling Frodo looked at the two and quickly reminded, if they eat too much, their bodies won't be able to bear it. Su Lin stepped forward and directly knocked out the two gluttons who were still fighting over the food. Then, he threw them to the other barbarian guards and asked them to send the two guys back. This time, the food made by Frodo was very sufficient. Although the group of people ate and drank, they still did not finish eating. However, everyone was almost full, especially the few female spellcasters. They had small appetites to begin with. Don't waste the rest. Pack it up and take it back. Su Lin looked at the people who were full and said, although the food was not made by him, the ingredients were provided by him. After hearing Sullen's words, the originally lazy people immediately became energetic and began to discuss the distribution of the food. Even Grace, who was always calm, did not give in. She argued until her face was red. However, they soon agreed on the distribution plan. Chris and Hathaway got the most food. The rest of them did not have much difference. Frodo was now the chief gourmet consultant of the northern town. Of course, this was recognized by Su Lin. Every month, Su Lin would give him some money and various magic ingredients for experiments. At the same time, he would also teach him a few new dishes. This former adventurer had been completely led astray by Su Lin. Although Su Lin was not a chef in his previous life, as a veteran of the foodie nation, he knew how to eat even if he did not know how to cook. In his previous life, there were 8 major cuisines and other minor cuisines. Although he did not remember all of them, he still knew dozens and hundreds of them. After distributing the food, Su Lin left with Chris and Hathaway. After eating a magic dish, it was necessary to exercise. Su Lin had eaten a lot, so he felt a little hot. Of course, this was a normal reaction. He was going to take Chris and Hathaway for an after-meal exercise. With a fast recovery buff, Hathaway and Chris were no match for him. However, they also had their own unique skills. For example, Hathaway's use of grease was absolutely superb. The feeling could only be described in one sentence: indulge in the smoothness of silk. As a succubus, Chris's physical fitness was much higher than Hathaway's. Her coordination was also very good. All kinds of rope skills and postures were perfect. Su Lin felt that she was better. However, she was still no match for Su Lin. In the end, it was Angela and Anna who came to the rescue. It was a quiet night. Since there were no other threats in the wasteland, Su Lin began to prepare to build new cities around his territory. According to the current immigration rate, the city would have 50,000 people in a year at most. Other than the refugees from Florence, the city had also accepted a barbarian tribe. As the new ruler of the wasteland, Northern Town City was not as violent as the orcs. There were many barbarians living in Northern Town City, and the nearby barbarian tribes knew about it. On top of that, the living conditions in Northern Town City were quite attractive to the barbarians. The reason why the barbarians did not submit was because they knew the rise of the city would alert the other two large tribes in the wasteland. There would be a great battle when the time came. No one had high hopes for the city back then. No one had expected the situation to suddenly change. No one had expected the orcs to be defeated by the city after defeating the Centaur tribe. Then, the remnants of the Centaur tribe directly joined the Northern Citadel. The Northern Citadel became the only overlord in the wilderness. The other tribes naturally knew what to do. However, these tribes weren't as important as those who had fought alongside the Northern Citadel, so Su Lin didn't treat them well. In other words, if they wanted better treatment, they had to contribute to the city. It was the foundation of the city. After the first barbarian tribe submitted and was accepted, the other barbarian tribes were also moved. There were not many large tribes in the wasteland, but there were countless small tribes with 100 or 200 people. These small tribes were always in a precarious situation. Who knew when they would be destroyed or swallowed by other tribes? In addition to other tribes, there were also some powerful magical beasts in the wilderness, such as the ice Quetzalcoatlus killed by Su Lin. If they were targeted by them, those small tribes would have no power to resist. The number of barbarians in the city had greatly increased after the barbarians submitted. Although these barbarian tribes only had 100 or 200 people, they were still a lot. Soon, the number of barbarians in the city had exceeded 1,000, and the growth did not slow down at all. Su Lin ordered the army to start recruiting barbarians. He was going to use them to form a heavy infantry. Although the barbarians had the disadvantage of being uncontrollable after going berserk, they were still very useful for attacking. The Kingdom of Florence did not want to use the barbarians because of the high cost and high casualty rate. They were expensive consumables. However, the barbarians in the city were not consumables. The existence of the system had increased the barbarians' leveling up speed. They only needed to level up a few times, and they would be able to suppress most armies. If they were equipped with armor and weapons, their casualty rate would be very low. The city could afford it. Chris, how much money do we have left in the treasury? How many resources do we have? Su Lin asked after signing an order. Kinnar has 30,000. We have 110,000 units of food. It is enough for us to eat for a year. We also have 80,000 pounds of iron ingots. After hearing Chris' report, Su Lin said, "Take half of the money and resources. I am going to build a small city in each of the 4 directions of the city. Master, we have a limited number of slaves. It will be very slow to build 4 cities at once." Chris reminded him. "I know. Let's build the cities in the south and east first. The city in the east is for the centaurs. They will send some people. Then we will go to the wilderness and capture some slaves. We will send some more people over. They need to raise livestock. It doesn't matter if the infrastructure is not good. The housing and livestock pens must be good." Su Lin said with a smile. "Let's move the refugees from the northern provinces to the city in the south next month. At the same time, send out a 500-man army and some slaves to build the city. We will try to build the houses and walls before winter comes. Also, send the newly formed army out for actual combat training. At the same time, capture the slaves." Chris recorded Su Lin's request and assigned it to others to carry out later. "Master, if we capture slaves on a large scale, we will run out of food quickly," Chris said worriedly after doing some calculations. "Don't worry about that. In a month and a half at most, the food in the city will be ripe again. I can't guarantee meat, but we will have enough potatoes. The slaves will be lucky if they have something to eat. Compared to their lives before, I think I am too kind. Come to think of it, what did the kobolds, gnomes, and other monsters in the wasteland eat? Wild vegetables, insects, plant roots, other animals, and other goblins. They were always hungry and hungry. Working for Northern Town City was tiring, but at least they had enough to eat, and no one would kill them for no reason. The construction of the new town quickly began. All kinds of money, resources, and manpower began to be transferred. The first to move were the centaurs. They were looking forward to the construction of the new town. At least with the protection of the city walls, they would have more time to react if they were ambushed again. The construction of the city in the south also started. The new city was about 50 miles south of the city. It was not too far away. If they were ambushed, they could hold on until the city's army came to their rescue. There were 500 soldiers stationed here. Once the city expanded, the size of the army would increase accordingly. After the new city was built, the three cities would form a triangle. The area within the triangle would be controlled by the city. Humans used this method to expand their territory when they were exploring the wilderness. The 500-man army escorted 3,000 refugees and even more slaves and resources to the new city in the south. Su Len personally led the team. The new city was built next to a lake. The lake was huge. Su Len took a quick look and found it was a few times bigger than the city. There were plenty of aquatic products in the lake, and the land was fertile. Su Len quickly decided to build the new city next to the lake. Chapter 209. The new city was located on a slope on the north bank of the lake. The view was broad, the land was fertile, and there were water veins underground. On the east side was a forest, which was very suitable for building a new city. The water of the lake was as clear and smooth as a mirror. The blue sky and the scenery on the shore were all reflected in it. The scenery was very beautiful. Su Len named the lake Mirror Lake, and the newly built city was also called Mirror Lake City. Su Len planned Mirror Lake City to be 1 kilometer long, with a population of around 10,000. If the population increased in the future, the city would continue to expand. However, there was no need for such a big city right now. More than 3,000 refugees and even more slaves began to work. First, they built a temporary camp here. The camp used wood and mud to build fences. When the fences were finished, Su Len would cast mud to stone on them. The camp would not be dismantled after the city was built. It would be used as a military base. Northern Battlefront City was very experienced in building a city. After confirming the location of the city, the slaves began to clear the stones and weeds in the area. Some of the higher areas had to be leveled, and the lower areas had to be filled with soil. They also cleared the weeds and trees in the area. Mirror Lake was not small. It was roughly circular with a diameter of about 3 kilometers. There were many fish living in it. After confirming the safety of the area, the dock and fishing boats would be built immediately. Then, they would arrange for fishermen to fish and provide food for the territory. The next morning, the sun was not yet up, and the lake was very humid. There was a thin layer of fog in the morning. Although it was almost summer, the early morning in the wilderness was still a bit chilly. The birds that woke up early chirped and began to look for food. There were a few drops of dew on the grass. Su Len washed his face with the cool lake water, dispelling the hazy sleepiness. He had gotten used to the soft velvet bed in the castle and the smooth skin of the half-elven maids. He did not sleep well last night. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Breakfast was bacon and stewed potatoes. Although he did not bring the maids, he still brought the chef. The chef's skills had improved a lot under Frodo's tutelage. Although Frodo often complained that these people were as stupid as swine beasts, they were actually very good at cooking. The bacon was beef, mixed with onions, wild vegetables, and mushrooms that were commonly found in the wilderness. The fragrant meat broth emitted an alluring aroma that could awaken one's digestive system. This was the most common method of cooking in Northern Town City. After all, there were so many potatoes here. Su Len took a piece of black bread and heated it up. Then, he tore it into small pieces and threw them into the broth. The fragrant and delicious broth softened the originally dry and hard black bread. After swallowing the soft bread and the hot broth together, a warm feeling enveloped his body. His stomach, which was rumbling with hunger, also felt satisfied. The soft stewed beef was paired with some vegetables, and the taste was not bad. The potatoes were soft and glutinous. With a gentle press of the tongue, it mixed with the fragrant meat broth and was swallowed into the stomach. Black bread was not bad. In fact, it depended on the materials used to make it. Back in Kalen City, most merchants sold black bread with a lot of bran, pebbles, and even wood shavings, so the price was very low. It only cost 2 coppers. This kind of bread was a little soft when fresh out of the oven, but it could be used as a weapon after cooling down. The black bread made in Northern Town City was not like this. There were no wood shavings, pebbles, or other random things in it. The good thing about black bread was that it was easy to store. Northern Town City made a lot of black bread to use as dry rations. After breakfast, Su Len led the soldiers of Northern Town City to patrol around Mirror Lake. The morning breeze blew away the mist, and the soft sunlight shone down. A thin layer of mist surrounded Mirror Lake in the early morning. It was like silk, faintly discernible, reflecting the surrounding scenery. It was like a fairyland. Su Len left 400 soldiers to protect the camp. He personally led 100 people to explore the surrounding environment. Su Len was not familiar with Mirror Lake, but with such an abundant water source, there must be many tribes living nearby. In addition to these tribes, Su Len also wanted to make sure there were no powerful magic beasts living nearby. He needed to clear out the dangers around Mirror Lake City in advance. Not long after, a faint sour smell floated in the air. It smelled like excrement or green bubbling sewage. Su Len frowned. He was very familiar with this smell. Many goblins, kobolds, and gnolls had this smell in their territories. Soon, the scouts at the front came back with news. "Sir, the scouts have reported that they found a kobold tribe of over 1,000 people in the eastern forest." A soldier hurried over to report. "Over 1,000 people. Mirror Lake City just happens to be short on manpower. Bring some people with me to capture these kobolds," Su Len said directly. Half of the 100 soldiers he brought with him were new recruits. Even so, new recruits were enough to deal with monsters like the kobolds. Su Len brought the scouts closer to the kobold tribe. The kobold tribe was located in the forest. These kobolds had gathered a lot of wood and mixed it with mud and hay to build some low shacks. There were pits in the shacks. These half-underground shacks had better insulation. The pits were where they lived. There was some hay and dried branches inside. Some even had a few pieces of dirty fur or black cloth. There were 2 or 3 kobolds in each shack. Su Len frowned as he endured the suffocating smell. Every time he came to the natives' camp, Su Len felt like he was being attacked by a biological weapon. Northern Battlefront City was very experienced in dealing with kobolds. First, the longbowmen would fire 2 rounds of arrows. Then, the barbarians in heavy armor would charge and break through the kobolds' defense line. Then, the spearmen would form a formation and attack. If they were defeated in 1 round, then they would chase and capture slaves. If they were not defeated, then they would attack again. When a large group of people approached, no matter how well they hid, they would still make a lot of noise. At the very least, the birds and insects would alert them. Some kobolds had already noticed the commotion around them. Then, many kobolds picked up their weapons and prepared for battle. "Sir, should we make a move?" A captain came to Sullen's side and asked in a low voice. "Go. Take care of it quickly." After the order was given, the Northern Battlefront City's army began their attack. First, there were 2 waves of arrows. Then, the barbarians charged, followed by the spearmen. The kobold camp, which did not even have a wall, was in chaos. The barbarians charged into the kobold tribe like a gust of wind. The spearmen behind them quickly formed a formation and formed 2 groups of spears. They began to push forward. The soldiers of Northern Battlefront City were a lot stronger than these kobolds. After training in the military camp, they had mastered all kinds of military skills and fighting techniques. After being strengthened by the system, even the new recruits were quite strong. As long as they went on the battlefield a few times and killed some kobolds, goblins, and gnolls, they would quickly level up. Among all the classes in Northern Town, the human spearmen gave the lowest experience points. The other classes, such as archers, barbarian warriors, centaur knights, half-elf longbowmen, and drow warriors, had more experience points than him. Of course, their overall stats were also the lowest. Of course, for the army, besides personal strength, discipline was more important. Pure bravery and violence were not popular in the army. This was also why the barbarians in Northern Battlefront City always formed their own teams. When the barbarians fought, all their formations would be messed up. Although the barbarians were strong, if Su Len really had to choose, he would choose the weaker spear guard. Moreover, the spear guard could also advance into the formation breaker. The formation breaker's strength was no weaker than the barbarian berserkers. Compared to the berserkers, they were more disciplined. After the 700 formation breaker soldiers formed a formation, even if the barbarian berserkers had twice the number of soldiers, they could still win. Over the years, the Kingdom of Florence had fought against the barbarians, orcs, and gnolls in the north. They did not rely on individual bravery. In battles with less than 1,000 people, the Kingdom of Florence lost more than they won. However, when the number of barbarians reached tens of thousands, the result was basically a huge victory for the humans. The kobolds who had not fully woken up from their dreams were attacked by a rain of arrows. Before they could react, the barbarians rushed up like a meat grinder. The kobolds who had just climbed out of their shacks were immediately slaughtered mercilessly. The charging barbarians and the iron armor on their bodies weighed more than 300 pounds. Coupled with the impact, some kobolds were directly knocked away like ragdolls. Many kobolds' chests were directly broken. Even more kobolds were chopped in half by giant axes. After seeing the Northern Battlefront City soldiers slaughtering the kobolds like vegetables, the kobolds quickly fled in panic. The soldiers of the Northern Battlefront City began to capture slaves. After the battle, the number of kobolds who died was at most over 100. Half of the remaining kobolds escaped, and the rest were all captured. In the next 2 days, Su Len led the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront City to sweep the area around Mirror Lake. In the end, they captured more than 3,000 slaves and came here to reclaim the land. In addition to the slaves from the Northern Battlefront City and the refugees, there were now more than 10,000 people gathered in Mirror Lake City. The construction of Mirror Lake City began with the city walls. Because there was a lack of stone around Mirror Lake City, they used rammed earth walls. After the brick kiln factory was built, they would wrap the rammed earth walls with a layer of bricks. Mirror Lake City was close to Mirror Lake, so there was an abundance of water. The surrounding land was fertile and very suitable for farming. In the future, large amounts of farmland would be cultivated here. No matter which era it was, food was very important. The construction of Mirror Lake City would take a long time, so Su Len would stay here for a long time. Chapter 210. Northern Garrison City was already very familiar with how to enslave kobolds and goblins. They would select some kobold supervisors and goblin supervisors from these slaves and give them slightly better treatment. These people with vested interests would then help Northern Garrison City oppress the other slaves. Tens of thousands of people worked together on the construction site, and the progress of the project was quite good. Mirror Lake City's walls were built using rammed earth, and the height was only 6 meters. The higher the rammed earth walls were built, the larger the layer of earth below. The amount of work required to build a 10-meter-high wall was more than double that of a 6-meter-high wall. A 6-meter-high wall could already block the vast majority of wasteland monsters. The remaining 6-meter-high walls wouldn't be able to block them. Even if you built a 10-meter-high wall, it still wouldn't be able to block them. Therefore, they built a 6-meter-high wall. Speaking of which, the difficulty of building a rammed earth wall wasn't low. The foundation of the wall was made of rock, and Su Len directly used the mud-to-rock spell to turn the rammed earth foundation into rock. The amount of work required to build a 4-kilometer-long wall foundation wasn't small. Fortunately, it wasn't built in one go. The rammed earth used for the wall wasn't casually dug up. The excavated earth needed to be filtered first, and the stones and other debris inside were picked out before the earth was steamed. This was done to kill the grass seeds, insect eggs, and other things inside. After that, the steamed earth was used to tamp the earth layer by layer. Although the wall made this way couldn't compare to rock, it was still very hard. In Sullen's previous life, he read a historical record about ancient city building. In it, there was a city called Tongwan City. In order to build this city, the walls were built using glutinous rice juice, white silt, sand, and slaked lime mixed with a certain proportion of cooked earth. Moreover, what made people's scalp numb was the strictness of the construction supervisor. During the inspection, the soldiers were to use iron awls to pierce the wall. If they could pierce an inch into the wall, then they would kill the worker who built the wall and fill the wall with their corpses. If they couldn't pierce the wall, then they would kill the soldier. This city became a famous city at that time. Even in his previous life, 1,000 years later, more than half of the ruins of Tongwan City were still preserved. Of course, this sturdy city did not protect the dynasty. 9 years after Tongwan City was completed, it was attacked and occupied by other countries. Mirror Lake City's rammed earth walls were naturally not that extravagant. Sulen did not have a large amount of glutinous rice to build a city, but they did transport a batch of lime from northern town city. Then, they mixed the lime and steamed earth according to a certain ratio to build the city. While Mirror Lake City was being built, the soldiers weren't idle either. Although Mirror Lake City had been cleaned up, there were still tribes from the surrounding areas that were migrating there. This way, not only could these soldiers be used for training, they could also continue to provide slaves for Mirror Lake City. Sulen didn't go there again except for a few days ago when he took the soldiers to wipe out a few tribes. This level of battle was too easy, and there was no challenge at all. Sulen just left it to the soldiers to deal with. Then he asked the craftsman to make a boat for him and went fishing on Mirror Lake. However, his leisurely life was soon disrupted. You said that a pack of wolves attacked the slaves of Mirror Lake City? Sulen handed 2 fish to the guard beside him. Yes, sir, and it's not the first time. The drow nodded and continued. At first, we thought it was a few wild wolves or other beasts that attacked the slaves when they were alone, but there have been continuous attacks in the past few days. Did you find the wolves or beasts that attacked? Sulen frowned and asked. Sir, we have sent all the scouts to look for them, but there is no news yet. Send some of the scouts from northern town city over and expand the search area. I don't believe that those beasts will suddenly appear and disappear. Sulen said with a cold gaze. Sir. At the same time, send some more soldiers to the construction site of Mirror Lake City. Tell the workers and slaves not to act alone. If you find anything unusual, report it immediately. Under Sullen's order, Northern Town City quickly sent a group of scouts, led by Aiton. With more scouts, the investigation area was expanded again. However, as soon as the order was given, Mirror Lake City was attacked again. This time, the attack was more serious than any of the previous ones. Not only did some slaves and workers lose their lives, even the soldiers that Sulen sent to protect Mirror Lake City were injured. 4 spearmen from Northern Town City died from the attacks of the beasts. Moreover, the continuous deaths had seriously affected the construction of Mirror Lake City. The situation was very serious. Northern Town City soldiers had cleared out so many tribes in Mirror Lake City without any deaths, but they were killed by some beasts. Sullen's face was as cold as ice. At first, Sulen thought it was just some normal beasts attacking, but now, even 4 of Northern Town City soldiers had died. After Northern Town City defeated the orcs, there were still people or other species that dared to attack Northern Town City in this wasteland. They were challenging Northern Town City's bottom line. Sulen was ready to give these people the harshest blow. The construction of Mirror Lake City couldn't be stopped, so Sulen sent some barbarian warriors and heavy armored spearmen to guard the city. These barbarian warriors and heavy armored spearmen were much stronger than normal soldiers. With these soldiers guarding the city, the attacks finally stopped. The attacking beasts seemed to have sensed the strength of these barbarian warriors, so they didn't continue their sneak attack. The barbarian great axe berserkers who had reached the 3rd grade were very powerful. These barbarian warriors who had grown up through cruel and bloody battles were all elites among elites. Although they liked to go berserk and not listen to commands, they still had a strong sense of danger. With the danger sense, talent, although the barbarians would charge every time they went berserk, in reality, there weren't many attacks that could really damage them. On one hand, he sent out barbarian warriors to guard the city. On the other hand, he sent more scouts to investigate the surroundings. Construction site of Mirror Lake City. The workers started to get busy again. The fastest part of the city wall was already 3 meters tall. Large amounts of slaves brought up the soil that had been mixed and then tamped it down bit by bit. A small official in charge of the construction of this part of the city wall hurried over. "My lord!" The person in charge of the construction of the city wall, who was around 30 years old, came over and bowed. Sulan didn't stop. He waved his hand and signaled for them to get up. "Where is the location of the attack? Take me there." "Please follow me," the official said respectfully. Near the construction site of the city wall, there was a wooden house. The group quickly walked over. This should be the place where the manager and soldiers rested. Soon, the group arrived at the small room. The bodies of the 4 spearmen were placed to the side. Sullen's face was cold. He walked forward and lifted the white cloth on the bodies, revealing the hideous corpses underneath. The corpses were still intact, but the wounds were hideous. There was a large hole in the iron scale armor, and the neck was badly mutilated. Sharp claws and teeth, like to sneak attack. After looking at the corpses for a while, Su Len said in a deep voice, "Although the iron scale armor's defense is not as good as iron armor, the beast must be very strong to be able to damage it to this extent. Ordinary beasts don't have such strength, and these soldiers didn't even fight back. Obviously, they are very good at disguising and sneak attacks, and they are very fast." The 4 soldiers died suddenly in a short period of time. It's very likely that there was more than one attacker. It seems that we have some magic beasts here. Sulan wasn't too worried about magic beasts. Although they were very powerful and had magic, and were very dangerous as long as they could be killed, the rewards were also very high. The meat of magic beasts had some magical effects, and the fur of magic beasts was very valuable. There were also some other things. In short, magic beasts could be said to be full of treasures. Many times, humans would organize people to hunt magic beasts. This industry was much more dangerous than being a mercenary. There were many magic beasts in this world. Some magic beasts were bred from generation to generation, and some magic beasts were the result of mutation of ordinary beasts. After mutation, the beasts might become larger in size, or they might have some ability to control elements, or both. Sulan wasn't worried about magic beasts. As long as they dared to appear in front of him, he was confident that he could kill them. As a legendary figure, he had this confidence. After eating a simple meal, Sulan sent out more scouts to investigate. He himself stayed at the construction site and waited quietly. Soon, the scouts brought back some new news. Some wolves were found in the forest northeast of Mirror Lake, but they were just ordinary beasts. Soon, night fell, and all the workers and slaves began to return to the camp. Some of the slaves couldn't live in the camp, so they could only live behind the walls of Mirror Lake City. In the past, they used to take turns to work at night, but after the attack, they stopped working at night. With the presence of the barbarian warriors, the attackers didn't appear. They obviously had a high command, and it wouldn't be easy to catch them. If the barbarian warriors kept guarding here, it was very likely that they wouldn't appear. Sulan didn't want to keep the barbarian warriors here. So he planned to let the barbarian warriors go back, and he would stay here and wait for the attackers to appear. After letting the barbarian warriors leave, Sulan hid behind the city wall and closed his eyes to sleep. Time passed, and the attackers didn't appear. Sulan didn't rest. With his current physical condition, he wouldn't have a problem even if he didn't sleep for a few days. The night grew darker, and the night wind blew, bringing with it a whining sound. Some of the bonfires in the camp were gradually extinguished. It was close to 2 in the morning. This was the time when people were the most sleepy, and also when their defenses were the most lax. Just then, Sulan, whose eyes had been closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of lightning flashed across his eyes. Chapter 211. Finally! Sulan sneered. "Ah! A few screams suddenly sounded in the silent night sky. A lightning flashed, and Su-Lin had already rushed up. The hard ground was directly cracked. After arriving at the scene in an instant, Su-Lin saw a few ice-blue shadows moving quickly. In the blink of an eye, they pounced on Su-Lin. Their sharp claws flashed with cold light as they grabbed at Sullen's neck. The chill made Sullen's skin tighten. He exerted force on his feet, and his body that was originally rushing forward suddenly stopped. The lightning on the purple dragon halberd in his hand surged, and a dazzling lightning was drawn in the darkest time before dawn. The lightning exploded, and the several ice-blue shadows that had rushed towards Su-Lin were sent flying backwards at a faster speed than before. The shadows rolled on the ground and stood up again. At this time, Su-Lin finally saw the appearance of these attackers. These attackers were tall and very similar to wolves, but their fur was ice blue. They were at least 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder and more than 2.4 meters long. Their claws and teeth were sharp, and there were some ice crystals that appeared when they breathed. Winter wolves! Sullen's eyes flashed. He had already recognized these giant wolves. These were the magic creatures that lived in the northern wasteland, the winter wolves. They were also the most dangerous of all the wolf creatures. Not only were they big, but they could also use ice spells. They were immune to ice spells, but fire spells would cause double damage to them. Winter wolves usually formed a pack of 5 to 6 wolves. Sometimes they would also act together. More importantly, winter wolves were very intelligent, on par with ordinary humans. They also knew the common language and the language of giants. At the same time, they could communicate with ordinary wolves, wargs, and even domestic dogs. They could be said to be very cunning and difficult to deal with. Adventurers who came to the northern wastelands had also fallen into the traps of the winter wolves. These cunning winter wolves, who knew the common language, would even shout, "Help," to attract humans. Often, careless adventurers would fall into their traps. Of course, although winter wolves were dangerous, their fur was very popular. Ordinary winter wolf fur was sold for 2,000 kinar. Winter wolf fur could be made into cloaks, boots, robes, and other magic items that could resist cold. Some of the fur with beautiful colors could be sold for a higher price. Only your own fur was more expensive. The most popular ones were dragon penis and dragon skin. Dragon penis would be crazily fought over as soon as it appeared, and dragon skin could be made into light leather armor. In reality, wyvern eggs weren't very popular among adventurers. Wyverns had a low chance of hatching, and they were difficult to tame after hatching. In addition, feeding a wyvern cost a lot of money. Hence, only a few great lords and countries would breed wyverns. The 5 winter wolves in front of him stared at Su-Lin with their blue eyes. The attack just now made them hesitate, but Su-Lin did not give them time to think. He moved and rushed toward one of the winter wolves. Since the attackers were winter wolves, Su-Lin would not let them go. Seeing Su-Lin rushing over, the winter wolf wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It could only open its mouth and use frost breath on Su-Lin. The other winter wolves saw Sullen's attack and did not hesitate to attack Su-Lin. Although the winter wolves were strong, they were only level 3 magical beasts. How could they be a match for Su-Lin? The frost breath only caused some frost to appear on Sullen's body. In the blink of an eye, he recovered without even frostbite. The lightning wrapped around the purple dragon halberd exploded in an instant. The surrounding 3 meters was covered in lightning. The paralysis effect of a single lightning bolt was limited. The Constitution had a high chance of immunity, but with a large amount of lightning gathered, the paralysis rate rose sharply. The winter wolves were paralyzed as soon as they pounced. Sullen's purple dragon halberd swept across, and the 5 winter wolves were beaten back again. At the same time, they were all wrapped in lightning and could not move for a moment. Su-Lin shook lightly, and the layer of frost on his body shattered and disappeared. With his current resistance, the 5 frost breaths did not cause much damage. The winter wolf's frost breath was far less powerful than Cryopterus. Taking advantage of the fact that the winter wolves could not move, Sullen's purple dragon halberd quickly slashed across their throats. Scarlet blood gushed out, and the 5 winter wolves quickly lost all signs of life. Adventurers who came to the northern wastelands all knew that if they had a conflict with the winter wolves, they had to be ruthless and kill them all. Otherwise, they had to be constantly on guard against the winter wolves' revenge. The winter wolves would always remember their hatred and let that hatred settle, accumulate, and grow in their hearts until the day they took revenge again. Once the wolf pack replenished their strength, they would go on an expedition again and take revenge for every member that had died. The life of the 5 winter wolves quickly drained away. Soon, the light in their eyes dimmed, and their life force dissipated completely. A wave of hurried footsteps hurried over. It was 2 teams of fully armed barbarians. "Sir, those 5 winter wolves are the murderers. Take care of them and skin them. Remember to be careful," Sulen said with a wave of his hand. "Send a team to search the surroundings and see if there are any that escaped." The winter wolf's fur was very precious. The barbarians' craftsmanship had long been masters of skinning. They easily skinned the entire winter wolf's fur intact. Seeing the complete winter wolf's fur, Sulen was amazed at the beauty of the winter wolf's fur. The ice blue fur was very soft. This kind of high-quality fur was not only used to make magic equipment, but it was also bought by noble ladies who loved beauty to make cloaks. 5 winter wolf's fur could be sold for at least 10,000 kinar, but Sulen did not plan to sell it. Such beautiful fur was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. He planned to find a few high-level tailors to make cloaks for Chris and Hathaway as gifts. "Sir, a pack of ferocious wolves has been discovered in the forest," a drow hurriedly reported at this time. "Send someone to eliminate them directly." Sulen did not care. These ferocious wolves should have been summoned by the winter wolf, but they were obviously not used. A team of barbarians hurried over with a team of spearmen and longbowmen. When dawn came, all the ferocious wolves were either killed or escaped. Then, there was a batch of wolf meat in Mirror Lake City as food reserves. Without the threat of the winter wolf, the progress of Mirror Lake City accelerated again. Even Sulen stopped fishing and cast mud to stone on all the foundations of the city walls. Finally, after 2 weeks, the city walls of Mirror Lake City were finally built. Sulen was relieved. These days, he had cast mud to stone close to the last time. If it were not for the mana recovery effect of the tungsten steel, his energy would have been drained. The city walls had a circumference of 4 kilometers, a square shape, and a height of 6 meters. Such a small city did not originate from the kingdom of Florence, but it was the second city in Sullen's territory. A lot of soil had to be excavated during the construction of the rammed earth city walls, so Sulen directly asked them to dig a moat outside the city walls. The moat was 10 meters wide and 3 meters deep. The 2 ends were connected to Mirror Lake next to it. City wall, Mirror Lake City rammed earth city wall, height 6, 12 meters, length 4.02 kilometers. The establishment of the city wall symbolizes that the city has defense and that the land has officially entered the era of civilization from the barbaric era. City defense plus 10, popular sentiment plus 8, civilization plus 3, stability plus 5, rammed earth city wall defense against water attacks minus 15. With a city wall, the people have a sense of security. Moat, Mirror Lake City width 10 meters, depth 3, 21 meters, length 4.8 kilometers. The construction of the moat increases the difficulty of the enemy's attack. At the same time, it promotes water transportation. Defense against water attacks plus 10, city defense plus 8, popular sentiment plus 3, prosperity plus 3, transportation plus 2. The construction of the moat and the city wall gave Mirror Lake City a certain level of defense. A new city, Mirror Lake City, under construction, appeared on Sullen's system panel. After the construction of the city wall was completed, Sulen immediately built a warehouse in the city and transported all kinds of resources to the warehouse for storage. Then all the slaves and workers were moved to the city to live. Because of the city wall, the safety was guaranteed. Sulen first arranged for the craftsmen to build houses. Because of the lack of time, the conditions of the houses were simple. They were just large bungalows, and each room could accommodate dozens of people. The construction of such rooms was fast, and a dozen of them were built in 1 or 2 days. Then he let the workers and refugees live in them. As for the slaves, he built some fences. It was almost summer, and the temperature was comfortable. Even if the kobolds and goblins were outdoors, they would be fine. After the construction of the city wall was completed, he needed to build the residences, city lord's mansion, barracks, shops, port, and other buildings. After the construction of North Town City, he had trained a large number of skilled workers. These buildings could be built slowly. Sulen handed the safety of Mirror Lake City to Aiton. The 500 North Town City soldiers were all left here. Sir. Just as Sulen was giving Aiton the task, a guard hurried over with a bad expression. What's wrong? Sulen raised an eyebrow. Is there an enemy? No, there's a problem with the workers' dormitory that was built 2 days ago, the guard said hesitantly. What's wrong with the workers' dormitory? You should go take a look yourself, the guard said evasively. Sulen nodded and followed the guard to the workers' dormitory. Soon, the group arrived at the workers' dormitory. There were already soldiers standing guard outside. Sulen passed through the blockade and walked into the room. He immediately saw a dozen muscular men hugging each other. Some of them were even half naked, ready to fight. It was a very uncomfortable scene. Sulen felt the hairs on his back stand. His butt tightened. Separate them and lock them up, Sulen said with a dark face. A group of soldiers rushed in and dragged these people out. Sulen looked around the room in shock. Workers' dormitory, comfort +8, stamina recovery +10, broken back affection +22, mutual affection +20. Chapter 212. Broke back love? Mutual affection? What kind of attribute was that? Like hell I'll be happy with you. Sulen was speechless. He hurriedly left the house. Tear down this workers' dormitory, Sulen said with an ugly expression. If this house was left for a while longer, all the workers inside would become gay. By then, Mirror Lake City would have to change its name. A team of craftsmen immediately came forward with all kinds of tools and began to tear down the house. This kind of house was simple to build and easy to tear down. After a series of clanking and clanking, the house quickly became a pile of ruins. Burn all the wood and dump the soil. Then, build a new workers' dormitory, Sulen ordered. While they were rebuilding, Sulen went to check the attributes of the remaining workers' dormitory. The result was good. There were no weird attributes like broke back love or mutual affection. The new workers' dormitory didn't change much. It was still a large bunk, but this time, there were no weird attributes. Workers' dormitory, comfort +9, stamina recovery +10, cleanliness +5. After confirming that all the buildings were normal, Sulen continued to arrange things in Mirror Lake City. The military was left to Aiton. In terms of city construction, Sulen picked a good basic officer, Hanferson. He was in the first batch of graduates of the Northern Town Basic School. He was also one of the most hardworking students. His grades were very good. A few scholars liked him very much. Name, Hanferson, loyalty, 90 profession, basic officer, beginner scholar strength, 8 agility, 7 spirit, 7 constitution, 8 charm, 8 command, 45 characteristics, talent strict discipline, serious, smart, management, learning, observation skills, quick record, Northern Town law, basic sword skills, deception, proficient in arithmetic specialization, beginner scholar weapon proficiency, sword skills 56, horsemanship 47, bow 61. Sulen let Hanferson take charge of the construction work in Mirror Lake City. After arranging the affairs in Mirror Lake City, Sulen returned to the North Town City. In more than a month, the North Town City had become more prosperous and lively. There were still a lot of construction sites in the city, and the construction of residential markets and commercial districts had not been completed yet. However, the central avenue of the North Town City, Rising Sun Avenue, and the Triumphal Arch were still under construction. The construction of the Arc de Triomphe had never stopped. Now, a large amount of white marble was piled up in the area. More than 1,000 slaves and craftsmen were working on it. In a month, the foundation of the Arc de Triomphe had been completed. However, it would take at least a few months to complete the construction. After returning to North Town City, Su Lin went to soak in the hot spring first. He had been in Mirror Lake City for more than a month. Although he had gone to the lake to take a bath, the wilderness was not as comfortable as home. Angela and Anna were wearing thin clothes. The half-elves were tall and slender, and their waists were thin like willows. The curves of their backs were round, and their waists were slender. The thin clothes on their bodies were faintly discernible, revealing their white, jade-like arms and legs. Even their delicate features were somewhat similar. They looked like a pair of twin flowers. After soaking in Sullen's water, they looked even more charming. At this moment, the two were helping him massage his body. The thin clothes on his body were quickly soaked by the hot spring. Su Lin lay comfortably in the pool and enjoyed the service of the two. After a night of life and death battle, war god, plasma cannon, Su Lin walked out of his room feeling refreshed. The morning air was already a little warm. The smell of summer had already spread across the northern wilderness. The construction of North Town City had already begun. As soon as the sun rose, the workers in the city began to organize the refugees and slaves to carry all kinds of tools to the construction site or reclaim the wasteland. North Town City had the harvest altar, so the land around the territory had been enhanced. Therefore, the food production had always been good. Many of the refugees and slaves who were farming were envious. They didn't even dare to think about such good land in the past. Now, as long as they worked for 5 years and accumulated enough work points, they would be able to exchange for a piece of land that belonged to them at the city hall. Seeing the city getting busy, Su Lin also felt a sense of accomplishment. In less than a year, he had built a city from nothing in the wilderness. Su Lin had a simple breakfast and then went to the Arc de Triomphe. The marble used in this wonder of a building needed to be fused with stone to mud. The Arc de Triomphe was made of large pieces of marble. After being transported back from the Sierra de Lotus, they were polished by stonemasons and then carved by master sculptors. These carved pieces of marble would be marked and placed according to the marked numbers. The Arc de Triomphe had 8 large reliefs. There were also statues of all kinds of flowers, birds, angels, and monsters. All of the master sculptors in North Town City were gathered here. Su Lin even spent money to hire some master sculptors from the northern provinces. The Arc de Triomphe wasn't just a simple arch. The Arc de Triomphe on the blueprint had a hall, staircase, and exhibition room. This place would display the contributions and sacrifices of North Town City in previous wars. At the same time, the Battle Spirit Stone was also placed in this exhibition room. As a matter of fact, the Arc de Triomphe and the Martyr's Palace on the blueprint of the wonder of a building that Su Lin had obtained. However, Su Lin didn't have the blueprint of the Martyr's Palace. The two buildings complemented each other. After fusing all the marble pieces of the Arc de Triomphe, Su Lin left the place. Although North Town City's infrastructure was more than half complete, there were still many places that needed upgrading. For example, the barracks and the training ground. In order to ensure North Town City's prosperity, they had to have enough military force to protect themselves. Otherwise, everything before them would be nothing but an illusion. After a few expansions, the barracks in North Town City were no longer enough. Now that the city had been upgraded, the barracks could be upgraded as well. Upgrading the barracks wasn't too difficult. Su Lin gathered 100 blacksmiths and 500 slaves and started upgrading them. The barracks, toilets, armory, and bathrooms in the barracks were all upgraded. A lot of training equipment was added to the training ground next to the barracks. Su Lin even built some of the training equipment he used in his past life, such as the balance beam, uneven bars, parallel bars, horizontal ladders, obstacle training ground, spear training ground, shooting range, and a training ground. Boss, what are these things? Are they useful? Standing next to Su Lin, Boulder looked at the balance beam, parallel bars and obstacle training in front of him and asked with some doubts. He knew that those stone locks and horizontal bars were used to train strength, but what were these things for? Su Lin said proudly, "These are good stuff. The balance beam can train a soldier's sense of balance. The obstacle training can help them pass through obstacles quickly. The horizontal ladders are, how can these simple things be so useful?" The others beside him didn't believe it either. The results of modern scientific training over a few decades were no joke. Su Lin glanced at them and didn't say anything else. What was the point of talking about it? They would know once they experienced it themselves. Training ground. Difficulty enhancement plus 20, proficiency plus 13, limit break plus 5, training effect plus 16, training addiction plus 15. The newly upgraded training ground was much better than the previous one, and the various attribute enhancement effects were also very strong. What surprised Su Lin even more was that there was a limit-breaking effect. What was the effect of this effect? Could it help soldiers break through their limits and become heroes? If that was the case, Su Lin was going to make a fortune. If you want to know how effective it is, why don't you give it a try? Su Lin said to them. Sure. Johnson nodded and led some soldiers into the training ground. The food supply for the soldiers in Northern Town City was abundant. Even the new recruits looked like healthy young men, let alone the veterans. The amount of food and meat consumed in the barracks was a lot higher than anywhere else in Northern Town City. Not all the soldiers in this world were as rich as Northern Battlefront City. The soldiers in the northern provinces were lucky if they could get 2 meals a day. Most of the time, apart from the personal guards, the rest of the soldiers were recruited at the last minute. They would enter the battlefield after some simple training. Only the elite soldiers would get 3 meals a day. Even so, they would only get some meat every few days. The soldiers in Northern Battlefront City had meat every day. Only the personal guards of nobles were treated like that. Most of the soldiers in the city were farmers. They usually farmed and were given a spear when needed. In other words, they were cannon fodder. Every soldier in Northern Battlefront City was an elite. According to the game, they were elites. The generals were like mini-bosses. In the training ground, after Su Lin explained the usage of various equipment, the soldiers began to train. The loud slogan sounded. Su Lin asked someone to bring a reclining chair, and then lay leisurely in the shade of a tree to watch the soldiers train. The soldiers soon realized that the seemingly simple training was not as simple as it seemed. They could feel the pressure when they entered the training ground. It felt like their bodies had become a lot heavier. They followed the steps of the training. The soldiers soon fell in love with the training method. They continued to train tirelessly. It didn't take long before the ordinary soldiers couldn't take it anymore. They were all exhausted, but even so, these people still wanted to continue training. Su Lin realized something was wrong when he saw the situation. He asked them to stop. Boss, why did you ask us to stop? We haven't finished our training yet. Johnson said excitedly. Look at those soldiers. Do you think they can still be trained? Su Lin glared at him. He mumbled to himself, is training addiction really that effective? Chapter 213. What's going on? Johnson looked at the other soldiers in shock. Other than the barbarians who were still standing beside him, the other human soldiers were all lying on the ground, soaking wet as if they had just been fished out of the water. They were gasping for air. Sheriff Harrison's eyes widened and he said, Are the new recruits now so smart? He and Aiton had been the new recruits' instructors, and these new recruits were trained by him in the beginning. When they first joined, they were the kind of guys who had to be beaten, scolded, and whipped to train obediently. If he wasn't careful, they would slack off. Why did they all change and work so hard today? Could it be because of the Lord? Good, you shameless bastards. You haven't even finished the new recruit training, and you've already learned how to suck up to the Lord. Harrison's eyes scanned back and forth. If he was half as smart as these soldiers, he wouldn't have been kicked out of the Silver Eagle Legion. It seemed that he had to learn from them in the future to suck up to the Lord and get himself a noble title. Arrange for someone to remind them during training in the future so that they don't get hurt, Su Lin said with a guilty conscience. Get someone to carry them to the barracks. Su Lin had already seen the barracks in the army after they were built. They had a few attributes such as recovery of stamina, cleanliness, and sleeping peacefully. There were no weird attributes such as surging homosexual feelings. Training addiction alone might cause those soldiers to get hurt, but with the barracks attributes, the two complemented each other perfectly. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about the soldiers slacking off during training. A group of exhausted soldiers fell asleep quickly after being carried to the barracks. When they woke up, they were more or less recovered. After upgrading the barracks and the training ground, Su Lin planned to upgrade his training ground as well. His training ground was specifically for training the dodging talent. After such a long time of training, he had mastered a roll dodging ability. As for the other dodging abilities, he only had some ideas. If he wanted to master them, he would have to continue training for a long time. Su Lin brought the craftsman to his training ground and began to upgrade it. The structure of this training ground was complex, so upgrading it was a bit slow. It would take at least 2 days to complete the upgrade. Su Lin left after looking at it for a while. He didn't plan to wait here forever. When Su Lin left, the population of northern Battlefront City had already exceeded 15,000 people. Later, 3,000 people were moved to Mirror Lake City. However, after the caravan manager, Jean, spent a lot of money to recruit people, the population of northern Battlefront City did not decrease. Instead, it increased quite a bit. Now, the small feudal lords in the northern provinces had already regarded Xian as the god of fortune. After all, in the eyes of those feudal lords, sending away the refugees who were affecting the stability and harmony of their territories could make a lot of money while they were at it. Why not? During this period of time, the population of northern Battlefront City had already reached 17,000 people. The streets of northern Battlefront City were being built as fast as possible. It could be said that in the entire northern Battlefront City, other than Su Lin, no one was idle. Even those who violated the city's sanitation regulations would not be thrown into jail. Instead, they would be chained up and forced to work. The housing problem of the refugees was very easy to solve. If it really didn't work, they would first build some shared dormitories. The men and women would be managed separately. Food was also quite abundant in northern Battlefront City. With housing and food to eat, the refugees would quickly settle down. After settling down, the refugees would be assigned to various construction sites to work. Right now, northern Battlefront City lacked basic-level officials. Although basic-level officials didn't have high positions, they still had to carry out many policies in northern Battlefront City. They still had a lot of power, so it was inevitable that some of them would abuse their power and accept bribes. Some of the basic-level officials had too little professional knowledge, so they could only make do with it. Although northern Battlefront City had a basic academy to train officials, it still took some time to train a basic-level official. There were just too many illiterates in this era. The growth of the basic-level officials couldn't keep up with the growth of the population. It was very difficult to supervise the basic-level officials. In ancient China, there was a saying that the royal power was not allowed in the countryside. It meant that the power of the dynasty could only reach the county level. The basic-level officials were all local gentry, clans, and elders. There were still many remnants of this situation even in modern times. Su Lin grew up in the countryside in his previous life. He had seen the basic-level officials. To put it bluntly, 2,000 years ago in the countryside, basic-level officials were almost the same as the underworld. Later on, when information technology became more advanced and the supervision became stricter, things slowly improved. Su Lin couldn't do anything about this for now. It was useless to build more schools if there weren't enough teachers. However, Su Lin still had a lot of ways to deal with abuse of power, corruption, and accepting bribes. He built a prison in the past. It was quite effective, but he didn't use it on the basic-level officials. However, after this kind of illegal behavior happened again, he planned to make visiting the prison as the first stop for the officials. In order to enhance the effect, Su Lin also planned to upgrade the prison. Although the prison in the past was effective, wouldn't it be better to enhance the effect? Since he had already thought of it, he would do it. Early the next morning, Su Lin put down Chris and Hathaway who were wrapped around his body. He walked past Angela and Annie who were sleeping soundly beside him and swung a pendulum to the bathroom at the side to wash up. After a simple breakfast, Su Lin found a group of craftsmen to bring him to the prison. There weren't many people in the prison in northern Battlefront City at the moment. Most of them had been brought out to do voluntary labor. The prison wouldn't keep idle people. Not only did you have to earn money to pay for your meals, You also had to pay for your room in the prison. When they arrived at the prison, the warden appointed by Su Len, Abeo, quickly greeted them. How many prisoners are there in the prison? Su Len asked directly. Sir, there are 53 people in the prison. There are 11 serious criminals and 42 light criminals, Abeo said respectfully. What kind of crimes did the serious criminals commit? Robbery, murder, and violent resistance. Send them to the mines to work for 20 years. If they survive, let them go. Su Len directly decided the future of those people. Send the rest of the light criminals to the construction site to work. During this period, I will upgrade the prison. The prison staff will guard the criminals and empty the prison. Sir. Abeo nodded and immediately asked the prison guards to bring all the prisoners out. After everyone left, Su Len began to upgrade the prison. Su Len combined the myths of his previous life with some legends about the river Styx, the god of death, and the abyss in this world. He began to add some elements to the prison. For example, the main gate of the prison was built like the gates of hell. All kinds of legendary monsters were carved inside the prison. They looked ferocious and terrifying. At the same time, the corridor leading to the prison was specially painted with scenes of the god of death judging souls. The innocent could continue to live in the city of the dead, but the guilty would be sent to various places to be tortured. The style of the prison was dark and gloomy. Su Len also showed the various kinds of torture in his previous life in pictures. Skinning, dismembering, cutting at the waist, and so on were all routine operations. There were also hot chains, deep fryers, mountains of knives and seas of fire, iron brushes, and so on. Each one looked more horrifying than the last. The artists hired by Su Len were terrified when they heard the descriptions, especially when they were in such a gloomy and depressing environment like the prison. At Sullen's request, the artists even drew the details of the torture as if they were alive. Statues of ferocious beasts were carved at regular intervals. At the same time, with the help of the light effect, these ferocious beasts looked ferocious and terrifying. The transformation of the entire prison took 5 days. When the prison was completed, it looked ferocious and terrifying just from the outside. It made people subconsciously want to escape. Excellent prison. This is an eerie and terrifying prison. Anyone who commits a crime will receive double the punishment here. Gloomy terror plus 32, extreme sturdiness plus 36, suppression plus 34, imprison criminals plus 32, repentance plus 33, reformation plus 35, psychological intimidation plus 33, city security plus 26, people's sentiment plus 20, prosperity minus 3. Su Len looked at the prison he had built under his guidance with satisfaction. Judging by the number of buffs, the prison was even stronger than Sullen's castle and palace. It was the highest level building in the northern citadel. Is this a prison? Asked the workers who were staring at the prison with lingering fear. Of course it's a prison. Do you want to experience it for yourself? Said Su Len to the workers with an evil grin. No. The workers immediately shook their heads in rejection after hearing Sullen's words. Su Len ignored them. He waved at the guards beside him and said, "Bring the officials here in batches." Sir. The guard bowed respectfully and left in a hurry. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the guard brought a dozen or so officials to the prison gate. "My lord." The officials saluted Su Len. "All right, get up. There's only one thing I called you here today. All the officials in the Northern Citadel have to go through an ideological education course. Only by passing this course can you continue to be an official in the Northern Citadel," said Su Len as he walked up to them. Ideological education course? Everyone looked at each other. Yes, ideological education course. Su Len nodded. He pointed at the prison and said, "The course is simple. Come with me and the guards to visit the prison later. It won't take long." Su Len glanced at everyone calmly and said, "Let's begin." Then, a guard led Su Len and the officials into the prison. Chapter 214. Su Len led a dozen officials into the prison. As soon as they entered, the light dimmed instantly. The surroundings quieted down involuntarily. A gust of chilly wind blew through the passageway, causing the officials to shiver involuntarily. Although it was daytime, the passageway was still very cold. The lights on the walls were also somewhat dim. Under the dim light, the lifelike murals on the walls gave people a sense of immersion. The ferocious beasts and evil spirits on the murals seemed to jump out at any moment. The screams and wails of the people on the murals seemed to be right next to their ears. The various tortures made people tremble in fear. Su Lin was very satisfied with the expressions of these people. This prison was only ineffective against the prison guards and wardens. However, once they violated the prison system, they would be treated the same way. The dim passageway was very long. Due to the lack of light, it gave people the feeling that this path was endless and led to the Styx River or the land of death. The ferocious sculptures that appeared a short distance away sent chills down one's spine under the dim light. All the shameful things that one had done in the past, or things that violated the law and morals, would appear in one's mind once again and begin to magnify. Then, one would involuntarily compare the consequences of the things that one had done to the painting on the wall just now. Many people revealed fear and paleness as they walked. It was not easy for them to walk through the passageway of the prison. When they reached the inside, there were all kinds of torture instruments. The environment of the prison made their hearts, which had just relaxed, tense again. Many people cried bitterly. Some even knelt down and complained about their mistakes while crying bitterly and begging for punishment. When everyone came out of the prison and saw the bright sunlight again, they suddenly felt like they had seen the light of day again. Su Lin opened the attributes of these people to check. Soon, he found that these people had an additional talent of fairness and integrity. Looking at these people's pale faces and sweating profusely, Su Lin was secretly pleased. Next, Su Lin had a cordial conversation with these officials. He encouraged them and highly praised their work. Then, he asked them to put down their ideological burdens and go back to work. After training this group of officials, Su Lin continued to send people to bring the other officials here in batches. Then, he asked the prison guards to take this group of people on a tour of the prison. Soon, the same scene appeared again 10 minutes later. Su Lin skillfully encouraged this group of frightened officials and asked them to go back to work again. Following this pattern, after spending a day, all the grassroots officials had toured the prison. Then, this ideological education course was also promoted to the middle-level officials. The effect was still remarkable. From today onwards, there was a new rule in the northern city. All officials had to come to the prison for ideological education before they officially took up their jobs. Only after ideological education could they start work. After a period of ideological education in prison, the officials of Northern Battlefront City instantly became honest and just. All kinds of abuse of power, corruption, and bribery in the past all disappeared. The operation of the entire city became smoother. The data showed that the prosperity of the city and the progress of the construction had improved. Just as the officials of the northern city were receiving ideological education, Sullen's training ground was also upgraded. The upgraded training ground didn't seem to have changed much. Some tools were added, but the attributes had changed a lot. Training ground: Dodge Training Enhancement plus 28, Difficulty Increase plus 25, Strength Suppression plus 24, Reflex Training plus 25, Training Bonus plus 22, Durability plus 25, Smooth Operation plus 26. Seeing the upgraded training ground, Su Lin was eager to try it out. After quickly installing the machine, Su Lin began to train. The most obvious feeling was that after the training ground was opened, Su Lin immediately felt an invisible force surrounding his body. This force restrained his strength. Then, the difficulty of the training also skyrocketed. The training that Su Lin could handle easily became difficult again. In the end, he finished today's training in a sorry state. However, the training effect was very good. The experience points gained were twice as much as before. With the improvement of the training effect, Su Lin felt that it wouldn't take long for him to master a new dodge ability. After the northern city's army was reorganized for a while, Su Lin began to prepare for the next step of expansion. This time, he set his sights on the Duergar in the underground world. The Grey Dwarves were the cousins of the dwarves. They were also good at mining and smithing, and they were quite strong too. The dwarven warriors were quite famous. If they could recruit the Grey Dwarves, North Town's weaponsmithing standards and military strength would improve once again. However, it wasn't easy to enslave the Duergar. Sulen planned to take the drows, centaurs, and barbarians with him. As for the humans, they weren't suitable to fight in the underground world. Sulen brought Hathaway, Karina, and 1,000 soldiers to the entrance of the northern city's mine that led to the underground world. After opening the steel door, the group quietly entered the passage to the underground world. This time, Sulen planned to sneak up on the Duergar. He took out the sky lantern and cast group invisibility. Then, the northern city's army disappeared into the passage. In order to deal with the environment of the underground world, Sulen chose the warriors with dark vision. The drows had the strongest dark vision, with 120 feet of dark vision. As for the barbarians and centaurs, they had 30 feet of dark vision. However, this dark vision was enough. After all, the Underdark wasn't completely dark. A large number of fluorescent plants provided dim light. The dark passage didn't cause too much trouble for the army. After the drows arrived, they were like fish in water. Some of the underground salamanders in the passage were killed as soon as they appeared. In the face of the army, these monsters couldn't resist at all. Because they had been through this passage before, the army moved forward quickly. After about half an hour, the army walked out of the narrow passage. "It's so beautiful here," Hathaway said with an infatuated expression as she looked at the fluorescent spores floating back and forth in the air. Indeed, the fluorescent plants unique to the underground world made the originally dark world brilliant. The Underdark represented the entire underground world. It could be a single huge space, or it could be an underground cavern connected by countless tunnels. According to the planetary void theory, most worlds had an underground world. Sulen wasn't interested in the formation of the underground world. He was interested in the rich mineral resources and slaves of the underground world. Wow, this is shadow grass. This is ghost face mushroom. This is dark night flower. After coming to the underground world, Hathaway quickly found a lot of magical plants. These magical plants were the specialty of the Underdark. They were all precious potion materials. Hathaway excitedly took out her tools and prepared to collect them. Dorush. Sulen grabbed Hathaway, who was eager to try. Then, under her puzzled gaze, he pointed to the shadows behind the plants. With the fluorescent spores floating in the air, Hathaway finally saw the monster hiding in the shadows. An underground serpent was lurking in the dark corner. This kind of underground serpent liked to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. They had a big mouth full of sharp teeth, looking ferocious and terrifying. Once they bit their target, they wouldn't let go easily. They were very dangerous hunters in the underground world. However, since the underground serpent was discovered, it was easy to deal with. Sulen took out a javelin and threw it. The javelin's powerful force made it so fast that the underground serpent didn't even have time to react. The javelin pierced through its head. After killing the underground serpent, Hathaway collected the magical plants. The army then continued to advance along the tunnel. This time, Sulen didn't go to the Kobold tribe. Instead, he went directly to the giant void where the Grey Dwarves city was. With the presence of the drows, the army of Northtown City didn't encounter any difficulties. Some hook horrors, underground salamanders, and underground serpents living in the underground world were quickly eliminated. Soon, Sulen led the army to the Grey Dwarf city. With the effect of invisibility, Sulen didn't have to worry about being discovered by the Grey Dwarves. The fluorescent moss at the top of the void gave a faint light to the underground world. The Grey Dwarf city could be seen clearly in the distance. Due to the dangerous environment of the underground world, there weren't many field soldiers outside the Grey Dwarf city. It was a far cry from Northtown City's tens of thousands of acres. They were more used to building their land inside the city. This way, even if a battle broke out, the fields wouldn't be destroyed by the enemy. Sulen nodded to Hathaway. Hathaway took out her staff and began to cast a spell. Because she had to suppress the magic waves to the minimum, Hathaway's casting speed wasn't fast. The spell, which could be cast almost instantly, took almost a minute. Warlock's Eye. 5 translucent eyeballs appeared in the air. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Warlock's Eye flew towards the Grey Dwarf's city. The Warlock's Eye didn't get too close to avoid being discovered. Although the underground world didn't have a clear division of day and night like the surface world, they still had time devices. The fluorescent moss also changed its brightness with the time. It was still daytime in the underground world. Su Lin had enough patience to wait for the Grey Dwarfs to rest. About 2 hours later, the city of the Duergar began to quiet down, and the fluorescent moss on the dome began to dim. Some of the Grey Dwarves who were working outside the city also returned to the city. Su Lin planned to launch a sneak attack at midnight, so the soldiers of Northtown City took the time to rest, except for a few scouts. Hathaway, on the other hand, controlled the Warlock's Eye to keep an eye on the Grey Dwarf city. Time passed quickly. Su Lin took out the magic clock made by Hathaway and looked at the time. He waved his hand, and the army of Northtown City silently advanced towards the Grey Dwarf city. Chapter 215. Wizard Eyes had been monitoring the movements of the Grey Dwarf city from high up in the sky. The army of Northtown City slowly but surely advanced toward the city with the help of group invisibility. The land outside the city was flat. Many places were planted with edible fungi, which were the main source of food in the underworld. An underground river ran through the city. The army of Northtown City advanced cautiously. With 1,000 people moving together, even with the invisibility spell, they could still be discovered if they were careless. After all, they were only invisibility spells. Their scents and footprints would still be left behind unless they used spells to erase their tracks. The sound of the flowing river covered the sound of Sullen's army advancing. After more than an hour, Su Lin led the army of Northtown City to the edge of the Grey Dwarf city. The Grey Dwarf city was originally carved out of a rock wall. After some repairs, it was built with a large amount of rock. It was unusually sturdy. If they wanted to take down the city using normal methods, they would need to have more than 10 times the number of soldiers and pay a heavy price. However, it was not impossible for Su Lin to take down the city. The walls of the Grey Dwarf city might be tall, but it was not much different from a peaceful place for Su Lin. A few Grey Dwarf soldiers were dozing off on the walls. Su Lin pressed his hand against a rock. He was about to use stone to mud to break a big hole in the wall. "Wait," Hathaway suddenly said, grabbing Sullen's hand. "Is there a problem?" Su Lin asked. Hathaway nodded. She stepped forward and touched the wall for a while. This wall was built with obsidian. It was also carved with elemental runic matrices. The entire wall is connected. Hathaway frowned. Because of the elemental runic matrices, it's very difficult to use stone to mud to break a hole in the wall. Also, the runic matrices will immediately send a message if you cast a spell on the wall. "Looks like it's not possible to enter this place quietly," Su Lin muttered. He then waved at Karina and said, "There are a few Grey Dwarf guards inside. Let's attack them together and then open the gate." After that, the three of them had a simple discussion, and with the help of Fly, they successfully flew up the city wall. Since the Grey Dwarves were not at war during this period, their defense was very lax. There were only 2 sentries on the city wall who were drinking and slacking off in the lee of the wind, and a few other sentries were hiding in the houses nearby. Stun! 2 Hathaways snapped her fingers, and 2 beams of light flashed. The 2 Duergars hiding in the leeward corner didn't even have time to groan before their eyes rolled back and fell to the ground. Su Lin hurriedly reached out to support them, then gently leaned them against the wall and waved at them. Karina and Hathaway then attacked the remaining Duergars in the small room. Stun! Controlling humanoid creatures. Several beams of light flashed, and the sentries who were resting in the room either fainted or were controlled by the spells. Su Lin walked into the room, and it was filled with the stench of sweat and alcohol. For Duergars who loved to drink, they would drink a few glasses even if they were on duty. Other than some leftover food, there were also plenty of bottles of alcohol in the room. Su Lin casually searched through the Duergars for the key to open the gate. Soon he found a cloth pouch on one of the Duergars. There was a key, 2 rubies, and a book in the pouch. Su Lin flipped through the book and saw that it was a diary. Duergars have a habit of keeping diaries? Su Lin casually flipped through the pages. Most of the diary was about the daily life of a Duergar soldier, but the diary still revealed some information. For example, there were about 1,000 Duergars in this city. Su Lin also found out who the Duergar's king was from the diary. He also found something even better. King Thorn is too stingy. We dug up a fist-sized ruby from the ground, and he only gave me 20 gold coins and 10 barrels of wine as a reward. He's far worse than his father, Solis. If I'd known, I wouldn't have supported him to become king. It seems that our Duergar's king isn't loved by their people. Su Lin shrugged and put the diary back. Karina, let him use the key to open the gate. As you wish, my lord, Karina replied. She snapped her fingers, and the Duergars she had controlled with the humanoid creature control spell walked over with a dull look in their eyes. They picked up the key and walked down the tower. With the key, the gate of the Duergar city was easily opened. Such a big movement must have alarmed a lot of people, but it didn't matter now. Su Luan's army had already entered the city. How could the flying dragon riders lose when they pushed the tower to the high ground? The barbarians and drows were the first to enter the city. Half of the centaurs were left outside, and the rest followed in. The large army's movement immediately woke up even more Duergars. Many of them didn't even have time to put on their armor before coming out with their weapons. Su Lin took the lead on a tall black-maned horse. It had to be said that the Duergar city was very majestic. The city's streets were 10 meters long and were all paved with a layer of stone. In the center of the city stood a majestic building. It was the royal palace of the Duergars. The building was at least 20 meters tall, and there was a bright magic lamp at the top. Although the whole palace didn't have many luxurious decorations, it was magnificent and dignified. Next to the palace was a shrine, where the deities of the Grey Dwarves were worshipped. The straight and wide streets, neat and tidy stone houses, and simple and practical stone stairs were filled with the architectural style of the Grey Dwarves. Before entering the city, Su Lin had already checked the layout of the Duergar's city with the wizard's eye. The drows leading the team also knew the layout, so they immediately carried out the plan. Some of them were led by Su Lin to attack the palace and the shrine. The rest of the northern city's army took the intersections of the streets and separated the Duergars, killing or capturing them bit by bit. According to Sullen's plan, the Duergars were completely different from the gnolls, bugbears, and orcs. Those gnolls and orcs could only work as laborers or be sold to the arena for money, but the Duergars were different. They had exquisite forging skills and were also mining masters. Their fighting skills were also quite good. They were much more valuable than the gnolls and orcs, so it was better to reduce the number of casualties. The Duergars weren't prepared for tonight's sneak attack at all, and many of them panicked when the city gate was taken. Facing the powerful races like barbarians, drows, and centaurs, the Duergars had no advantage at all. They were quickly defeated by the warriors of the northern city. They couldn't win, so they wanted to run, but they found that their short legs couldn't outrun the long legs of the barbarians and drows, not to mention the four-legged centaurs. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, they fought desperately and were beaten back. Many of the Duergars could only choose to surrender. These cunning and selfish Duergars didn't have the thought of facing death with equanimity. Su Lin rode his black-maned horse and led the army to the palace. Hathaway and Karina followed closely behind. All the Duergars they encountered along the way were sent flying by Sullen's halberd and fainted. With Sullen's current legendary rank strength, no one was a match for him. Rushing all the way to the gate of the palace, Su Luan encountered some decent resistance. 50 dwarf defenders wearing heavy armor and holding axes and hammers had already formed a formation in front of the gate of the palace. Their leader was a dwarf in golden armor and a goat horn helmet. He was glaring angrily at Su Lin with his axes. "Humans, you are now attacking Dwarf King Thorn City. If you retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened." The armored dwarf said loudly, "I'm about to take down the entire city. I advise you to surrender now." "I can guarantee your safety," Su Lin chuckled. "Don't even think about it. The people of Dougal are fearless. Is that so? Sulan didn't waste any more words. He waved his hand and said, "Attack!" The barbarians and centaurs behind him threw their axes and javelins. At such a close distance, the javelins were powerful. Even if the dwarven armor was tough, it was still dented by the impact. Some unlucky ones were pierced by the javelins and had their heads blown off instantly. Although some weren't injured, they were knocked back 2 steps by the force of the javelins. The originally neat formation was instantly scattered. Sulan took the lead and rushed forward. The purple dragon halberd in his hand was surrounded by dazzling lightning. When he rushed to the front of the formation, the purple dragon halberd swept across. The 3 dwarven soldiers in the front row were directly sent flying. Their bodies were entangled by the power of lightning. Although the metal armor had good defense, it had almost no defense against the power of lightning. All the enemies lost their fighting strength when they were hit by Sulan's purple dragon halberd. Sulan was invincible in the formation. The leading dwarf roared and rushed forward with his axe. However, this dwarf was very cunning. He didn't attack Sulan. Instead, he swung his axe at the back of the black-maned horse. If he hit, even if the black-maned horse was a product of the system, it would be finished. At the critical moment, Sulan squeezed the horse's belly. The black-maned horse retreated and instantly kicked back. It just dodged the dwarf's attack and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying far away. Chapter 216. Just as Sulan was about to catch up and finish him off, a powerful wave of magic suddenly came. The air suddenly became a little cold, and snow-white ice crystals quickly appeared and began to spin. Ice storm. Counterspell. The ice storm that was forming was suddenly interrupted, and the ice crystals suddenly shattered. A gray dwarf dressed as a wizard hiding behind the dwarven army turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was because he was severely injured after his spell was interrupted. He had lost to Hathaway in a battle of will. Then, 5 fireballs flew out from behind and hit the gray dwarf wizard in an instant. An energy shield immediately lit up on the wizard's body, and under the continuous bombardment of 4 fireballs, the energy shield was directly shattered. Then, the last fireball directly hit his body. A ball of flame rose up, and the fireball spell that could melt steel exploded. The flames burned, and large chunks of flesh were directly burned into charcoal. Miserable screams of despair sounded like the cries of evil spirits from the abyss, accompanied by the smell of burnt fat that spread out. The energy in Sulan's body flowed, and the lightning on the purple dragon halberd suddenly skyrocketed. Without any hesitation, the dazzling lightning burst out from Sulan's body and enveloped all the gray dwarves in front of him. Thunder Prison. The strong lightning lit up the underground world, and a powerful electric current swept out in an instant. All the dwarves were surrounded by lightning, and their bodies were stiff and could not move. If Sulan had not controlled the power, these dwarves would have all been burned into charcoal. After a moment, the light disappeared, and all the dwarves were lying on the ground, unable to move. After dealing with these dwarves, Sulan did not stop and continued to walk to the palace. There was no one else in the palace, and Sulan found an open tunnel in one of the rooms. Without guessing, the rest of the people in the palace should have escaped from here. Letting the drows chase after the gray dwarves who escaped, Sulan constantly led people to attack the gray dwarves who were still resisting, and at the same time arranged for people to take over the city. With the last batch of resistance eliminated, the city of gray dwarves fell into Sulan's control. Sulan locked up all the Duergar in the prison and began to count the spoils of war. Congratulations, host. You have successfully breached the Duergar's city and defeated them. You have obtained a glorious victory, and your name will begin to spread throughout the underworld. Ambush of the Grey Dwarves. Year 1687 of the Huiyue calendar. At the end of June, you led your army through an underground tunnel and ambushed the Grey Dwarf city. The Grey Dwarves were caught off guard by your sudden attack, and Northgard City's army easily obtained a glorious victory. Prestige +5. Congratulations, host. You have conquered the Duergar city and defeated the Dwarven army. You have gained 31,200 EXP. Congratulations, host. You have conquered the Duergar city and defeated the Duergar. You have obtained 3 gold treasure chests and an item, Mount Sachet. Sulen began to check his spoils of war. 3 gold treasure chests and a Mount Sachet. They were far from what he had obtained in the last Orc War, but fortunately he had conquered the Duergar city. Otherwise, he would have only obtained 1 gold treasure chest at most. After opening the 3 gold treasure chests, 3 rays of golden light flashed, and Sulen heard the system's voice ring in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a self-created hero template. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill, Reduce Enemies' Defense. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the innate skill, Lightning Reflex. Sulen was overjoyed when he saw the self-created hero template. He hadn't obtained this item in a long time, and he didn't think that he would actually obtain it this time. The self-created hero template could turn a normal person into a hero, greatly increasing their potential. It could also be used to force people to maintain absolute loyalty. The 2 uses didn't conflict. As long as the self-created hero template was combined, it represented a hero with legendary potential. It could be said that the value was very high. Sulen put away the self-created hero template and looked at the remaining 2 items. Reduce Enemies' Defense, Battle Spell, Group Effect. A spell that appeared after the system combined the rules of this world. After the spell is cast, it can reduce the enemy's defense by 10% through the power of a curse. Seeing the effect of this spell, Sulen chose to learn it directly. He had just used the skill points he had left behind last time. A light flashed, and a large amount of knowledge about Reduce Enemies' Defense appeared in Sulen's mind. This spell could be cast directly on the enemy's entire army as long as one's mental strength and strength could keep up. Of course, it would consume a lot of energy and mana. The last chest opened was a Lightning Reflex talent. Sulen already had a legendary battle reflex, and the effects of these 2 talents were similar. Of course, the legendary battle reflex was more powerful, but for talents, it was never a bad thing to have too many of them. Even if it was the most common evasion talent, if you could stack more than a dozen of them, it was estimated that it would really depend on luck if someone wanted to target you in a battle. Many legendary warriors carried more than a dozen talents, and some even had more. Because Sulen's advancement speed was fast, his talents were better than those veteran legendary powerhouses. Now that he had Lightning Reflex, he naturally wouldn't reject it. Lightning Reflex, your reaction speed has become very fast. Your reaction speed has increased by 10% among all reaction abilities. Originally, with the legendary Battle Reflex talent, Sulen's attack speed was very fast. Now that he had the Lightning Reflex talent, Sulen's attack speed had become even faster, and his evasion speed had also increased. It could be said that his overall reaction speed had been improved. Although this battle didn't escalate, Sulen's strength had increased by a lot. After sorting out his gains, Sulen began to count the benefits he had obtained from the Grey Dwarves. The Grey Dwarves had 712 captives, and the rest had died in the battle. These Grey Dwarven slaves were very popular in the human kingdoms, and it was normal for them to be sold for 100 or 200 gold coins. Those skilled blacksmiths were even more difficult to find. Sulen planned to send the skilled Grey Dwarves to the blacksmiths, and let the rest of them work in the mines. Of course, the Grey Dwarves' strength was also not bad. Although they were quickly defeated by Sulen's sneak attack, if they were really arranged in a battle formation, although Northern Fortress City could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. The Grey Dwarven defenders were famous heavy infantry in the overworld. As for the Grey Dwarven knights, it was fine to just look at them. It was said that in the First Era, the Grey Dwarven Kingdom had formed a thunderous fury legion. More than 500 Grey Dwarves had the bloodline of the Grey Dwarven King, and they had the ability, God's Descent. It was the most powerful legion at that time, but such a powerful legion had long since disappeared in the long river of history. The Grey Dwarven Kingdom had long since fallen apart, becoming the Mountain Dwarves, Turin Dwarves, Ironforge Dwarves, and several other Grey Dwarven kingdoms. There weren't many gray dwarves with the ability God's Descent, let alone the thunderous Fury Legion from ancient times. Apart from the 700 gray dwarven slaves, the greatest wealth in the city was the gray dwarves' accumulation. Su Len found a treasury in the gray dwarven palace. The moment he opened it, he was almost blinded by the golden light. The entire gray dwarven kingdom had accumulated hundreds of years of wealth, and the treasury in front of him was filled to the brim. It was like a mountain of gold. The gray dwarves loved to mine, and the underground world was very rich in minerals. If the dragons loved gold the most in this world, then the gray dwarves were the second. In order to excavate gold, the dwarven kingdom had once hollowed out an entire mountain and continued to dig deeper into the ground. In the end, they had even awakened the Balrog overlord, who had been in a deep slumber since ancient times. As a result, the Balrog overlord destroyed the dwarven kingdom. The gray dwarves were also gray dwarves, and these gray dwarves who loved to mine had accumulated an astonishing amount of gold. Apart from gold, Su Len also found a large number of gems in this treasury. There were rubies, topaz, sapphires, multicolored gems, and all kinds of gems piled up into a small mountain. There were at least several hundred pieces. Moreover, the gems in this treasury were all of high purity. Any one of these gems could be sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of kinnar. Apart from gold and gems, there were also a large number of rare metals in this treasury. Su Len even found some abyssal iron, adamantine, crimson fire copper, frost iron, and so on. He even found a small piece of mithril. These things directly made Su Len a huge fortune. Although he had not counted them, there were at least tens of millions of gold in this gray dwarven palace. This amount of gold was more than enough for him to build more cities. Of course, if such a large amount of gold was sold in such a short time, it would only cause an economic crisis in the northern provinces. Even if all the goods in the northern provinces were sold to Su Len, they would not be able to get so much gold. Su Len's current problem was that he had too much gold. What should he do? Of course, if Su Len knew some spells that consumed gold, the gold would be used up very quickly. For example, the Dragon's Covenant. He would sign a contract with an adult dragon and summon it into battle. After the contract was over, he would have to pay the dragon a reward. There was also the limited wish spell, which could be said to use gold to make wishes. Wizards always had a way to consume large amounts of gold. It was said that a legendary wizard would consume hundreds of tons of gold in his lifetime, or even more. After checking the treasury, Su Len went to the city's armory. There were a large number of dwarf-forged equipment stored here. There were hundreds of sets of armor and even more weapons. However, these armors were made according to the dwarves' body shape. If a human wanted to use them, they would have to undergo some modifications. Chapter 217. The city of the Grey Dwarves was called Orlander, which meant fertile land. The river that flowed through the city was called the Odonia River, and it was the largest river in the underworld. The land occupied by the Grey Dwarves was indeed a fertile land. Su Len also found a lot of food in the city's warehouse. Most of it was mushrooms and fungi, and some of it was probably a variant of potatoes. Although the land was not big, it could still feed 2,000 to 3,000 people. Su Len searched the whole city and began to escort the prisoners and gold away. The Grey Dwarves who escaped through the secret passage of the palace did not manage to escape in the end. Their 2 short legs could not outrun the 4 legs of the centaurs. After discovering that some of them had escaped, Su Len immediately sent people to hunt them down. With the cooperation of the drows who were good at hunting and the centaurs who were good at raiding, they were caught before they could escape from the underground cave. After a selection of the Grey Dwarves, there were 200 blacksmiths among them, and there were even a few blacksmith masters. This made Su Len overjoyed. There was not a single blacksmith master in the whole northern citadel, and this time, there were a few who came directly. However, there was a problem that gave Su Len a headache. Although the Grey Dwarves had surrendered, they were not willing to serve Su Len. Su Len asked the drows to train the Grey Dwarves, but even so, the results were not very good. The Grey Dwarves had the same stubborn personality as their dwarves. It was possible to make them do manual labor, but it was difficult to make them forge weapons for you. When the drows enslaved the Grey Dwarves, they would use the divine spells of the Spider Queen Lolth to make the Grey Dwarves submit. The drows in the northern citadel believed in the Dark Maiden, and they did not have the ability to forcibly enslave other races. Sulen thought for a while and finally tried to build a prison camp in the northern citadel. The prison camp was not large, and there were not many facilities inside. In only 2 days the prison camp was completed, and the completed prison camp did not disappoint. Prisoner camp, Unbreakable plus 18, Reformation plus 15, A Wise Man Submits to Circumstances plus 18, Disintegrate Willpower plus 16, Give Up Resistance plus 18, Prison Break minus 30, Clean and Healthy plus 15. The stubborn Duergars wouldn't be able to resist for long. After the construction of the prison camp was completed, Su Len directly sent all the Duergars to the prison camp to be modified. Although most of the dwarves were as stubborn as rocks, there were always a few exceptions. After 3 days of sending the prisoners of war, a few Grey Dwarves had already surrendered. After receiving the news, Su Len came here to see if they had really decided to give in. Arriving at the prisoner of war camp, as soon as he entered the door, he heard a burst of swearing. Barker, Kashi, you two cowards! You will be spurned by His Highness Durag. Even if you die, you will only fall into the bottomless abyss. Traitor! I'm ashamed of being your neighbor. Traitor! Coward! You two cowards who are afraid of death. Behind the fence, many Duergars pointed at the 2 Duergars in the fence and scolded them. The 2 Duergars lowered their heads and remained silent, their faces red. Su Luen didn't care about the noise of the Grey Dwarfs. Although they were shouting happily now, it wouldn't take long for them to give in. Have you made your decision? Su Len asked the 2 Duergars. Barker and Kashi looked at each other and nodded. My lord, we have decided. We are willing to serve you. A wise choice. Su Len nodded when he saw the names of the 2 Duergars in the system interface. Although their loyalty was only at 65, as long as they had surrendered, it would not take long for the remaining loyalty to rise. A wise man submits to circumstances. In order to reward you for surrendering to the light, I have prepared some rewards for you. Su Len said with a smile. He did not care about the 2 Duergars. Su Len turned to Chris and said, have someone send over a few bottles of vodka. Chris nodded and asked someone to prepare them. Vodka was the name Su Len gave to the alcoholic drink brewed with potatoes. Unlike the vodka of the Russians in his previous life, the vodka brewed in Northtown was not as alcoholic. Due to technical reasons, the vodka brewed in Northtown was only 30% alcoholic. Even so, a drink with 30% alcoholic content was very rare in this world. It was currently the most popular drink in the taverns of Northtown. The sales of rum had dropped by a lot. Soon, a guard came back with 2 bottles of vodka. Even the Duergars who were yelling stopped and stared at the 2 bottles of vodka. A soft sound rang out as the cork was opened. The rich aroma of alcohol instantly filled the air. The 2 Duergars closest to the bottles took a deep breath and their throats kept sliding down. Su Len noticed their situation and laughed inwardly. As expected, these Duergars could not resist the temptation of alcohol. Su Len handed the 2 bottles of vodka to Barker and Kathy. The 2 Duergars who had long been addicted to alcohol took a big gulp after receiving the bottles. Gulp, 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 gulp. The 2 Duergars couldn't wait to raise their heads and drink half a bottle. Then their faces turned red. The clear liquid flowed down their thick beards and the rich aroma of alcohol spread out. Gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. The Duergars in the enclosure looked at the bottles in the 2 Duergars' hands with longing, as if they would rush up and snatch them in the next second. Phew. Barker let out a deep breath after he recovered from the alcohol. He then said excitedly, Sir, this is amazing. The Dwarven Fire wine is like water compared to this. This is definitely the best wine. Yes, this wine is definitely the best. I love it. Kathy yelled from the side. I'm glad you like it. All right, since you've decided to serve the northern city, follow them to go through the formalities. You'll officially start work tomorrow, Su Len said as he pointed at an official beside him. Yes, sir. We're at your service, the two Duergars said happily. At this time, Su Lun also discovered that the loyalty of the two Duergars had risen from 65 to 80. He estimated that as long as they stayed in northern Battlefront City for a while, their loyalty would soon rise to 90. After sending the two Duergars away, Su Lin came to the front of the enclosure and said to the Duergars, "Do you have anything to say? Damn human, we won't yield. Don't even think about making us work for you." That's right, we won't yield. The Duergars yelled again. Their expressions were exactly the same as when King Zhe, who would rather die than submit, pointed at the door and said, "Piss off." Chris, Su Lin waved his hand gently. The little succubus giggled and handed over a bottle of vodka. Su Lin took the bottle. The Duergars who were still cursing suddenly felt like their fates were being strangled. Su Lin opened the bottle and poured out a glass. The clear liquid had a strong aroma. The aroma was like a hook that attracted the Duergar's eyes. "Do you want some?" Su Lin asked softly. The gray dwarves nodded involuntarily. "Sure, no problem. Buck and Casey are examples," Su Lin said with a smile. Su Lun said with a smile, and then put the glass of wine only half a meter away from them. At this distance, they could smell the strong fragrance of the wine, but they couldn't reach it. Looking at the gray dwarves who stretched out their arms to grab the glass, Su Lun almost burst into laughter. "That's what you get for your stinky mouths. I'm going to make you die from hunger today. I won't let you drink a single drop." Su Lin left in satisfaction when he saw the Duergars stretching their arms but still unable to reach the glass. Before he left, he specifically told the guards of the prison camp to ignore the Duergars even if they were willing to yield. He didn't want them to die from hunger. After putting the Duergars aside for the time being, Su Lin began to transport the various treasures in Orlando to Northtown. The Duergars had accumulated a large amount of gold over the past few centuries. Su Lin planned to use some of it as coins and put the rest into the Lord's treasury. At the same time, all the soldiers who participated in the attack on the Duergar's city would be rewarded. Su Lin could take all the gold they obtained from the battle, but the soldiers would definitely be dissatisfied. In the end, Su Lin asked Chris to come up with a reward system. All the soldiers who participated in the battle were rewarded between 30 and 100 kinar. The large amount of rewards made the soldiers rich in an instant. At the same time, the soldiers who didn't participate in the battle were drooling with envy. The eyes of the refugees and slaves who didn't join the army were red with envy. Suddenly, a large number of people wanted to join the army. If Su Lin agreed to expand the army, it would be easy to recruit 1,000 more people. The rewards made Sulin's reputation rise again. The loyalty of the soldiers who received the rewards also increased. Moreover, the morale of the army also increased. Now, the soldiers in the barracks were all eager to go out and fight at any time. Most of the soldiers who received the rewards started to buy all kinds of goods in the market. Northtown's commerce was flourishing, and all kinds of goods were available. The inflow of money from the soldiers also made the market even more prosperous. Although the rewards for the soldiers cost more than 100,000 kinar, the results were still very good. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted, and their enthusiasm to join the army also increased. The soldiers received a better life, and the city's market became more prosperous. It could be said that it was killing many birds with one stone. Chapter 218. The prosperity of the city made Northtown more and more famous in the northern provinces, attracting many merchants to do business there. Now, some people were calling Northtown City a bright pearl in the northern wasteland. The white sugar, rum, vodka, furs, and so on produced here were all popular goods. The white sugar was also monopolized by a few powerful caravans. Others couldn't even get a foot in the business. However, although only a few caravans monopolized the white sugar trade, they would sell the white sugar to other caravans. If they didn't share some of the benefits, these caravans would have been swallowed up by others long ago. The arrival of the caravans also attracted many people to settle down in Northtown. Although there were fewer people than Su Lin who took the initiative to migrate, it was still a good sign. With people taking the initiative to settle down in Northtown, it meant that the city's attractiveness had increased. The rapid development of North Town had attracted the attention of the northern provinces. If it weren't for the distance, the nobles would have long come here to get a share of the profits. Sulen had received a few official letters from the noble parliament, asking him to return to Kalt to accept the title of nobility. According to the style of nobles, they wouldn't do things that didn't benefit them. If Sulen went back to accept the title of nobility, he would have to give them enough benefits. And once he accepted the title, Sulen would officially become a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. North Town would also be included in the territory of the Kingdom of Florence, and he would have to pay taxes to the king. One had to know that North Town was now built by Sulen and his men. He also spent money to buy the expansion order and all kinds of resources. Sulen didn't want to find himself a king. The territory he now occupied in North Town was comparable to a viscount's territory. Although the population was far from enough, he would surpass it in a few years with enough time. In addition to Mirror Lake City and Galloping City, which were currently under construction, Sulen's territory was no smaller than a count's territory. His strength had also reached the legendary level, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to make himself an earl. However, he didn't intend to do that yet. If he were to make himself an earl, it wouldn't be as convenient for him to recruit refugees from the Kingdom of Florence and do business. The construction of the Arc de Triomphe was still in full swing. Every day, marble from the Sierra de Lotus would be delivered to the north gate of the city. For the convenience of transportation, Sulen had already asked his men to build a pontoon bridge over the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River. He was still considering whether to build a permanent bridge over the two rivers. As for technical problems, in this world full of extraordinary powers, many problems could be solved with magic. For example, the strength of a building. As long as an object was hardened, even if it was originally a piece of wood, it would be as hard as steel. Of course, hardening an entire bridge would be a huge project. After giving the Grey Dwarves the cold shoulder for a day, Sulen went to the prisoner camp again. Today, a few more Grey Dwarves expressed their willingness to work for Sulen. When he came to the prisoner camp again, the Grey Dwarves still cursed the traitors, but this time, their voices were much softer. Sulen naturally wouldn't mistreat the Grey Dwarves who were willing to work for him. As usual, he gave each of them a bottle of vodka and arranged for them to live and work. After sending away the Grey Dwarves who were willing to work for him, Sulen once again looked at the Grey Dwarves who were still persisting. This time, Sulen came up with a new idea. In order to celebrate the huge wealth I've gained in Orlando, I've decided to give all of you Grey Dwarves a reward, Sulen said as he stood outside the fence. You invader, robber, that's the wealth of us Grey Dwarves. Hearing Sulen's words, the Grey Dwarves who were still somewhat quiet at first became agitated again. If the anger in their eyes could burn someone to death, Sulen would have been burned to ashes by now. Face reality. I think you should be more concerned about your current situation, Sulen said with a shrug. Considering that you haven't had any alcohol for a long time, I've specially prepared some alcohol for you today. If you don't want it, I'll take it away, Sulen said with a smile as he looked at the angry Grey Dwarves. Yes, we want it. Give us the alcohol. Silence. Sulen's face suddenly became cold and frosty, and an aura that belonged to a legendary powerhouse suddenly erupted from his body. The Grey Dwarves who were still yelling were like ducks whose necks were stuck. Their mouths were wide open, but no sound came out. Seeing this situation, Sulen waved his hand, and a group of soldiers came forward. Then they gave each of the Grey Dwarves a glass about the size of a thumb, and let them come up one by one according to the order of the meal. The glass was so small that it couldn't even be considered a sip. The Grey Dwarves drank it all in one gulp. The rich wine aroma and the mellow taste made the Grey Dwarves unable to stop themselves. However, this small amount of wine didn't satisfy the alcohol in their stomachs at all. Instead, it made them feel even more uncomfortable. Although these Grey Dwarves couldn't bear the problem of not having any alcohol to drink, at least they could still hold on. However, after taking a sip of the wine, the taste of which was far better than any wine they had ever drunk before, caused an avalanche of consequences. After drinking that glass of wine, not only did they not feel satisfied, but they also craved more wine. However, by the time they wanted more wine, Sulin had already left the prison camp with his men. On the third day, when Sulin appeared in the prison camp again, more than 200 gray dwarves asked to work for Sulin. The gray dwarves who had been cursing at the betrayers all fell silent. Seeing Sulin give out large amounts of vodka, the gray dwarves couldn't take it anymore, and kept expressing their willingness to work for Sulin. There were originally more than 700 gray dwarves, but less than 300 of them were still holding on. However, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Sulin had enough patience to slowly wear them down. After obtaining another 400 gray dwarves, Sulin chose some of the skilled blacksmiths to join the smithy. With the addition of the gray dwarves, the blacksmiths in Northtown City improved again. The original smithy was no longer enough, so Sulin ordered the workers to start upgrading the smithy. With more than 200 gray dwarves and humans, Sulin planned to build a large steel workshop. With the rapid development of Northtown City, even with the hydraulic forging machine, the production capacity of the smithy was still insufficient. Now that there were so many gray dwarven blacksmiths, Sulin wanted to change the equipment of the entire army on the agenda. The first thing these Duergar did as blacksmiths was to modify the Duergar armor that Sulin had obtained from Orlando. Although the Duergar armor had good defense and was sturdy and durable, it couldn't even be regarded as half-body armor when worn by the barbarians who were more than 2 meters tall. These armors needed to be modified and forged into full-body armor. Once the barbarians reached the peak level, they could equip themselves with the dwarven full-body armor and pick up a giant axe. They would be like a meat grinder on the battlefield. Of course, apart from the barbarians' armor, Sulin also planned to equip the centaurs with full-body armor to form a centaur-heavy cavalry. Due to the size of the centaurs, the armor they used was comparable to 3 sets of human armor. The armor Sulin sold them before was only for the front, and the back was for chainmail and inlaid scale armor. Now that they were his subordinates, he naturally wouldn't fool them like this. He planned to fully equip the centaurs with full-body armor and thicken the front of the armor at the same time. After arranging the gray dwarves' blacksmiths, Sulin planned to let the rest of the gray dwarves continue mining. "Sir, I have a map of the underground world's mineral distribution for you," a gray dwarf said. Sulin's eyes lit up. After all, the gray dwarves had lived in the underground world for hundreds of years. They must have explored all the nearby minerals. This map was extremely valuable. Mineral distribution map? If it's true, I'll give you the reward you deserve. Enough vodka, and I appoint you as the new city lord of Orlando. When he heard Sulin say enough vodka, the gray dwarf's eyes instantly turned red. When he heard that he could become the city lord of Orlando, his breathing became heavier. "Sir, the map is here." With that, the dwarf sat directly on the ground and took off his leather boots. A strong smell, like pickles that had been fermented for decades, filled the air in an instant. Sulin hurriedly summoned some wind elements to blow away the smell of pickles. The gray dwarf fumbled around in the boots for a while before finally pulling out a gray parchment that emitted a strange smell. Sulin frowned and put on gloves. He resisted the urge to throw away the parchment that emitted a strange smell and took it. A guard behind him sensibly handed over a bottle of water. Sulin rinsed it briefly before flipping through the map. The map was not large. It marked the mineral veins that the gray dwarves had discovered. There were 3 iron mines, 1 copper mine, 1 gold mine, which was close to exhaustion, and 1 silver mine and gemstone mine that were being mined. So much gold in the city of the gray dwarves had been mined from that gold mine. Sulin did not pay much attention to the gold mine. After all, it was close to exhaustion. He was more interested in the silver mine because the gray dwarves had discovered some mithril in it. Mithril was a very precious magical metal in this world. It was described in many adventure stories as light as a feather and indestructible. In fact, mithril was not as exaggerated as it was described. It was more precious because of its powerful magical properties. Many powerful magic items would use this rare metal. Now that there was mithril in this underground silver mine, its value was simply immeasurable. P.S. Insufficient holiday balance, sob sob sob. Chapter 219. What's your name? Su Len put down the map and asked. My lord, my name is Bok Ironhammer Shield. The dwarf quickly said. Bok, are you sure that the silver mine on this map contains mithril? Su Len interrupted Bok's self-introduction and asked directly. Of course I'm sure. My lord, I used to be a miner in a silver mine. I once dug out a piece of mithril from this silver mine, but that stingy King Thorn only gave me a pound of gold as a reward. Bok continued to blabber on, obviously very dissatisfied with that king. All right, since you're sure that there's mithril here, I'll let you form a team of miners, and you'll be the leader. If you can find mithril, then I'll give you the position of the city lord of Orlando. But if you can't find mithril, then? Su Len stared at the dwarf in front of him and said, My lord, please don't worry. I'll definitely find mithril for you. Bok patted his chest and promised. In that case, it's decided. If you can find mithril, I'll reward you generously. Status, money, or even vodka will be given. Now it all depends on your performance, Su Len said with a smile. My lord, I'll form a team of miners right away. After hearing Su Len's promise, Bok could no longer sit still. He hurriedly left the lord's castle and went to find other gray dwarves to form a team. Su Len threw the map aside with some disdain and found another piece of parchment to copy the map. Although it had been washed, the parchment still had the smell of salted vegetables on it. The map on the parchment was a little crude. After all, mapping in this world was not a professional subject like it was in his previous world. Most of the time, only they could understand the map they drew. To others, it was a completely abstract drawing. Fortunately, the map was drawn well. Although it was still crude, the general location was drawn. Soon, Su Len completely copied the parchment. After comparing the two maps again to make sure that he didn't miss anything, Su Len picked up the parchment and threw it directly into the brazier. The flames rose and quickly burned the parchment into a pile of ash. He opened the window to disperse the smoke. After forming a team of 50 miners, Bok excitedly brought his team back to Orlando to mine silver. The remaining 2 iron mines and copper mines also needed to be mined. The remaining 100 or so gray dwarves also formed 3 mining teams and then went to Orlando to mine ores. After the population of the northern city expanded, there was a shortage of all kinds of tools and ironware. Moreover, the army also needed a lot of equipment. The surface iron mine was originally not big. Before Su Len obtained it, many tribes had already mined it. Now, the output of the mine was very low. Was close to exhaustion. This was one of the reasons why Su Len was in a hurry to control the underground world. After several expansions, the number of soldiers in the northern city had increased to 4,000. There were 300 barbarians, 400 centaurs, 100 drows, and 300 half-elves. Apart from the war spirits that Su Len had summoned, the rest were all humans. If the militia, the city guards, and the 500 men stationed in Mirror Lake City were included, the number of soldiers in northern Battlefront City had reached a shocking 6,000 men. Adding all the people in northern Battlefront City and the newly captured gray dwarves, the total population had only reached 20,000. 1/3 of the population were soldiers. Such a high proportion, no matter how one looked at it, could be said to be militaristic. If it weren't for the buffs from the harvest altar and the numerous slaves, the northern city wouldn't even be able to support themselves with food. Not to mention the money, resources, and equipment needed to raise so many soldiers. In the past, the size of the northern city's army wasn't very obvious. Now, just maintaining the number of soldiers required tens of thousands of kinners worth of pay every month. Su Len had always been curious. How did his predecessors manage to not pay the soldiers and make them listen to orders obediently? They were even braver than the other when they went into battle. If Su Len dared to not pay the soldiers in the northern city for a few months, there would be a large number of deserters. It wouldn't be strange if there was even a rebellion. If it weren't for the sugar trade that gave the northern city a lot of money, it would have taken years of hard work to develop the city to this extent. The northern city's army needed a lot of equipment. Apart from the army, the centaur tribes also needed equipment to protect their herds. Fortunately, Su-Lin had made a lot of money from the raid on the Grey Dwarf city. Not only did he solve the problem of money, but he also solved the problem of equipment. After settling the matters in the northern city, Su-Lin brought the Grey Dwarf's mining team and the drows back to the underworld. He was going to restore the Grey Dwarf's mines and clean up the dangerous areas around the mines. He returned to Orlando. At this time, there were 100 barbarian warriors and 100 centaurs guarding the city. A group of subterranean dweller slaves were in charge of the labor. These subterranean dwellers were short. Because they lived in the dark for a long time, their eyes had deteriorated. They relied on infrared sensing to survey their surroundings, so blindness and petrification spells didn't work on them. Most dungeons had subterranean dweller slaves. They were the best growers in the underworld. Su-Lin brought 3 teams of Grey Dwarfs to the various mines. The Grey Dwarfs had discovered a lot of veins, but many of them were occupied by monsters from the underworld. The Grey Dwarfs had to clear out all kinds of monsters every once in a while. If it wasn't for this, the other veins would have been excavated by them long ago. After resting in Orlando for a day, Su-Lin brought a team of drows and miners out of the city. They passed through some narrow tunnels and headed to the first mine. This mine was the closest to Orlando. It was an iron ore mine that produced good quality iron ore. It was a few grades better than the iron ore produced by Sullen's surface mine. The group moved forward in the dark tunnel, encountering a few hook horrors along the way. Hook horrors were a common type of monster in the underworld. They had sharp hearing and walked on 2 feet. Their heads looked like vultures and their eyes were small. They had sharp beaks and a pair of compound eyes. Their bodies were covered with a layer of hard gray carapace. They looked ugly. Their eyesight was poor, but like bats, they could emit high-frequency sound waves to determine the enemy's position. Just as Su-Lin led the team forward in the tunnel, a dozen shadows suddenly jumped down from above. Su-Lin reacted quickly. Because the tunnel was narrow, he didn't use the purple dragon halberd. Instead, he swapped it for a long sword forged by the dwarves. He subconsciously swung the long sword in his hand. The hook horrors that attacked Su-Lin didn't expect Sullen's reaction to be so fast. They didn't have time to react before the sharp sword swept across them. The powerful force directly split open the hard carapace on the hook horrors. The monster that was about 2.7 meters tall and weighed nearly 200 kilograms was directly cut in half. The next dozen or so hook horrors didn't affect the team at all. As soon as the hook horrors attacked, the drows dodged. As for the Duergar, they were wearing heavy armor, so the hook horrors attacking them was a waste of energy. Soon, the dozen hook horrors were all killed. No one died in the team. Only a few Grey Dwarfs suffered some minor injuries. After Su-Lin healed them, the team continued on their way. After walking out of the dark tunnel and passing through 2 desolate underground caverns, Sullen's team finally arrived at the first mine. They hadn't mined this mine for a while. When Su-Lin arrived, he found that the mine had been occupied by the monsters of the underworld. A group of vampire bats and underground salamanders used this place as their nest. The Grey Dwarves were already prepared for this situation. They first used smoke to smoke the monsters out, then worked together to kill them. It didn't take long for the mine to be cleared out. The information of this mine appeared on Sullen's system panel. Iron mine, ore quality +5, ore yield +8, mine disaster reduction +5, associated ore veins +2, chance of producing dark iron Oregon. With the Grey Dwarves' work, the iron mine quickly resumed production. Seeing that the mine had resumed production, Su-Lin didn't stop and led the rest of the team to the next mine. The second mine was a gem mine. When Su-Lin arrived, he found that the vein looked gloomy. There were some shadow-like creatures outside the vein. The Twisted Shadow was a type of undead creature that was formed due to certain reasons. It was similar to a ghost. This thing had very high resistance to physical damage and appeared in groups. It was very unfriendly to those who purely focused on physical attacks. At the same time, it also had spell-like abilities. If Su-Lin hadn't come with them today, this team of Grey Dwarves would have been finished. Their half-energy form could reduce physical damage by 50%. Normal weapons would be troublesome to deal with them, no matter how sharp they were. elemental weapons had to be used to deal with them. Even more troublesome was that these monsters lived in groups. Their best attack was the touch of death, which could drain the enemy's energy and strength. Once the energy was drained, the enemy's life force would be depleted. In the Adventurer's Handbook, these monsters were rated as Grade A. Without a special way to deal with them, it was best not to provoke them. Crack! There was a soft sound, as if someone had stepped on something and broken it. Although it was a very soft sound, it was very abrupt in this quiet environment. The wandering twisted shadows instantly noticed this place. Chapter 220. *CK. Su Len cursed in his heart. Then, he channeled his energy and a large amount of lightning appeared on his body. The purple dragon halberd also appeared in his hand. The distorted shadows that were attracted to this place soon sensed a large amount of life force. As undead, they hated any living thing, but they were eager to regain their flesh and blood. The distorted shadows were very fast. Su Len swept the purple dragon halberd and the distorted shadows instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already beside Su Len. The surrounding negative energy suddenly increased and a dark red light appeared on the distorted shadows. Touch of death, Sullen's body was instantly swept by the light. It was the innate spell of a high-level undead. A series of notifications appeared on the character panel in front of him. Detect. The host is attacked by the spell, Touch of Death. Activated. Mandatory test of immunity. Test of fortitude passed. Test of constitution passed. You are immune to the stun effect of this spell attack. Your energy has decreased. The sudden appearance of the twisted shadow caught Su Len off guard, but his strong reaction ability allowed him to launch an attack at the first time. Lightning surged, and the purple dragon halberd with a large amount of lightning instantly hit the twisted shadow. The twisted undead, who seemed to be hiding in the shadows, had no time to dodge this time and was directly swept by the purple dragon halberd. The strong lightning energy instantly enveloped the distorted shadows. Su Len did not give it a chance to escape. The purple dragon halberd drew an arc and attacked again. Bang! Like a bubble bursting, the distorted shadows could not withstand the strong lightning energy and was directly destroyed by the lightning. The distorted shadows melted like snow and instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. Ding! With a soft sound, a gray crystal fell from the place where the distorted shadows died. It was a soul shard. Soul shards were something that only a few ghost-type monsters and abyss demons would drop. There was also a very low chance of it dropping when a powerhouse whose strength had reached the legendary level or above died. This kind of thing was very useful for wizards. The most commonly used one was the golem puppet. Sullen's eyes lit up at the sight of the soul crystals. It seemed like there were many additional rewards this time. Seeing the dozens of distorted shadows behind him, Sullen's figure flashed as he dashed forward. At this moment, a series of messy footsteps sounded from the gem mine beside him. Then, a group of skeletons with shiny black bones and a height of 2 meters rushed out. These skeletons were not as fragile as the low-level undead skeletons. All the skeletons were very thick and even had a metallic luster. They held bone blades and bone spears in their hands. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the gray dwarves and drows. Skeleton warriors. After several evolutions, low-level skeletons would become mid-level undead creatures. If they were allowed to evolve further, they would become skeleton generals and bone demons. Of course, it was very difficult for undead creatures of this level to appear in the material world. Only the legendary undead creatures of this level would exist in the world of undead. When the gray dwarves saw the skeleton warriors rushing towards them, they roared and ran forward with their 2 short legs like Hot Wheels. They raised their axes and rushed forward. Although they could not deal with the distorted shadows, it was still easy to deal with these skeletons. At 2 meters, the skeleton warriors were half a body taller than the gray dwarves who were only about 1.5 meters, but sometimes height was not an advantage. I hate those who are taller than me the most, especially rotten bones like you. The gray dwarves squatted and dodged the skeleton warriors' bone blades. Then, The gray dwarves swept the skeleton warriors' knees with their axes. Even if the skeleton warriors had turned into skeletons, the knees were still weak. The gray dwarves' axes were heavy, and in an instant, the skeleton warriors' knees were smashed into pieces. The 2-meter-tall skeleton suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground. The gray dwarves turned around and went to the other side of the skeleton warriors. Then, they swung their axes and chopped off the skeleton warriors' necks. "You're not as tall as me now." The gray dwarves laughed and swung their axes again, crushing the skeleton warriors' heads. The pale soul fire in the skull was extinguished. Thunder lightning spear. A dazzling thunderbolt burst out from Su Luan's body, and then a large number of thunderbolts wrapped around his whole body. The thunderbolts surrounded his strong muscles and constantly jumping thunder and lightning. His whole person looked like the thunder god in ancient myths. The distorted shadows around him also sensed the danger. They seemed to be hesitating to escape. Swoosh, 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 the purple dragon halberd turned into a blur and swept towards the distorted shadows. Su Luan leaped and crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. At the same time, the sky was filled with spear shadows and countless lightning bolts, instantly hitting the distorted shadows. The purple dragon halberd was like a hot knife through butter as it swept through the twisted shadow's body. The powerful lightning power instantly enveloped the twisted shadow. At this time, the other distorted shadows also began to attack. The shadows pounced. Sullen's purple dragon halberd left afterimages in the air. The sky was filled with lightning, and a large number of shadow tentacles were drowned by the lightning. However, some of them still managed to hold on. A notification rang in Sullen's ears. "You've been attacked by the distorted shadows. You've been attacked by the touch of death. You've been damaged by death's corrosion. Your constitution has passed the test. You have legendary tenacity. Immune to death's corrosion, flurry." Just as Su Luan was attacked, the purple dragon halberd in his hand instantly turned into silver dragons surrounded by lightning. They counterattacked in the direction of the attacks. The lightning was dazzling, and the distorted shadows around him were instantly hit. As ghost-type undead creatures, although the distorted shadows were immune to 50% of physical damage, their HP was not high. After being hit by a few lightning bolts, the distorted shadows were constantly killed by the lightning bolts. Silver Dragon Inverse Scale Spear. Countless lightning bolts condensed on Sullen's body, except for the shadow of a dragon. The moment the dragon appeared, it carried a destructive aura and rushed towards the distorted shadows around him. The huge dragon shadow swept across. Everywhere it passed, the distorted shadows' bodies instantly stiffened. Countless lightning bolts were sent into their bodies and instantly exploded. Ding dong! Ding dong! A large number of soul crystals fell from midair. The dragon's shadow dissipated, and more than half of the dozens of distorted shadows around him disappeared in an instant. Only a few distorted shadows were left that were not affected. The following battle became much simpler. The remaining distorted shadows were easily harvested by Su Luan. At the same time, the battle between the dwarves and the drows was coming to an end. Although the skeleton warriors were strong, they had no advantage against the dwarves and the drows. They were quickly wiped out under the 3 axes that chopped off their legs, necks, and heads. A large number of broken bones were left on the ground. The battle ended quickly. Su Luan arranged for people to collect the spoils of war. There were a lot of spoils this time. All of them were soul crystals, which were also the specialty of the undead creatures. The undead creatures could be said to be poor. Other than soul crystals, they basically had nothing else. After the battle, Su Luan gained more than 10,000 EXP and nothing else. Seeing the gem mine next to him, Su Luan planned to go inside to see if there were any fish that had escaped the net. He called 2 gray dwarves who were familiar with the mine, and the 3 of them entered the mine together. The gem mine was different from what Su Luan had imagined. There were rocks everywhere, and occasionally there were some colorful quartz in the mine. There were traces of a lot of mining around. Something's wrong. At this time, one of the gray dwarves suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Sullen's body tensed up instantly, and he raised the sword in his hand slightly. "The traces here are very new. They were left behind recently. The gray dwarf pointed to a trace of digging in the tunnel. Recently? You gray dwarves didn't dig it? Sullen's face changed. No, we dwarves don't dig so badly, the gray dwarf said proudly. It seems that other guests have occupied this place while you were away. Sulin said with raised eyebrows. Let's go deeper. I want to see who dared to touch my cheese. The three of them moved more carefully after discovering the traces of digging. However, all the monsters in the mine had been killed, and they did not encounter anything else along the way. As they went deeper, more and more traces of digging appeared in the mine. Sulin and the two gray dwarves continued to follow the traces. After a few minutes, the group stopped in front of a tunnel. The tunnel was blocked by a stone wall. Why is there a stone wall here? I remember there was a hall behind it for resting, a gray dwarf said. Looks like we've found the little rat who stole the mine. Sulin had a warm smile on his face, but his tone was as cold as the cold wind of the Arctic tundra, instantly freezing people into ice sculptures. Get out of the way. Sulin came to the side of the wall and pressed his hand on the side of the tunnel. The hard rock quickly softened and turned into a pile of mud. Soon, a hole as tall as a man appeared in the side of the tunnel. In order not to alert the enemy, Sulin did not directly open a hole in the wall that blocked the tunnel. Instead, he struggled to open a passage on the side of the wall. Under Sullen's spell, the hard rock quickly softened. It only took a few minutes for a passage to be opened. Sulin only felt that the space in front of him was empty. He had already arrived at the hall behind the stone wall. The scene in front of him surprised Sulin, but it was also very familiar. This place had actually been set up as a laboratory, but it was different from Hathaway's laboratory. This laboratory had a large amount of glassware filled with all kinds of liquids, and some unknown life forms' organs were soaked in them. A lot of skeletons were piled up around the laboratory. These skeletons were very similar to the skeletons of the skeleton warriors outside. This gem mine had been occupied by a necromancer. Chapter 221. While Sulin was cleaning up the twisted shadows. The underground world. The dim light caused this place to be shrouded in darkness all year round. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness. The shadow was more than 6 meters long and had a majestic body like a lion. However, unlike a lion, it had a pair of wings like a pterosaur. As it swayed its tail, it revealed a hook that flashed with cold light. It was a scorpion tail. A manticore. It was a powerful magical beast in the underground world. It was said that this monster also had the bloodline of a dragon. The pair of dragon wings was proof. As a high-level predator in the underground world, although the manticore did not have any magic abilities, its venom was very difficult to deal with. Compared to its venom, the thing used by assassins was simply a potion. In addition to being very poisonous, its venom also had the characteristic of paralysis. The manticore's venom was a prohibited item in the human kingdom. In the black market, it was sold for up to 2,000 kinnar. But now, this manticore, which was at the top of the food chain in the underground world, was fleeing in a sorry state. A pair of dragon wings flapped rapidly as the manticore quickly flew through the air. At this moment, a bone spear shot out from the darkness and instantly pierced the manticore's wing. Under the pain, the manticore could no longer flap its wing. The other wing struggled to continue flying, but it could not carry its heavy body. It staggered and fell from midair. As soon as the manticore landed, a few figures rushed up. With the weak light of the fluorescent moss, one could see the dark bones on their bodies. They were skeleton warriors. The manticore found that there was no hope of escaping and fiercely pounced. Curse, weakness, curse, aging. However, as soon as it made a move, a spirit light struck its body. Its originally strong body instantly became weak and powerless, and its originally strong body suddenly became old. The surrounding skeleton warriors swarmed forward, and the lion-scorpion beast was completely trapped. Although it could still bite off the skeleton warriors, even more skeleton warriors had surrounded it when it attacked. In the face of these skeletons, the manticore beast's most powerful poison attack was completely ineffective. Not long after, a skeleton warrior seized the opportunity to pierce its throat. Although this skeleton warrior was also split into two by the manticore beast's counterattack before it died, to undead skeletons, a damaged body could be replaced. As long as the soul fire was not extinguished, they would not die. A large amount of blood gushed out of the manticore's throat. The counterattack before death had exhausted its strength. The light in its eyes dimmed quickly, and its body collapsed. At this time, a figure wrapped in a black robe and riding a skeleton horse came out. It had the characteristics of the Highlanders. It had a hooked nose, wrinkles, a rigid face, and cold eyes. Although it was tall, it looked very pale. There were 3 different rings on its fingers. One of them looked like a skeleton that was dozens of times smaller. It held a white bone staff in its hand and was surrounded by a cold aura. Seeing that the manticore was dead, the middle-aged man waved his hand. A few skeleton warriors behind him stepped forward and began to skin and cut the manticore. Damn it! Just as the skeleton warriors were cutting the manticore, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He quickly took out a gemstone that looked like an eye. The originally exquisite gemstone was now cracked. Who dares to attack my guards and invade my laboratory? Keaton's expression was gloomy. Damn rat. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll pull out your soul and stuff it into a rat's body. Keaton packed up the manticore. He didn't ride the skeleton horse anymore. Instead, he directly flew in the direction of the gemstone mine. Sulan didn't know that he had alarmed the necromancer. The laboratory in the gemstone mine wasn't big. Soon, Sulan turned the entire laboratory upside down. Sulan didn't touch the bones and other things inside. These things were useless. Only the necromancers would collect them. As for the bottles and jars in the laboratory, Sulan didn't take them. After all, who knew what was inside? However, in the storage room next to it, Sulan found a large number of gemstones. Obviously, these gemstones had just been excavated by the necromancer. In addition to these gemstones, there were also some books in the laboratory. Human anatomy diagrams, how to make a skeleton warrior, detailed explanation of necromancy, and more than 10 other books. Sulan packed them all up and took them away. Tui, what a pauper! Even these gemstones were excavated from my gemstone mine. Sulan pursed his lips. He casually put some magic materials into his storage space. You too, throw away those bone sticks. Don't touch those glass bottles. Now hurry up and get out. We've already searched his nest. With the necromancer's abilities, he must know by now. Let's get out of here quickly. Sulan yelled at the 2 gray dwarves who were playing with the skeleton of a skeleton warrior. He then left the gemstone mine. In the underground world, a hazy figure was flying quickly. A few distorted shadows circled around him to help him fly faster. There were also many skeleton warriors running on the ground. Along the way, Keaton didn't rest at all. With the help of distorted shadows, his flying speed was very fast. However, it didn't consume much mana. Wherever this group of necromancers passed, all monsters would retreat. As he continued to speed up, Keaton saw the gemstone mine in the distance. Landing from the sky, Keaton didn't rush in recklessly. Although he had used fly to reduce the consumption of mana with the help of distorted shadows, he had also used up a lot of mana. Someone who dared to kill the large number of skeleton warriors and distorted shadows that he had left behind to guard the laboratory was undoubtedly powerful. If he rushed in like this, there was a high chance that he would fail miserably. Moreover, he had come back in a hurry. His skeleton warriors didn't catch up. Taking out a bottle of blue potion, Keaton tilted his head back and drank it. He then had distorted shadows protect him while he used the potion to quickly recover his will and mana. About half an hour later, a group of skeleton warriors finally arrived. Keaton opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Little rat, I'm here. How dare you steal my laboratory? I'll make you regret being born in this world. Keaton stood up. The gloomy aura around him intensified. Sulan had the gray dwarves retreat from the mine and hide in a corner. He found a stone room outside the gemstone mine and waited quietly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His body flashed and he was outside. Just then, a large number of red dots appeared on his strategic map. The red dots were moving straight towards the gemstone mine where Su Len was. It was obvious that this was their destination. It was obvious that the necromancer had returned. Interesting. You stole my laboratory and didn't run away. You're still standing here. Are you begging me to forgive you? A middle-aged wizard on a skeleton horse, his body shrouded in mist, walked in with a large number of necromancers. He glanced at the messy skeletons on the ground and then looked at Su Len. You're quite strong. I've decided. I'll refine your corpse into a black knight. Then I'll stuff your soul into a rat's body. Su Len walked over with the purple dragon halberd in hand. Human? Why don't you let your companions come out with you? You can't kill Distorted Shadow with your strength alone. Seeing Su Len alone, the necromancer said disdainfully. There were no magic waves. Although his body was strong, for a wizard, this kind of warrior was the easiest enemy to deal with. A maze spell could trap him. I smell the rotten smell of the corpse. It's already rotten and stinking. You should have just stayed in the coffin. Why did you have to come out and scare people? Su Len calmly looked at the necromancer in front of him. Although the way he appeared looked like a big boss leading a group of guards, in the system interface, he had not broken through to the legendary level. He was only a grade 4 necromancer. It would be troublesome to deal with a wizard above the legendary level. After all, his anti-magic skill was only effective against wizards below the legendary level. Although there were many limitations to the anti-magic skill, it was enough to crush enemies below the legendary level. The eyes of the middle-aged man in front of him were dark red. Although he looked like a human, Su Len could sense that there was almost no life in his body. Instead, there was a strong undead energy surrounding him. Even if he was a necromancer, although he could use undead magic and energy, he was still a living person. Su Len felt that the man in front of him was not much different from a corpse. No, there was still a difference. He could run and jump. That strong undead energy could even make a normal corpse come alive. Hearing Sullen's words, the middle-aged wizard's face suddenly changed. In the next moment, a strange black fog gathered and quickly rushed towards Su Len. Sullen's body flashed and dodged, but the black fog seemed to have a life of its own. It turned around and rushed towards Su Len again. It turned into a cloud of smoke and directly covered the surroundings, not giving Su Len a chance to dodge. Curse! The invisible energy directly acted on Sullen's body. Su Len only felt that his body seemed to have become much heavier. But then this feeling disappeared. A large number of data appeared on the system interface. The host has been weakened by the curse. Going through a forced immunity test. Immunity test successful. The host is immune to this curse attack. Voodoo school, necromancy school? Sullen's eyes flashed. He did not expect to meet a necromancer who was also a voodoo school wizard when he came out to open a mine. One must know that these two schools were famous for being insidious. Chapter 222. Necromancers played with the dead and desecrated souls. In the eyes of many churches, they were heretics. As long as they appeared, they would be expelled or killed. The voodoo school was even more insidious. They did not have any advantage in a head-on battle and could even be said to be very weak. However, no one could beat them when it came to scheming. The voodoo school was proficient in curses. There were many types of curses, such as weakness and aging, which took effect immediately. There were also some that were invisible. They captured some of your aura and then used this aura to cast a curse. This kind of curse was invisible and difficult to guard against. Once the person was hit, they would die within a few days. In addition to curses, they were also proficient in all kinds of poisons. This was not a big deal. The main thing was that this school had participated in the fight for the throne of the secular world. The deaths of the heirs of several countries were more or less related to them. Since then, this school was boycotted by various countries. After all, no one wanted to lose their lives for no reason. Even those who had used the voodoo school to kill their competitors were the same. After all, as the victors, they were also worried that they would be killed in the same way. This also made the voodoo school become a target of scorn in various countries. How is this possible? The middle-aged man looked at Su Lin in surprise and said subconsciously, "You are immune to curses? How is this possible? How can your physique be so strong?" Su Lin was very curious about curses. He was not sure how to deal with that kind of invisible attack. If he could understand this kind of attack, he would try to find a way to defend against it. The middle-aged man stared at Su Lin, and his eyes flashed. "Such a strong body, maybe you can even refine a Death Knight. I didn't expect to find such a good material in this remote underground world. I will definitely refine it with all my heart." The middle-aged man's gaze made Sullen's hair stand. This guy did not like men, right? This was not impossible. Many necromancers were necrophilic. Moreover, because of the erosion of death energy for a long time, their living environment was poor, and they were hated by others. They would definitely have psychological problems. Distorted shadows, skeleton warriors. At the command of the middle-aged magus, a large number of undead creatures rushed towards Su Lin. Seeing this situation, Su Lin didn't fight head-on. Instead, he turned and ran. Seeing Su Lin escape, the undead creatures chased after him. Although undead creatures had some intelligence, they could only understand simple instructions unless they reached the legendary level. Sullen's speed was very fast, and the undead were in hot pursuit. The distorted shadow could fly, so it was the closest. As for the skeleton warriors, they were soon far behind. They quickly ran out of the middle-aged wizard's sight. At this time, it became much more difficult for the middle-aged wizard to control these undead creatures, so he could only chase after them. Su Lin led the undead creatures to where the gray dwarves were hiding. Both sides moved quickly, and in a few minutes, Su Lin found the gray dwarves' ambush. At this point, Su Lin finally stopped running. The energy in his body instantly exploded, and powerful lightning energy swept through the surrounding space. The distorted shadows that were chasing him were instantly enveloped by lightning energy. The purple dragon halberd carried the powerful lightning energy and drew out a dragon shadow. Silver dragon inverse scales spear the dragon shadow formed by lightning took shape in an instant, and then directly rushed towards the distorted shadows behind him. These distorted shadows had no time to dodge, and were swept by the dragon shadow. All of the distorted shadows stopped moving, and then their bodies exploded with lightning, drowning them in lightning. Clanging sounds were endless, and a large number of spirit crystals fell from the sky. Su Lin didn't care about these spirit crystals, and instead rushed towards the necromancer. At this time, the necromancer was still some distance away from the battlefield. Although necromancers were powerful, they relied more on their summoned creatures. For example, the necromancer's legendary level spell, Necromancer's Calamity, had an ordinary killing effect, but it was a disaster for ordinary people. This spell could easily turn an entire city's population into undead. The necromancer's combat power was very ordinary. Soon, Su Lin saw the necromancer who was rushing here. As soon as he saw Su Lin, the necromancer didn't fight, but turned and fled. However, as soon as he turned, two vigorous figures suddenly rushed out from the shadows beside him. The figures were as fast as ghosts, and they instantly appeared beside the necromancer and launched a surprise attack. These two black figures were the Drow Rogues, two grade 3 assassins. Although their strength was 1 grade lower than the necromancer, the success rate of sneak attacking a necromancer was still very high. Feeling the threat of death, the necromancer didn't have time to cast a spell. The ring on his hand suddenly flashed, and 4 bone shields appeared around his body in an instant, blocking the attacks of the two rogues. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the sound of a mechanism being pulled. Bang, bang, bang! The fine steel crossbow bolts were shot out in an instant. The two rogues each held a delicate and small crossbow. The crossbow could fire 3 bolts at a time. This kind of crossbow had a very short range, only 50 steps, and its accuracy was poor, but it could only penetrate iron armor within 10 steps. The white bone shield instantly cracked, and then shattered into pieces with a bang. The two rogues attacked again. At this time, The only two remaining skeleton warriors around the necromancer finally reacted and quickly attacked the two rogues. Attacked by the assassins, the necromancer, who was in a hurry, was shocked. He quickly cast a protective spell on himself and then turned to escape. However, he was delayed by the two rogues, and Sulin had already caught up. Seeing the necromancer who was about to escape, Sulin clenched his hand. Lightning spear. A spear made of lightning appeared in his hand in an instant, and then he threw it at the necromancer. Boom! The lightning spear instantly hit the energy shield in front of the necromancer. The energy shield only froze for a second before it shattered. Then the remaining two bone shields blocked in front of the lightning spear, but they still shattered in less than a second, and the light of the lightning spear only dimmed a little. The middle-aged necromancer's face changed greatly. A golden ring in his hand was instantly activated, and a pale golden energy shield immediately appeared, blocking the lightning spear. The lightning spear and the energy shield were in a stalemate. At the point of contact, lightning surrounded the pale golden energy shield. Finally, with a bang, it turned into countless light spots and dissipated in the air. The lightning spear also became an arrow at the end of its flight. After breaking through the energy shield, it only had 1/5 of its size left, and then it hit the middle-aged necromancer. The middle-aged necromancer only felt pain in his chest, and a smell of burned flesh came. The middle-aged necromancer's chest was scorched black. Sulin quickly moved forward. Seeing that the middle-aged necromancer was about to continue casting, he directly threw a forbidden magic at him. The middle-aged necromancer who was about to cast a spell suddenly felt that the elemental energy around him was suddenly isolated from him. It was as if an invisible shield had appeared on the surface of his body. What is this? Why is my spell ineffective? After feeling that he was isolated from the elemental energy, the middle-aged necromancer's face changed greatly. You're the one who did this. I'm going to kill you. The middle-aged necromancer directly activated the third black ring, and then a strange energy spread out in an instant. The next moment, Sulin suddenly felt as if his head was suddenly hit by a hammer, and his head was splitting open. Soul shock. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Sulin's movements stiffened for a moment, and then he recovered quickly. You have a lot of little things, Sulin sneered, and then the purple dragon halberd pierced through the necromancer's head like a poisonous snake. The necromancer looked at Sulin in disbelief, and his eyes dimmed instantly. He didn't expect Sulin to be so straightforward. Wasn't he going to work for him or torture him for his collection next? You're not playing by the rules. The middle-aged necromancer's body went soft, and then he collapsed on the ground. The left hand that was hidden under the necromancer's robe opened weakly, and a small black bead rolled out. Then it instantly burst open, and the middle-aged necromancer's body quickly turned black and decayed. Large amounts of flesh and blood were eroded, and a foul smell came out. In less than 10 seconds, the middle-aged necromancer's body was only left with a few rotten bones. Damn, what kind of poison is this? Seeing the middle-aged necromancer's end, Sulin's heart was still beating fast. Although he was confident in his own body, seeing such a strong poison, he still felt a chill in his heart. If this thing touched his body, even if he didn't die, his skin would be peeled off. Fortunately, he didn't learn from the villain and talk to him before the battle ended. Otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be too good. However, this poison was a little strange. It was only effective on flesh and blood, and the necromancer's clothes were not damaged at all. Sulin gently lifted the clothes with the purple dragon halberd, and 3 rings slid down. Seeing these 3 rings, Sulin's eyes lit up. He clearly saw the rings that the necromancer used just now, and these 3 rings were all magic items. He picked up the rings and checked them. The rings were not damaged. The 3 rings were embedded with 3 different colored gems, and the quality of the gems was very high. The spells in the rings had been released, and if he wanted to use them again, he would need to recharge them. Among the magic items, rings and earrings were very expensive because they were difficult to make. According to the effect of the necromancer's use, 2 of the 3 rings were protective spells, and the last one could launch a soul attack. Although the soul attack was blocked by Sulin, Su Lin had the talent of iron will, and the effect of the soul attack was limited. If it was someone else today, the necromancer might have turned the tables. P.S. There's one more chapter, and it might be late. Chapter 223. Generally speaking, soul magic could only be used after reaching the legendary realm. Even at the legendary realm, the soul was still very mysterious. The ring in front of him could actually launch a soul attack. This kind of magic item could be said to be very precious. The disadvantages of forbidden magic were obvious. First, it was ineffective against legendary level, and second, it was ineffective against the spells that came with the magic item. So even if Su Lin used forbidden magic, others could still use it if they had powerful magic items. Su Lin let the system scan the 3 rings and saw their attributes. White Bone Control Ring +2. This ring is made from the skull of a bone demon. It is engraved with a complex magic circle. It can double the number of undead creatures you can control below legendary level. This ring is made with a special refining technique. It can summon 4 bone shields. Equipment requirement: Spirit 18 and above. Special effect: Undead Control. Double the number of undead creatures you can control below legendary level. Equipment effect: White Bone Shield. You can cast a spell without chanting. Once activated, you can summon 4 bone shields to protect yourself. The bone shields last for 10 minutes. It needs to be recharged after use. The second ring was completely gold. It looked like a gold ring inlaid with topaz. Su Lin was very disdainful of the person who made this ring. He was like a rich man in the countryside. Golden Ring of Protection +2. This ring is made with gold alloy and other metals. It is engraved with a complex magic circle. The maker added a calming effect on it. Wearing it can clear your mind. At the same time, this ring is made with rune craftsmanship. It can summon a shield after activation. Requirements: 15 spirit. Equipment effect: calm. Once equipped, you can be in a calm state. Your mind will be clear and reduce the chance of casting a spell. Equipment effect: energy shield. Once activated, you can summon a spherical shield in an instant. The shield lasts for 15 minutes. The shield has the strength of a level 5 spell. It needs to be recharged after use. The last ring was the one that released the soul attack. This ring was black and looked very inconspicuous. However, this ring was the most valuable of the 3. Soul Impact Ring +2. This is a ring made by a legendary wizard. It is engraved with his most prized spells, but this ring is actually his practice. It can increase one's resistance to soul spells, and at the same time, it is engraved with a soul spell. Equipment requirement: Spirit 20 and above. Special effect: Soul Resistance +1, increased resistance to soul spells, resistance to charm and mind control +1. Equipment effect: Soul Shock. Upon activation, instantly unleash a soul shock within a 30-yard radius. All creatures within this range will have to undergo a soul test. If the soul test fails, the target will be fainted. This spell ignores all defensive effects other than the soul. Requires charging after casting. After seeing the attributes of the 3 rings, Su Lin was even more surprised. This necromancer was too rich. Any of the 3 rings in front of him could be sold for hundreds of thousands of kinnar, and the most valuable one, the soul ring, could even be sold for millions of kinnar. This ring was simply invincible for people below the legendary level. The soul domain was a domain that only legendary people could enter. Before entering the legendary level, unless one had a special talent, the soul strength would not be too high. In the face of this kind of spell that directly attacked the soul, there was a 95% chance that it would fail. For people below the legendary level, this ring was a big killer. In addition to this skill, this item also increased the soul defense by a little. This was also very rare. It was the first time Su Lin saw an item that could directly increase the soul defense, let alone increase the soul resistance to charm and mind control. Out of the other 2 rings, the bone ring was the least valuable. However, this ring could be considered a low-level artifact for necromancers. The effect of doubling the power of a summoned creature was too powerful. The biggest problem for necromancers was the number of undead creatures they could summon. Undead creatures never relied on quality to win. They relied entirely on their scalp-numbing numbers. The necromancer that Su Lin killed was also unlucky. He should have been building his own undead army, but before he could finish, Su Lin had bumped into him. Otherwise, there would be more than 100 undead creatures, less than 200 of them. If it was a month or two later, Su Lin would have to face an army of undead creatures. At that time, unless he brought all the troops of North Town City, it would be very difficult to kill the necromancer. According to the real value, the bone ring was more valuable than the gold ring. However, necromancers were hated by everyone now. Other than using the bone shield for defense, this ring was of little value. As for the gold ring, although it looked old-fashioned, its effect was still quite good. The calming effect could reduce the probability of failure, which was very helpful for novice wizards. As for the shield, it had the effect of a level 5 spell, and its defensive ability was still very strong. Although the shield was broken by Sullen's lightning spear, Su Lin was a legendary. Although he didn't use his full strength, not everyone could block his lightning spear. The fireball spell was only a level 3 spell, and the defensive effect of a level 5 spell was still very strong. To a certain extent, this ring was a blessing for wizards below the advanced level. Su Lin put away the 3 rings and checked the rest of the items. There was a wizard robe, a white bone staff, 2 portal bags, and some miscellaneous items. The wizard robe was also a magic item, but it was a low-level magic item. It increased some magic resistance and defensive effect. It also had 3 additional spells: a cleaning spell, a repair spell, and an adaptation spell. The bone staff was more valuable. It could reduce the difficulty of casting spells and increase the power of spells. Unfortunately, the appearance of the bone staff was too bad. Anyone who took it out would know it was a villain. No one would take it out. When he went back, he would ask Hathaway to change the shape and make it look like a halberd. He would peel an apple for Xiao Air. Next were the 2 portal bags. Su Lin was looking forward to these 2 portal bags. The 3 magic rings were a big harvest. He didn't know what good things were in these 2 portal bags. Since the original owner was dead, the secret imprint he left behind had lost its effect. Su Lin easily destroyed the imprint and opened the portal bag. The space in the portal bag was not big. No, it was very small. The length, width, and height of this portal bag were only 50 centimeters, which was only 1/8 of a cubic meter. The things in this portal bag were slowly stuffed, but there were only food, clothes, and some coins. Other than that, there was nothing else. Su Lin was a little disappointed, but this was normal. Wizards were used to using portal bags to store their daily necessities. After calming down, Su Lin took out the other portal bag. Since the previous one was for personal items, this one was very valuable. After destroying the imprint skillfully, Su Lin opened this portal bag. The space in this portal bag was much bigger than the previous one. It was about 1/2 of a cubic meter, which was quite big for a portal bag. Even Hathaway's largest portal bag was about the same size as this one. There were a lot more things in this portal bag. There were all kinds of materials from magic creatures, some potions, magic gems, and a dozen books. Sullen's eyes lit up. He took out a dozen books and started flipping through them. After a few minutes, he roughly flipped through the books. Most of these books were about magic theory and spell knowledge. There were also necromancy and curse spells. These things were the foundation of a wizard, so they were very valuable. Other than these, there were 2 books about runes and enchantments. They were also very valuable. 2 of the last 3 books were the necromancer's experiment records and summaries. The other one was a travelogue. It should be the necromancer's experience. Su Lin briefly flipped through it. This necromancer was actually a noble. His name was Keaton Abbott. He was a noble from a Western country. Because he had the potential to become a wizard, he was accepted by a wizard school. However, his potential was average, and he was very compatible with Shadow Undead. These 2 schools were not popular, so he was not taken seriously in the academy. However, During one of his adventures, he accidentally discovered the inheritance left behind by a necromancer. The bone ring and soul ring were found here. Keaton, who had obtained the necromancer's inheritance, naturally couldn't help but learn necromancy magic. At first, everything was normal. However, after he advanced, he was discovered by the organization that he was practicing forbidden spells. That wizard organization naturally demanded that he give up on practicing necromancy and imprisoned him. Faced with such a situation, Keaton defected with the inheritance of the necromancy wizard and fled. Because of his defection, he was wanted by the organization. At the same time, because of his practice of necromancy, other wizard schools did not welcome him. There were even radical ones who wanted him. In the end, he accidentally found a passage to the underground world and hid there. After making great progress in his practice of necromancy, he began to sneak back to the surface world to take revenge. After committing a few big crimes, he was severely injured. It was not easy for him to escape. The golden ring was his trophy. After recuperating, he began to travel in the underground world. This desolate underground world was a tunnel that he accidentally discovered, which led him to this place. In the records of this notebook, several drow cities were marked, but they were all very far from here. At the same time, Su-Len had a preliminary understanding of the drow in the Underdark. Chapter 224. Other than the 3 rings, the necromancer's most precious items were the books. Including the ones Su-Len found in his laboratory, there were more than 30 books. However, most of them were about necromancy and voodoo, and some were about magic theory. Other than that, there were books about alchemy, potioneering, golem making, anatomy, and a lich reincarnation spell. This lich reincarnation spell was a witchcraft ritual that could reincarnate a necromancer into a lich. It was said that this was a choice that many powerful necromancers made when their lives were about to end. The minimum requirement for the lich reincarnation spell was to be a grade 3 necromancer. They were usually necromancers or warlocks, but there were also some priests. Building a lich reincarnation spell circle required a lot of resources, including rare magic materials, high-quality gems, gold, and so on. If a lich was successfully reincarnated, it would turn into an undead creature and retain all of its memories and spells. After reincarnating into a lich, it would no longer be restricted by its lifespan. This gave it plenty of time to research spells and experiment. It could be said that every lich was a top-tier necromancer. They were powerful and controlled a lot of necromancy spells. It wouldn't be surprising if a team of death knights appeared in a lich's territory. There might even be a bone dragon. Liches would create a lot of magic items in their long lives. It could be said that liches were basically rich. The necromancer that died at Su-Luen's hands was collecting all kinds of resources for the lich reincarnation spell. Although he looked very young, as a rogue necromancer, it would take at least a few decades for him to gather all kinds of materials for the lich reincarnation spell circle. Su-Len casually flipped through the book and threw it into his storage space. Su-Len had never thought about reincarnating into a lich. After all, liches didn't have a penis. After collecting the spoils of war, the other battlefields were almost finished. Under the ambush of the Grey Dwarves, the group of skeleton warriors didn't cause any trouble at all. It didn't take long for them to be wiped out. Apart from some soul crystals, there was nothing else. He had exterminated the necromancer and reclaimed the gemstone mine. He had also obtained a large number of soul crystals and magic books. His only regret was that he hadn't received much EXP. He was still a long way from leveling up. By the time they reoccupied the gem mine, it was already late. Everyone rested in the gem mine for the night. The next morning, after leaving a group of miners behind, Su-Len led the rest of the people to another mine. Su-Len had been to this mine before. It was the place where he had discovered the harpy. It was the largest mine of the Grey Dwarves. It produced iron ore, copper, lead, tin, and gold ore. It was a rare mixed mine, and its output was very high. This was also why the Duergar didn't give up on the mine even when the harpies attacked. When they set off again, there were only about 100 people left in the group. After passing through 3 tunnels and 2 underground caverns, the team finally arrived at their destination. There were some underworld monsters in the mine, but they were quickly cleared out by the gray dwarves. After the mine returned to normal, Su Len prepared to deal with the harpies. This time, Su Len didn't want a group of monsters coming to cause trouble every 2 or 3 days. Not only would they cause casualties to the gray dwarves, but they would also affect the production. If it weren't for this reason, Su Len would have to wait a while before considering the harpies. Now that the gray dwarves had joined Northtown City and the mine had returned to production, the harpies could appear at any time. Before, the gray dwarves weren't strong enough, so they could only passively defend. Su Len wasn't helpless against them. Moreover, the harpies could also be used as an air force. During battle, they could carry a few kilograms of stones and throw them down from the sky. Even a 1-kilogram stone would cause more damage than arrows and javelins. Even the gray dwarves' iron armor couldn't withstand such an impact. In addition to flying in the air and throwing stones, the harpies could also throw Molotov cocktails and other things. They could also take advantage of the night to cross the city walls and directly open the gates. If he really had an air force, it would be very useful on the battlefield. "My lord, the harpies are active in the area ahead." A drow scout quickly walked to Sullen's side and said in a deep voice. Su Len waved his hand and said, "Stop for now. Send someone out to investigate." Then a dozen or so scouts flashed and merged into the surrounding darkness. The harpies lived in an underground cavern that was even larger than the one occupied by the gray dwarves. The harpies' nest was on a cliff, surrounded by an underground river. The underground cavern was lush with vegetation, and there were a lot of fluorescent mushrooms, and other plants growing in it. The entire underground cavern was their habitat. Opening the strategic map, a rough topographic map appeared in his mind. The underground cavern where the harpies were entrenched was dozens of kilometers away from the gray dwarves' territory, but various tunnels crisscrossed, and the shortest distance was more than 100 kilometers. Many areas around the map were still black, and would only be shown after exploration. As far as Su Len knew, there weren't many tribes living in this underground world. There were no other tribes except for the Kobold tribe, the Grey Dwarf City, the Goblin tribe, and the Tauren tribe. Many places were occupied by various monsters. On the strategic map, the current area was marked with the image of a harpy, indicating that there were harpies nearby. The other explored areas were marked with hook horrors, and some were marked with underground salamanders. After a rough look, there were no less than a few hundred of them. There were thousands of harpies here. Although the strength of a single harpy was not strong, about the same as a human militia, their ability to fly made them very difficult to deal with. Coupled with their huge number, they could now be said to be the overlords of the underground world. Even the reckless and irritable Tauren tribe was not willing to provoke them. Soon, the scouts reported the collected information. At this time, more than half of the harpies had gone out to look for food, and only a few harpies stayed here. After confirming the situation, Su Len knew that the opportunity had come. Although the harpies had a large number of harpies, they had a common queen, a high harpy. As long as the high harpy was controlled, the whole harpy tribe would be controlled. Su Len did not let the drows go with him. It was better to have as few people as possible. After casting an invisibility spell on himself, Su Len began to carefully approach the harpy's nest. High harpies were natural spellcasters. It might be easy to defeat them, but it was very difficult to capture them alive. Especially under the protection of many harpies, it was impossible to capture the high harpy, Su Len, even if they doubled the number of people. The high harpy's nest was at the top of the cliff. If they wanted to go up, they could only fly or slowly climb from below. Directly using elemental fluctuations caused by spells was likely to attract the attention of the harpies. After all, they were very sensitive to wind elements. The cliff was not too high, and a large number of caves had been excavated. Su Len found an easy place to climb and then climbed up with his hands and feet. From time to time, a few harpies flew by in the sky. These harpies were very hot, but their appearance was not complimentary. Many harpies had a layer of fluff on their bodies. These were the lowest level harpies. Their bloodline had deteriorated to the point that they were close to beasts. Those harpies whose bodies were closer to humans were more intelligent. Some harpies could even use some spell-like abilities. Of course, there were not many of these harpies. They were generally the guards of the high harpies. Su Lin bypassed the caves of several harpies and soon approached the top of the cliff. At this time, a harpy suddenly came out of the cave next to him and was about to fly out. But just as it spread its wings, it stopped. Then its nose kept twitching as if it was smelling something. The smell of a male. Harpy language. The harpy let out a sharp bird cry, and then the surrounding harpies flew over. Even the harpies in the surrounding caves came out. Seeing this situation, Su Lin did not know that he had been exposed. Harpies were all females, so they were very sensitive to the smell of males. Although invisibility could hide the body, it could not eliminate the smell. This was also one of its weaknesses. Unless it was the legendary rogue's shadow jump, that ability could directly enter the shadow plane, completely separated from the main material plane. Not only was the figure hidden, but even the body and smell had disappeared without a trace. After knowing that he had been discovered, Su Lin no longer hid. Now he was only one step away from the top of the cliff. As long as he was fast enough, the high harpy would have no time to escape. Thunderstorm. Dazzling lightning burst out from Sullen's body in an instant. The powerful lightning wrapped all the harpies around him. The paralysis effect of the lightning instantly made these harpies stiffen and fall directly from the air. Su Lin, who was originally surrounded, was instantly cleared. At this moment, Sullen's hands and feet exerted force at the same time. His body climbed quickly, and he reached the top of the cliff in a breath. Then his figure flashed into the cave. To Sullen's surprise, the cave was much larger than he thought. 2 harpies were guarding the entrance of the cave. These 2 harpies looked very close to humans. After seeing Su Lin break in, they rushed up directly. Chapter 225. Seeing the harpies rushing towards him, Sullen's body flashed, and then 2 lightning bolts shot out. Lightning strike. The blue lightning struck the 2 harpies in an instant, and the lightning surrounded them, causing their bodies to twitch uncontrollably. Su Lin did not care about these 2 small fries, and directly rushed inside. Passing through the front hall, just as he was about to rush in, a strong wave of elements suddenly appeared, and then a fireball flew over. Su Lin did not have time to think, and a pale golden light shield instantly appeared in front of him. It was the energy shield carried by the golden ring. The orange-red fireball hit the energy shield and exploded instantly. The energy shield only flickered a few times before returning to normal. Taking advantage of the explosion of the fireball, Su Lin did not retreat, but rushed directly into the cave. Then, at a glance, he saw the wine-red long hair and an unusually beautiful face, and a pair of wide wings behind the graceful and charming body. She had a tall and slender figure, sharp ears, and a gorgeous appearance. If one ignored the wings on her back, she would look like a fairy from the legends. A high-level harpy. They used to be the servant of the goddess of wind, a divine creature. They were born in the middle and later period of the ancient gods, and believed in the god of wind. They were a divine creature created by the god of wind's descendants, but since the disappearance of the ancient gods and the fall of the demigod-level harpies, there were very few of them. The divine power in their bodies was very little, and had even completely disappeared. Otherwise, this high-level harpy would at least have the strength of a legendary. With the help of the explosion of the fireball, Su Lin also saw her appearance clearly. It was a beautiful face with a strange charm. Her facial features were exquisite, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Her eyes were also light red, and her ears were long and narrow. Her wine-red hair fell to her waist, and her skin was as white as jade with a faint layer of luster. Just one look at her made Su Lin want to touch her gently. Her waist was slender, and one could vaguely see the outline of her muscles under her skin. She looked healthy and strong, but her overall curves were perfect, matching her tall and slender figure very well. From her graceful swan-like neck, to her perfectly round and beautiful breasts, all the way to her slender waist, and then to her perky and firm buttocks, and slender and straight legs. The entire curve was perfect. The wings on her back were faintly discernible in front of her, and the wide wings were white without a trace of impurities. She was wearing a dress made of feathers, and there was no fluff on her body like other harpies. She was looking at Su Len with a vigilant expression. At this time, wind blades had already appeared around her body. After Su Len rushed in, she pointed her finger, and all the wind blades flew toward him. At such a close distance, the wind blades flew very fast, and Su Len had no time to dodge at all. More than a dozen wind blades had already hit the energy shield. The pale golden energy shield flickered continuously, and circles of ripples appeared on the shield. Seeing this situation, Su Len directly threw a forbidding spell at the high-level harpy. The high-level harpy, who was controlling the wind blades to besiege Su Len, suddenly felt a layer of shield around her body, isolating her from the elemental energy around her. The elemental energy that she could control as she pleased was no longer affected by it. The wind blades besieging Su Len dissipated quickly after losing their elemental energy, and the energy shield in front of Su Len, which was already in danger, also recovered. After losing her ability to cast spells, the harpy was shocked. Before she could react, Su Len's sword had already stopped at her neck. At this time, the group of harpies behind finally arrived, and when they saw Su Len, they were about to pounce on him. "Make them stop, I know you can understand me." Su Len raised his sword slightly and touched the chin of the high-level harpy in front of him. "Stop." Language of the harpy. A clear and melodious voice sounded, and the harpies that were rushing up immediately stopped. Su Len looked at the harpies and then said, "Make them retreat." The high-level harpy was unwilling, but she had no choice but to lower her head. Her life was in the hands of others, so she could only make the harpies retreat outside the cave. "Okay, now we can talk." Su Len looked at the high-level harpy and said, "What is your name?" "Alex Windtalker." Alex looked at Su Len with dissatisfaction and said, "Is there anyone like you who rushes into a lady's room and points a sword at her neck to talk?" His melodious voice sounded very comfortable. "Sorry, you have so many people. If I didn't do this, I would only be caught by those harpies if I wanted to get close to you." Su Len shrugged and said, "Okay, we can talk about this later. Now, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Len, the Lord of Northern City. You probably haven't heard of me, but I am also the Lord of Orlando City. Those gray dwarves have already submitted to me, and now you are my captive. I'll give you two choices," Su Len said with a grin. "One is to submit to me, and the other is to force you to submit to me. You have two choices?" Hearing Su Len's words, Alex was so angry that his chest kept heaving up and down. The curve that was originally C+ had risen directly to D, which was very magical. "How is it not two choices?" Su Len said righteously. "One is you taking the initiative, and the other is me forcing you. These are two completely different positions. Although the result will be the same, you can choose a different process. Moreover, the taste of the two processes will also be different. For example, if you take the initiative, we will cooperate more tacitly and get along very well. If you choose to be forced, then it will seem more expectant. Moreover, I have many ideas that you can try. Alex? You choose one." Su Len waved his sword. "I surrender," Alex said expressionlessly. However, he thought to himself that as long as he didn't sign a contract, he could still escape after surrendering. Now, he had to get rid of this shield on him first. Ding. "Hi Harpy, Alex Windtalker has applied to join your faction. Do you accept?" The familiar system prompt sounded in his ears. "Accept." After Su Len agreed, the name Alex appeared in the hero column of the original system interface. Opening Alex's attributes, Su Len checked her loyalty. As he expected, Alex's loyalty was only a pitiful 30 points. Such a low loyalty meant that she could betray him at any time, but Su Len would not give her the chance. Such a beautiful and capable high harpy who was also a spellcaster was simply too good to be a maid. She completely met his requirements for a maid: beautiful, capable, and durable. He took out the self-created hero template that he obtained last time from the storage space and used it directly on Alex. He had already used it on the succubus Chris last time, and there was no problem at all. Using it on Alex now was not a problem. Su-Lin took out the light ball and then gently tapped it on Alex's doubtful eyes. After choosing to use it, the light ball instantly turned into countless starlight and merged into Alex's body. What is this? Seeing countless light spots wrapped around her in an instant, Alex's body involuntarily wanted to resist, but spells were banned and her body was pointed at by a sword. She had no room to resist at all. A large number of light spots wrapped her in an instant, and then merged into her body. Ding. You used self-created hero template on the High Harpy Alex. Self-created hero template activated. Please choose a hero characteristic, talent. Su-Lin, who had already experienced it once, chose directly. Elemental affinity. Detected that the target has wind elemental affinity talent. Elemental affinity is fusing, and it is upgraded to high wind elemental affinity. After hearing the system's upgrade, Sullen's eyes lit up. Alex's talent had actually been fused and upgraded. High wind elemental affinity was very good for spellcasters. Host, please choose a hero skill. I choose Wind Tornado. The target has mastered wind elemental spells, and at the same time, has high wind elemental affinity. The power of wind elemental spells has increased. Selection complete. Hero template locked. A large number of starlight merged into Alex's body. After a while it was over. The aura dissipated, and Alex looked at Su-Lin with some doubt. How do you feel? Su-Lin said with a smile. It seems that my strength has increased a lot, Alex said with some uncertainty. Su-Lin snapped his fingers, and then removed the anti-magic effect on her body. Try it yourself. Alex nodded. She didn't realize that she didn't have any resistance to Sullen's words at all. She waved her hand gently, and wind blades appeared around her body. Then she pointed gently, and these wind blades rotated very flexibly. Then, these wind blades shot towards the surrounding rock walls. With a soft sound, the hard rock was like tofu, and the wind blades instantly sank into the wall. It's so powerful! After seeing the effect of the wind blades, Alex's beautiful eyes widened. The power of these wind blades was more than twice as strong as before. She felt that she could summon wind blades more easily, and even her control had become more tacit. There was no feeling of unfamiliarity at all. Next, apart from a few powerful spells, Alex tested them again and discovered that it wasn't just wind blades. All the other spells that involved the wind element had increased in power. As for the other spells, there wasn't much of a change, only a bit easier to control. Okay, you're done with the test. Now, let's talk about the next thing. Su-Lin looked at Alex and said, Yes, Master. Alex nodded. I will leave the underground world soon. You will come with me. These harpies also need to come with me, but I hope you can restrain them. Chapter 226. Master, don't worry. I will restrain those harpies. Alex nodded. Su-Lin and Alex came out of the cave. The outside was already surrounded by harpies. It seemed that the whole sky was filled with harpies. After seeing Su-Lin appear, all the harpies stared at him with red eyes, which made his hair stand on end. Alex spread his wings and flew up, quickly calming all the harpies. After a while, the harpies finally dispersed. However, there were still a few harpies around Alex. When they looked at Su-Lin, their eyes were full of vigilance. These harpies were quite different from ordinary harpies. They also had gorgeous fiery red hair, and their appearance was more similar to humans. Their arms had been separated from their wings, and their lower bodies were smooth legs. Only their calves had the sharp claws of birds. These harpies were called harpies. The lower body of ordinary harpies was closer to the legs and claws of eagles, and their arms and wings were connected. Most of their feathers were grayish-brown. Su-Lin didn't take the hostility of the harpies to heart. Instead, he asked Alex about the surrounding environment. There were many other underground creatures living around here. 30 kilometers away, Through 2 tunnels to the north, there was a stone forest. There was a group of petrifying lizards living in it, and there were more than a dozen of them. In the northeast, there was an underground lake. There were many fish living in it, including some underground magic fish. There was also a group of lion scorpions living around the lake. As for the mineral resources, Alex didn't know. After all, the harpies didn't know how to mine. In the southwest was the tunnel Su-Len came from. Soon, the harpies packed up and set off. The harpies didn't have many items, so Su-Len and the others moved very quickly. After a while, they came to the place where Su-Len and the drows agreed to meet. When they saw that the sky was full of harpies, the drows subconsciously hid. Fortunately, Su-Len appeared soon. Looking at the harpies flying in the sky, the drows looked at Su-Len with even more awe. After all, it hadn't been long since Su-Len had single-handedly subdued this group of harpies. When the harpies saw the drows, there was even a slight commotion. Many of the harpies were eager to have a try. Their old habit of capturing males to mate had resurfaced. Fortunately, with Alex's restraint, these harpies were well behaved. "Your Excellency, these harpies were all subdued by you?" The leader of the drows looked at the harpies and said hesitantly, "Well, don't worry, they have Alex's restraint." Nothing will happen," Su-Len said with a smile. "But there are too many of them, and the harpies will capture a large number of males during the estrus period. They will follow their instincts more often," the drows said. In fact, the drows had also thought of taming some harpies to serve as flying troops. Ordinary harpies had the same intelligence as wild beasts. Although they could hear orders after training, once they reached the estrus period, these harpies would follow their instincts and capture any male they saw. In the end, the drows gave up on taming them. "Their base will not be near Northern City," Su-Len explained, knowing the drows' concerns. With this group of harpies, Su-Len did not go to Orlando City again. Instead, he returned directly to the surface. A large group of harpies and drows advanced along the narrow underground passage. The movement caused by the large group of people scared away all the monsters around them. The whole group moved forward in an orderly manner. A group of thousands of people, plus some logistics carriages, needed a strong command ability to pass through the narrow passage that was only a dozen meters wide. Su-Len also relied on the strategic map to command. The group's progress was a little messy. You didn't know how to expect the harpies to be disciplined. After all, they were just a group of monsters not long ago. The drow soldiers were orderly and had cold faces. It could be said that they had the best military discipline in Northern City. Next were the half-elves, and the worst were the barbarians and centaurs. The barbarians were a matter of character, and the centaurs were a matter of racial requirements. But now, the harpies were going to take over the most chaotic part. These harpies were chattering non-stop, and some were even fighting with each other in the air. They didn't realize that they were marching. Fortunately, Alex was there to restrain them. Otherwise, these harpies would definitely be in big trouble. Su-Len did not bring the harpies back to Northern City. He chose a new habitat for the harpies in a valley near the Sierra de Lotus. This valley was discovered by Su-Len when he was patrolling the surrounding environment of his territory. There was only one exit in the valley, and the whole valley was shaped like a horn. The exit was very small, only about 20 meters wide. The valley was full of plants, and there was a waterfall flowing down from the mountain, forming a small lake in the valley. Because it was in the valley, the temperature was not too low even in winter. Although it was not suitable for building a town, it was still good to build a nest for the harpies. After Alex joined Northern City, the entire harpies were also included in the system of Northern City. All the harpies added up to a total of 3,156 harpies. There were only a little more than 100 harpies, and the rest were all harpies. Of course, the harpies were different. They were divided into normal and elite leaders. It was easy to tell them apart by looking at the human characteristics on their bodies. Generally speaking, the more human-like a harpy was, the higher their intelligence and strength would be. Su-Len was planning to build a residence in this valley. He specially transferred a team of 1,000 harpies from Northern City to carry out the construction. Sulin's plan was a large eagle fort, which was remodeled from a mountain. Less than 2 days after Su Lin left Northern City, the remaining gray dwarves could no longer endure life without vodka. It was fine if they did not enjoy it before, but after enjoying it once and then cutting it off, the gray dwarves had a greater right to express their feelings. Therefore, a few days later, these stubborn gray dwarves who would rather die than surrender appeared in the construction team of Northern City. Su Lin wanted to build the Eagle Fort, so Chris directly sent them over with the other craftsmen. The gray dwarves were very experienced in excavating mountains. The construction of the Eagle Fort was based on the mountain. They hollowed out the inside of the mountain and then built a large number of lofts. The construction process was not difficult. With the dwarves who were masters of excavation, it only took a week to complete the construction of the Eagle Fort. They even carved many mythical statues on the Eagle Fort as decorations. These statues were the legendary ancient god Wind God, and some demigod harpies. They were basically the religion of the harpies. The Eagle Fort's appearance was not very extravagant. It was completely carved out of rock. Su Lin checked the attributes of the Eagle Fort and found that it was really a good building. Eagle Fort, an important building built by the cooperation of a master dwarf and a master craftsman. It is the habitat of the harpies. Harpies who live here for a long time have a chance to evolve their bloodline. Growth plus 10, cleanliness plus 12, indestructibility plus 14, health plus 8, comfort plus 13, warmth in winter and coolness in summer plus 12, enlightenment plus 5, evolution plus 3. Although the overall attributes of the Eagle Fort were not high, or even low, the attributes it gave surprised Su Lin. The Eagle Stronghold had a total of 8 attribute bonuses. Although the bonuses weren't high, there were 2 attributes that were very rare. Enlightenment and evolution attributes were very rare to see on their own. He didn't expect them to appear on the same building. Growth, health, and cleanliness were all normal attributes, but evolution and enlightenment were very different. Both of these attributes could change the attributes of a tribe. Enlightenment could increase intelligence, turning the beast-like harpies into intelligent creatures. Evolution could evolve their bloodline, allowing them to evolve into advanced harpies. Although the success rate was pitifully low, there was still a chance for them to evolve into harpies. After adding the harpies to the Northern City system, Su Lin could also recruit harpies. At the same time, the harpy soldier tree had also appeared. According to the system statistics, there were over 3,000 harpies in Northern Battlefront City. Most of them were low-level harpies, and a small number of them were elite harpies. After becoming elite harpies, they would evolve to become harpy leaders. Then came the harpies. These harpies were the guards of the advanced harpies and the elite harpies. Elite harpies were very similar to advanced harpies. Every time they evolved, their intelligence, body, and attributes would all increase. When the harpies evolved into elite harpies, they would be a completely different species compared to the harpies at the beginning. What surprised Su Lin even more was that the elite harpies had already mastered elemental abilities. Although their power was limited, if all the harpies evolved into elite harpies, the Northern City would be able to dominate the wasteland with just these elite harpies. There was no need for an ordinary army at all. Just the Air Force alone could easily crush the enemy. Of course, the process would definitely be very long. Although it was not too difficult for a harpy to evolve in the early stages, and the experience required was almost twice that of a human, after evolving into a harpy, the experience required to evolve again would skyrocket to a very shocking number. It was not that easy to evolve into an elite harpy. But then again, the difference between an elite harpy and an elite harpy was huge. It was equivalent to a bloodline evolution. Chapter 227. Both Alex and the harpies were very satisfied with Sulin's Eagle Fort. Su Lin had recruited all the harpies as soldiers. Luckily, the harpies weren't very intelligent, so they were very easy to trick. They didn't need to be paid at all. All they had to do was provide them with food. Once their intelligence increased and they became harpies, Su Lin would have to pay for it. Alex arranged the harpies and let the other harpies take care of them. He then left the Eagle Fort with Sulin. However, as the queen of the Harpies, she had to stay here for a few days every month. She also had 2 Harpy guards with her. There was no need to worry about the safety of the Eagle Fort at all. The 3,000 Harpies could do anything they wanted unless a legendary wizard or an adult dragon set their eyes on this place. However, the Harpies didn't have any precious magic materials, gold, or gems on them. Those powerful figures wouldn't do such a thing. But even so, Sulin still set up a scout post outside the valley and built a wall at the entrance of the valley. The entrance of the valley was only more than 20 meters wide. After the wall was built, the whole valley could be called a small fortress. As for the Harpies' habit of catching males during their mating season, Sulin had already seen it in the system's introduction. As long as they became Harpies and gained intelligence, this situation would gradually disappear. After gaining intelligence, they would no longer act like beasts. When they returned to the northern city, Sulin hosted a welcome party for Alex in the Lord's castle. All the heroes under Sulin's command in the northern city attended the party. The development of Northern Battlefront City was on the right track, and the necessary rules were slowly being established. There was no doubt that Sulin had the highest status in the northern city. After him were Chris and Hathaway. One of them was in charge of the city, while the other was in charge of the magic items in the northern city. Then there were the leaders of the various races, such as Boulder, Johnson, Karina, Ayton, Grace, Sheriff Harrison, and the Little Mare Mission. Now there was Alex, and she had the largest army of all of them. This made her status skyrocket. Of course, Sulin treated them very well. Because of Sulin's power, there weren't any power struggles among his subordinates. The banquet was very sumptuous. More than a dozen maids were waiting on the side. The banquet hall used optical reflection technology. A few candles were lit around the hall, and the reflections from the mirrors lit up the hall like it was daytime. Frodo had prepared roast goose, roast pig, steak, steamed bear paw, braised fish, steamed lamb, deer breast, sauced lamb, crystal pork shoulder, fruit salad, ice cream, and so on. As the food consultant of the northern city, Frodo was living a very comfortable life. He only had to guide the chefs in cooking every day. After that, he would wander around and gather information. The variety of dishes made the people who hadn't seen much of the world feel like country bumpkins. After all the food was served, Sulin raised a glass of rum and said, "Is everyone here? Then let's welcome Alex into the big family of the northern city. From now on we are all family. Cheers." Sulin said with a smile. "Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses in unison. "Then let's start the banquet." Clang, clang, clang. Sulin knocked on the silver bell beside him. A group of maids stepped forward and opened the lids on all the plates. A rich aroma of food instantly spread out. The most eye-catching thing was the roast lamb in the middle of the table. Sulin told Frodo about this dish last time when he was bragging about it. It was to clean a turtle dove and remove its internal organs. Then, the turtle dove would be smeared with pepper and salt from inside out. Next, the turtle dove would be put into the stomach of a goose. After that, the turtle dove would be washed clean and sewn together. Next, the goose was stuffed into the stomach of a sheep. The sheep was skinned and its internal organs were removed. The goose, a carp, and the prepared spices were put in together. After that, the whole sheep was roasted over a slow fire according to the method of roasting a whole sheep. When it was time to eat, only the turtle dove would be eaten and the rest would be thrown away. Of course, it would be a waste. Sulin was not that extravagant. Even so, the people of this world were shocked. Even the nobles of this world did not develop their food to such an extent. Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the people around him, Frodo's body swayed, and he had an arrogant expression. "I made this dish according to the Count's instructions. I want this. Give me a piece. It's delicious." Just as Frodo was about to explain the origin of the dish, the others could not wait to dig in. Frodo was so angry that he could not speak. Boulder cut off a leg of the lamb and took a bite. Johnson did not hesitate and took the other leg. The rest of the roasted lamb was divided among the others. Sulin did not touch the lamb. Instead, he leisurely took the roast goose from the roasted lamb. Then, he separated the roast goose and stuffed it with a type of wild waterbird. It tasted delicious. He skillfully cut the birds and geese into pieces and distributed them to the others. Compared to Boulder and Johnson, the others were much more elegant. Apart from the whole roasted lamb, the other dishes were also delicious. In the face of these delicacies, everyone let go of their reservations and ate heartily. Alex's table manners were very bold. He held a crystal pork shoulder in one hand and an ice cream in the other. The soft, fragrant pork shoulder was paired with all kinds of spices. The drink was made with honey and white sugar. It was paired with a variety of colorful fruits and cream ice cream. Alex almost swallowed his tongue as it was his first time tasting such food. Even Hathaway and Chris, who had tasted it a few times, were quick to enjoy the food. Every physical profession was basically a glutton, so Frodo had prepared a large portion of food. But even so, there was not much left in the banquet. With Boulder and Johnson, the two gluttons, Su Lin estimated that even if there was another roast lamb, they would still be able to finish it. After the feast, everyone went back to their rooms. Su Lin also brought his maids to exercise after the meal. Especially the newly joined Alex, who had a pair of white wings. With the two of them working together, Su Lin even became a sky rider. The rising sun pierced through the darkness and dispersed the mist in the air. The northern battlefront city had also awakened from its slumber. The merchants had already opened their shops for business. The workers also started to work under the orders of the foreman. The city gates opened and caravans began to slowly move out. Caravans came and went every day in the northern battlefront city. Since last month, caravans from the southern provinces had also appeared here. The most popular product among the southern caravans was rum. The second most popular product was the various furs produced in the northern wilderness. As for white sugar, because the white sugar trade was monopolized by other caravans, they could only buy some from other caravans. The planting area of sugar beets in the northern battlefront city had expanded once again. During this period of time, the northern battlefront city was not only carrying out large-scale infrastructure construction, but also reclaiming more land. A large number of goblins, serfs and refugees were driven to reclaim land. The original 10,000 mu land outside the northern battlefront city had now expanded to 40,000 mu. However, there was still a lot of land outside the northern battlefront city that had not been reclaimed. In addition to reclaiming land, according to Sullen's plan, the irrigation facilities outside the city were not neglected. In order to irrigate the land, the brick kilns were used to build water supply canals. The water supply canals extended in all directions. A large number of canals were branched out from the main water supply canals. All the canals were equipped with gates. As long as the gates were opened, the river water would flow into the canals and irrigate the farmland. In order to provide sufficient water for the farmland, 7 to 8 large water wheels were erected on both sides of the Red Sand River. The most common crop in the northern battlefront city was potatoes. However, as the land was reclaimed, the crop had decreased to 1/3. The crop that was growing the fastest was sugar beets. As the raw material for the two leading industries in the northern battlefront city, sugar and rum, the demand for sugar beets had also increased. All the wild sugar beets had been dug up. Only a large number of sugar beets could barely keep up with the consumption. Just last month, the first batch of sugar beets in the northern battlefront city had just ripened. Sugar beets had a growth cycle of over 300 days. If it weren't for the harvest altar in the northern battlefront city, fermented farm manure, and the careful cultivation of the half-elven druids, the sugar beets would have taken at least 2 months to ripen, even if they were worth the harvest altar. In fact, ever since the sugar was produced in the northern battlefront city, the caravans that came to the northern battlefront city for trade had been secretly listening to the sugar production process in the northern battlefront city. However, Su Lin built the sugar workshop in the inner city, and at the same time carried out a strict division of labor management. Every worker only knew the process that they were in charge of. Coupled with Chris's charm, the process was protected to the greatest extent. For a period of time, The drows would catch spies from all over the world who came to steal the sugar production process every day. Su Len directly made all the spies evaporate. He also gave a warning to the most outrageous caravans. As for those who still ignored the warning, when the caravans left the northern battlefront city and returned to the provinces in the north, they were directly attacked by bandits in the wilderness and wiped out. A large number of bandits were active in the northern wilderness. It was normal for caravans to disappear in the wilderness. Su Len specifically ordered the army to clean up these bandits. With a few lessons learned from the past, and with a tighter defense of the inner city, those who coveted the sugar could only temporarily put down their greed. However, although they didn't get the sugar production process, many caravans secretly got a lot of sugar beet seeds and wanted to go back and plant them. Chapter 228. Su Len didn't care much about the spread of sugar beet seeds. Even if they got the seeds and successfully grew sugar beets, the juice they extracted from the beets would still be bitter brown sugar. The raw material for sugar in the south was sugar cane, which was very similar to sugar cane in Abel's past life. Those people thought that the reason why Northern Town could mass-produce sugar was because the raw material was different, so they paid a lot of attention to sugar beets. They even sent many people to secretly learn how to grow them. What they didn't know was that the planting technology in Northern Town was based on the influence of the harvest altar. If they followed Northern Town's method to grow sugar beets, the results wouldn't be as good. Sugar beets also took a lot longer to mature than sugar cane, so there was no advantage to growing sugar beets in the south. When the people who grew sugar beets realized that they couldn't produce sugar, and sugar beets matured half a year later than sugar cane, they naturally stopped growing sugar beets. Su Len and Frodo exchanged some spices and seeds. They then divided 10 acres of land for planting. It wasn't that Su Len didn't want to plant spices, but Frodo only had so many seeds. Some of them were not suitable for the climate in the north. Su Len planted pepper, fennel, chili, cumin, and a few other commonly used spices. Star anise, cinnamon, and pepper could only be bought from the south. It was said that the Red Dragon Queen controlled more than 80% of the spice trade. There were a few islands in the south that were filled with spices, and they were called Spice Islands. The spice trade made a lot of money every year, and it made the surrounding countries jealous. They all wanted a piece of the pie, but they were afraid of the Red Dragon Queen's power and her army. A red dragon with the power of an ancient dragon and all kinds of spells could beat a team of legendary wizards by herself. Even the paladins, who claimed to be enemies with evil, would automatically ignore the Red Dragon Queen's existence. In the prime material plane, an ancient dragon that was good at spells was basically the limit of power. Even the avatar of a holy spirit might not be able to defeat her. Su Len was also envious of the Red Dragon Queen. She occupied an important hub of the sea trade and controlled the spice trade. She was also shockingly powerful. She was a winner in life. No, a winner in dragon life. The spices planted last year were growing very well. Among them, the chili peppers had already turned red and could be harvested in at most half a month. As for the remaining cumin, it was also growing well. The Sichuan pepper was still a small sapling and would have to wait until at least next year for it to bear fruit. The other spices were growing well as well. In a year or two, Northern Town would be able to produce some spices as well. Although it would not be as good as the Red Dragon Queen Spice Island, its climate and location were too good. When Su Len was expanding his territory, he had thought of going south. After all, there were many islands in the southern seas. Legend had it that there was even a treasure island. However, all the better islands in the south had already been occupied. With the Red Dragon Queen, a big boss, on top of his head, Su Len felt very insecure. Perhaps with the help of the system, he could finally catch up to the Red Dragon Queen, but that would be a matter of time. To protect the spices from being stolen and destroyed, Su Len built a farm here. He included the spices and 1,000 acres of land in the farm and built a wall to enclose the area. At the same time, he arranged for soldiers to guard the area. Spices were still very expensive. Although they were not sold by the grain, they were not cheaper than white sugar. Among them, the most expensive were pepper and cinnamon. Except for cumin, the spices grown by Su Lun were less expensive than them. Su Lun planned to continue expanding the spices planting area. He wanted to plant at least 1,000 acres of spices in the entire farm. There was also a lot of wheat planted in the farmland of the northern town, which was mainly supplied to Su Lun. The rest of the wheat would be sold. After all, many of the caravans here were rich people. Naturally, they would not eat potatoes. Flour was the best choice. The rest of the land was planted with barley, oats, soybeans, and some other grains. Some of them were used to make wine, and some were used to feed livestock. Of course, some were used to extract oil. There were not many kinds of vegetable oil in the world, and the most popular was olive oil. However, the quantity of olive oil was too small and the price was not cheap, so Su Lun found a substitute: soybeans. He was going to plant soybeans to extract oil. Besides, soybeans could be used to extract oil and feed livestock. They could also be used to make tofu. Although he had forgotten how to make tofu, he could study it slowly. Perhaps he would be able to taste the tofu pudding from his previous life again. He had not tasted that smooth and refreshing taste in a long time. When that time came, he would have a bowl of sweet and a bowl of salty tofu. He would drink one bowl and pour the other. The number of farmlands in northern town increased by the day. Whether it was in his previous life or in this world, food had always been very important. Northern town had always had a large number of immigrants. A large amount of food was needed to feed these people. After patrolling the farmlands, Su Lun went to the academy he had set up to take a look. The academy now was very different from when it was first established. In the beginning, the scholars stayed here because of Sullen's threats. After living here for a while, they realized that other than their personal freedom being restricted, they were treated much better than they were in the northern provinces. Most importantly, Su Lun gave them too much money. On average, a scholar would receive 150 kinar per year. In addition to their benefits, which included sugar, rum, flour, tea, and so on, they would receive more than 300 kinar per year. Such good treatment made the scholars, who originally thought that this was a bitter and cold place and were ready to make a fortune, completely overturn their understanding of this place. One had to know that when they were in the northern provinces, although they were nobles, they were mostly just messing around to make a living. Therefore, after getting used to this place, apart from teaching literacy and arithmetic, these scholars began to teach other subjects. Of course, most of the officials who came to study here only learned the basics and left. There were also some who took time to study here. After taking a look at the academy, although it was good enough to teach basic knowledge, there was still a shortage of teachers. Su Lun planned to continue hiring scholars at high prices. As for how the merchants managed to convince the scholars to come, he did not care. As long as they came, they would not be allowed to leave until they were taught for a few years. Of course, Su Lun would pay them a high salary. In addition to the lack of manpower, the academy also had a shortage of books. They could only rely on the books that the scholars brought with them. Su Lun had already sent Xion's merchant group to buy these books. It was estimated that they would be done by the time they returned. Another problem was paper. There was no cheap paper in the academy. The price of a piece of parchment was much higher than that of a piece of sheepskin. These students were still learning how to write using sandboxes and wooden slips. The papermaking workshop in the northern town had been experimenting with making a sturdy, cheap paper that could be used to write smoothly. Su Lun heard from them that they had made some progress. The paper they used before was too soft and absorbent, so it could not be used to write at all. After following Sullen's instructions, these craftsmen used several kinds of trees to make paper. After leaving the academy, he went directly to the paper-making workshop. Since the workshop started producing paper, paper had become very popular. After all, not all nobles liked to share the same thick hemp rope or the same wooden stick. As soon as paper was introduced, it was widely praised by the nobles. Since Su Lun built the paper-making workshop last time and produced a batch of paper, the paper-making workshop had expanded a lot after this period of production. The number of craftsmen inside had doubled. Half of them were producing toilet paper, and the rest were experimenting with new materials. The raw material for papermaking had been changed from wood to tree bark. There were also many other materials, such as linen. After a period of experimentation, the craftsmen had divided the papermaking process into several steps. The first step was steaming, which was to cook the raw materials into a paste. The second step was hammering, which was to beat the cooked raw materials repeatedly. Finally, the pulp was made into a pulp, which was then fished out layer by layer. At this time, the paper had already taken shape. As long as it was dried, it would be paper. Although the process looked simple, it was not easy to obtain a piece of paper. After dozens or even hundreds of experiments, the workshop finally made a barely usable paper after changing the bark of various trees and plants in the northern wastelands. This paper used the bark of a common tree in the wastelands as the raw material. It was made with linen and several other materials. In the end, the paper was not pure white. Instead, it was slightly yellow. In his previous life, no one wanted this kind of paper. The color was yellow, the paper was rough, and the paper was somewhat thick. Although there were many shortcomings, the price of this paper was relatively low. Moreover, there were not many problems with writing. It was completely usable. After the papermaking workshop successfully produced this kind of paper, Sulen heard a system notification. Congratulations to the host. The papermaking technique has been successfully broken through. The mastery of papermaking technique has been upgraded. Papermaking technique, using tree bark, linen, fishing nets, and other materials after steaming, hammering, copying, and drying, paper that can be used to write. Territory civilization progress plus 10, territory culture plus 10, learning ability plus 5. Chapter 229. After the breakthrough in papermaking technology, Sulen immediately began to arrange for people to copy books. If the school in Northern Town wanted to expand, they would need a large number of books. As for printing, the quality of the paper was passable, but printing was not enough. Poor paper quality, printing ink, and so on were all problems. They could only copy by hand. However, this was not a difficult task for the scholars. After all, before printing, they had to copy by hand. After the papermaking workshop produced the paper, half of it was sent to the Lord's castle, and the rest was sent to the school for them to copy books. In the past, books were made on parchment. Generally, books could not write many words, and they were very heavy. The cost was also high. Now that they had changed to paper, the content of a dozen parchment books could be easily written in one book. The first batch of paper was not a lot. But after the first batch was produced, the second batch of paper was produced much faster, and the quantity would increase several times. Most of the paper from the Lord's castle was sent to the city hall for recording and reporting data, as well as various official documents. Northern Town School. After seeing a cart of yellowed paper being sent to the school, the scholars were very curious about this paper. Soon, a steward came forward to hand over the papers. Mori, this is the paper that the Lord asked us to send. Confirm the quantity, then move it back. A middle-aged man came over and said, "Is this the paper that the Lord mentioned?" The man named Mori walked over and picked up a piece of paper. The Lord asked us to use this paper to copy books. But this paper is much thinner than parchment. If we can really write on it, the content of a book will be several times more than parchment. Why do I feel like this paper is not easy to preserve? Who knows? How can the few of us refuse the Lord's orders? Everyone, this is something that His Lordship has specially sent to the Academy for us to copy the books. Let's just do it. Everyone, get moving. First, move these papers down. Mo Lei called out to everyone. With the efforts of the many students, the papers were quickly moved to an empty room. Paper is easily damp. Make sure to keep it dry when storing. After the paper was distributed, the scholars quickly began to use the paper to copy books. While using the paper, the scholars discovered the convenience of the paper. Although the paper was easily damaged compared to the parchment, it was still widely praised by the scholars. Sulen was holding a handwritten copy of a book that had just been completed. The book had been bound according to his requirements, and it was no longer a roll of parchment. The surface of the book was a little rough and looked very simple, but it was much more convenient than the previous sheepskin scroll. Guards! Sulen put down his book and shouted at the door. "Sir, what are your orders?" A guard asked respectfully. "Tell Lei that in the future, the books will be made in this style. These books can only be read in the academy. Without my permission, they are not to be taken out of the academy and are not to be damaged. Violators will be punished severely. Also, inform Lei to build a library in the academy specifically to store all kinds of books." The guard accepted the order and left. With the appearance of paper, the education in the academy became much easier. In the past, only the teachers had books, but now, almost every student had one. With the books to record, the students' learning speed had increased a lot. After dealing with the matters at the academy, Sulen began to pay attention to other things. The number of slaves in his territory had been increasing recently, especially after the Harpies arrived. Sulen had asked Alex to lead the Harpies to train their soldiers. They had attacked the goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and orcs in the wilderness. Northern Town City had obtained a large number of slaves. The orcs had suffered heavy casualties in the battle. Even their chief had died in the battle. The remaining orcs had also fallen apart. The centaur tribe that had been half-crippled by the orcs' ambush had joined Northern Town City. The two dominators of the wilderness had suddenly disappeared. Northern Town City no longer had the ability to take over the orcs and centaurs' territories. It had created a temporary vacuum in the wilderness. The smaller tribes in the northern wilderness had begun to migrate here to fill up the empty space. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these smaller tribes. In order to fight for the grasslands, plains, and other living spaces, there had been a few tribal wars in the wilderness. Sulen had sent out the army of Northern Town City and the new Harpies to train their soldiers and capture more slaves. Following the military activities of Northern Town City, the number of slaves in the territory soon exceeded 10,000. Most of them were goblins and kobolds, followed by gnolls and orcs. The army of Northern Town City had also suffered losses when they were clearing out the other tribes. The medium-sized tribes had a high chance of producing some spellcasters. The ones that had the highest chance of producing spellcasters were kobold sorcerers. After suffering a few losses, the army of Northern Town City would eliminate any sorcerers or shamans as soon as they found them. Due to the increase in slaves and refugees, Northern Town City's food consumption had increased as well. Luckily, Northern Town City had enough food. With the harvest altar, they did not have to worry about food shortages. After a year of development, Northern Town City had become quite famous in the northern provinces. Many bankrupt farmers and merchants had started to come to the city. The population of Northern Town City had grown rapidly. Excluding the slaves, Mirror Lake City, and Centaur City, Northern Town City now had a population of over 22,000. With sufficient labor resources, Sulen sped up the construction of the Arc de Triomphe. Because of the construction of the Mirror Lake City and the Centaur City, about half of the slaves had been transferred to the Northern Town City. Now, after a large number of arrests, the number of slaves had skyrocketed, and the construction of the entire Northern Town City had accelerated. The Arc de Triomphe was the second most spectacular building in Northern Town City. It was built to celebrate Sulen's greatness, so it was of utmost importance. White marble was mined from the Sierra de Lotus. They were transported to Northern Town City by camel beasts and polished by stonemasons before they could be used. The pieces of marble were polished until they were smooth and flat. They were then dragged over by slaves. Each piece of marble weighed over a ton. Some of the bigger ones even weighed over 3 tons. The middle gate of the Arc de Triomphe was 10 meters wide. The smaller gates on both sides were 6 meters wide. The Arc de Triomphe was built on Sunrise Street, the main street of Northern Town City. After passing through the Arc de Triomphe, one would reach the central square. The gate was 19 meters tall. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, it would be the tallest building in Northern Town City, second only to the harvest altar. The inner walls of the gate were carved with lifelike reliefs. These reliefs depicted Sulen's victories against his enemies. From the gnolls to the Cryopteris, the trolls, the orcs, and so on, the many battles, After some artistic embellishment by the master sculptors, even Su Lin felt like he was watching an epic. With enough manpower, the construction of the Arc de Triomphe was very fast. Karina and Grace had to cast all kinds of spells to help with the construction. The arched gate of the Arc de Triomphe was very heavy. It was very difficult to move it with the current manpower, but it was just a little troublesome for the wizards. With the help of 2 Grade 4 extraordinary warlocks, the marble that weighed at least a few dozen tons was successfully moved up. After the top was covered, the construction of the Arc de Triomphe was more than half done. The rest would require the sculptors to carve the marble. After the marble was placed, Karina and Grace still needed to cast mud to stone to fuse the original pieces of marble into a hole. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, it would be a hole. After a lot of construction in North Town, a group of skilled sculptors had been cultivated. Su Lin specifically asked Hathaway to make some special tools for sculpting stone. These tools could make it easier to carve marble. With the help of these tools, the exterior decoration of the Arc de Triomphe was carved very quickly. After all the carvings were completed, the Arc de Triomphe was also blessed with hardening. Hardening was first used during the Arcane Empire to build the floating space city. The effect of this spell was permanent. When it was cast, even a piece of wood would become as hard as steel. It was said that during the Arcane Empire era, the floating space city's defense could withstand the most powerful prophecy spell, Meteorite Fall, without any damage. After the Arcane Empire disappeared, the wizards had been trying to build a floating space city, but they failed for various reasons. The biggest problem was energy. A powerful energy source was needed to raise a city. Legend had it that every floating space city was powered by a mice energy core, but no wizard had ever found such a thing. Even the manufacturing process of the mice energy core was unknown. After failing to build a floating space city, the wizards took a step back and built a wizard tower. Of course, there were also wizards who built floating space towers. These wizard towers were built with obsidian and were then blessed with hardening. The degree of hardness was very high. In order to prevent the Arc de Triomphe from being damaged, Su Lin also blessed it with hardening. It was not a small job. Even Hathaway was brought in to work with him. It took a few days for the Arc de Triomphe to be blessed with hardening. However, the Arc de Triomphe still had one last process to be completed. Su Lin went down the stairs in the Arc de Triomphe and entered the interior of the Arc de Triomphe. There was a room inside the Arc de Triomphe, which was used to store the Battle Soul Stone. Su Lin took the Battle Soul Stone from the storage space. The purple Battle Soul Stone looked very beautiful. Su Lin came to the altar in the center of the room. He took a deep breath and placed the Battle Soul Stone on the base of the altar. Chapter 230. The purple Battle Soul Stone was gently placed on the altar. But, with a soft sound, the Battle Soul Stone was perfectly embedded. Su Lin took a few steps back, and a magnificent and majestic energy suddenly erupted. There was a faintly discernible sound of fighting. Soon, the sound of fighting gradually disappeared and was replaced by an impassioned battle song. Su Lin seemed to see a majestic army shouting and marching to the battlefield on the beat of drums. A magnificent door appeared above the altar. 2 hero spirits stood quietly at the door. The soldiers who died with Su Lin appeared one by one and disappeared into the door. After a while, all the light disappeared and everything returned to normal. The familiar system notifications sounded in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully built a wonder building, the Arc de Triomphe. Arc de Triomphe. This is a building used to praise the victors. Owning this building will make the territory more active. The army values honor and the territory is full of martial spirit. Indestructible plus 50, War God will plus 30, People's martial spirit plus 30, Military enthusiasm plus 30, Battle to the death plus 30, Territory prosperity plus 15, Territory culture plus 10, Army morale plus 30, Enemy deterrence plus 30, Additional skill, Song of Triumph, Song of Triumph. Every time the melody of the Song of Triumph is played, the army's morale will be increased by 50%. The effect lasts for 24 hours. The army's combat power will be increased by 30%. There is a chance to activate the battle to the death effect. Battle to the death. After activating the battle to the death effect, the army of the northern battlefront city will be motivated to fight to the last soldier. After activating the battle to the death effect, the soldiers' attack will be increased by 30% and their defense will be lowered. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, a strange energy spread from the building and shrouded the entire city. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, Su Lin prepared a grand celebration. After the celebration, the army in the northern battlefront city became more enthusiastic. However, Su Lin did not continue to expand the army. The ratio of the army in the northern battlefront city was already very high. He did not plan to increase the number of soldiers. After finishing the construction of the Arc de Triomphe, Su Lin became idle again. He resumed the dodging training that he had stopped for a while. Apart from the daily training, Su Lin had been competing with the soybeans during this period of time. The soybeans were harvested, and they had too many uses. Previously, Frodo used animal oil to cook. Although animal oil was good, there was a limited amount of it and some dishes were not suitable to use animal oil. Now that they had soybeans, Su Lin specially made an oil press. The style of the oil press was somewhat primitive. It used an ancient screw-type oil press. Like a screw, it slowly squeezed the soybeans into a cake and squeezed out the oil inside. This type of oil press had long been phased out in his previous life. The reason was simple: low oil output, low efficiency, and time-consuming. However, in this world, this type of screw-type oil press was an advanced product. Su Lin had seen it a few times when he was young and followed his grandparents to extract oil in the countryside. Although his memory of the past was blurry, he remembered the working principle. With Sullen's mechanical skills, it was not too difficult to make an oil press. After finding a few craftsmen to assist him, Su Lin successfully made an oil press in a few days. Oil press, an ordinary oil press. Of course, other than extracting oil, you can also use it to extract juice. You can also call it the juicer. Oil output +8, effort saving +10, durability +10, work efficiency +12. After the juicer, the oil press was made, Su Lin asked someone to bring some soybeans. The soybeans needed to be heated to about 60 degrees Celsius before being poured into the oil press. Su Lin did not have a thermometer, so he had to make do with it. After the soybeans were heated until they were a little hot, he asked the workers to work on it. After turning the screw shaft, the machine began to operate. Soon, some clear oil flowed out from the oil outlet. As the screw shaft turned, more and more oil was produced. After a while, it began to reduce gradually. Finally, it stopped completely. When the machine was turned on, the soybeans had been turned into soybean cakes. These soybean cakes could be crushed and used as animal feed. There was no waste at all. Other than the soybean oil, there was also the tofu pudding that Su Lin could not forget. In the past, he did not have the means, but now, he would not mistreat himself. Although he had forgotten how to make tofu pudding, he still knew how to make tofu. He told the craftsmen how to make tofu pudding and let them try it. To Sullen's surprise, instead of tofu pudding, they made soy milk. The craftsmen did not find a way to solidify the soy milk, and Su Lin did not know how to do it. Fortunately, he had heard of a saying, "Brine makes tofu." However, there was another problem. How was he going to make brine? Su Lin realized that in his previous life, there were some very simple things that you would not know if you did not understand them. However, brine was supposed to be salty, so Su Lin had no choice but to let the craftsmen experiment according to this idea. While the craftsmen were scratching their heads because of Sullen's idea, Su Lin began his daily dodging training. After the upgrade, the training ground was even more difficult. After entering the training ground, Su Lin felt as if he was carrying a 100-kilogram weight on his back. This was a runic array designed by Hathaway. It could add all kinds of negative statuses to the training, such as weakening, slowing, doubling gravity, and so on. Su Lin couldn't resist it because he had legendary toughness. Moreover, his constitution was very high. If he resisted it, these spells would most likely fail the test of toughness, and the result would be a huge drop in the training results. After various debuffs appeared on his body, he activated the training ground, and arrows shot out rapidly. After the upgrade, the crossbows in the training ground were all added with wind element. In other words, the arrows shot out from the crossbows came with a haste spell. The arrows were very fast. Under normal circumstances, Su Lin could easily dodge the arrows with haste. However, there were many debuffs on his body, so his body was obviously much slower. His brain could react, but his body could not dodge in time. For a time, Su Lin's figure in the training ground became very difficult. This situation was because the brain had not adapted to the body. However, after dodging for a while, Su Lin's control of his body finally improved. Although his speed did not increase, his dodging was not so difficult. After adapting to the training, Su Lin began to increase the difficulty. The arrows he used to attack changed from 5 to 7, and there was also a pair of machetes. Su Lin was once again in a difficult situation. The difficulty of the training ground increased little by little. After about an hour, the training ended. At this time, Su Lin's training clothes were already in tatters. Although Su Lin's performance was not bad at the beginning, as the difficulty increased, another mace would be swung at him as soon as he dodged the axe. Before he could dodge, more than a dozen arrows would block his dodging space. If it were not for his strong constitution, he would have been lying on the ground. However, although he looked miserable, Su Lin also gained a lot of benefits. During the training just now, Su Lin had turned off the system notification. After the training was over, he checked the system log. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of jump dodge after the hard training. Your jump dodge experience has increased. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of intuition dodge after the hard training. Your intuition dodge experience has increased. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of flexible dodge after the hard training. Your flexible dodge experience has increased. And the last line made his eyes light up. Congratulations, host. Your jump dodge experience is full. You have obtained the talent, jump dodge. Congratulations, host. Your flexible dodge experience is full. You have obtained the talent, flexible dodge. Su Lin was a little surprised to get 2 dodges at one time, but it was a pity that he did not get intuition dodge. Intuition dodge could be said to be the strongest among the basic dodges. After mastering intuition dodge, it was just like the literal meaning. He did not need to see it with his eyes and could only rely on his intuition to dodge. This talent was also the most difficult to get among the basic dodges. After intuition dodge, there was proficiency in intuition dodge. It was even more difficult to get this talent. Even if there were powerful rogues, there were very few who could master this talent. This kind of person had a very strong intuition for danger, and it was also very difficult to sneak attack them. Of course, proficiency in intuition dodge was not the most powerful talent. After entering the realm of legends, some people would get the sixth sense talent similar to supernatural powers. This talent was a bug. It seemed to have some ability to predict the future. It was said that the gods generally had this sixth sense talent. As for the more advanced, super sixth sense, this was already a legendary talent. People who had this talent could be regarded as little experts and dare to venture into all kinds of dangerous areas. However, this talent could not be obtained through postnatal training. Even the upper-level, sixth sense, talent was innate or naturally awakened after entering the realm of legends. After going through various commandments and completing many practices, it was possible to further strengthen this sixth sense talent. For other professions, it was completely dependent on luck. Su Lin did not think that far yet. He now wanted to max out his basic dodges and get proficiency in intuition dodge. Although it was still not as good as the sixth sense talent as a legendary powerhouse, it was almost enough. After all, he was not a rogue. He basically relied on dodging to survive. Although he did not have this sixth sense talent, he had the legendary battle reflex. Coupled with parry, the effect was not bad. Chapter 231. After the Arc de Triomphe in Northern Town City was completed, many workers and slaves were free. As a black-hearted capitalist and an evil slave owner, there was no way he would let his workers rest. The next day, he announced the construction plan for the city. The first thing he needed to do was to upgrade the granary. The granary in Northern Town was very simple and crude. After all, they did not have a lot of food. However, due to the harvest altar, the food production had skyrocketed. Northern Town's granary was now full. In order to preserve the food, some of the granaries were taken out for storage. However, they could only be stored temporarily. After all, potatoes were not easy to preserve. Without a professional granary, the potatoes would sprout easily. Potatoes were different from other crops. The sprouted potatoes were poisonous. Once they sprouted, they would be inedible. The granaries in North Town City were built underground. The space above ground only took up a third or even less. This kind of underground granary had a low internal temperature, which made it easier to preserve the food. Since it was located in the underground, even if a fire broke out, only the top layer of the food would be burned down. The food buried in the underground would be fine. Su Lin attached great importance to the granaries. He specifically found an official from the basic level to be in charge of the granaries. He also set up a strict management and inspection system. He did not want a fire dragon to burn the granaries, or soldiers from the dead to borrow food, like in ancient times. The granaries in Northern Town were built in the northwest, close to the Red Sand River. The aqueduct was close too. Once a fire broke out, it would be solved in the shortest time possible. A granary could store around 10 tons of food. Su Lin planned to build 20 to 30 granaries. The food they stored would be enough to feed Northern Town for 3 years. These granaries were the reserve granaries. They would not be used under normal circumstances to prevent wars and other disasters. Apart from the strategic reserve granary, Northern Town also had a normal granary. This granary was used to provide food for Northern Town. As for the strategic reserve granary, it would not be used unless it was purchased at a low price. Even if the food became moldy after a long time, it would be sent to the winery to be brewed. With 1,000 craftsmen and even more slaves, the granaries in the North Town City were built very quickly. A standard granary had a diameter of 8 meters and a depth of 6 meters. The granary was located in a relatively high area in the North Town City. The ground was dry and hard, and there was a layer of bricks inside the granary. The bricks were covered with chaff and hay to prevent moisture. In order to build this granary, Su Lin had read a lot of information and asked those experienced craftsmen. Then he started the construction. After all the granaries were excavated, they were dried with firewood. The next step of construction was not started until there was no more moisture. The interior of the granary was paved with a layer of bricks. The sand from the Red Sand River was washed, dried, and placed into the granary. Together with the chaff and hay, the granary took 7 days from start to finish. When the last door was put in, the granary was considered complete. Excellent granary, indestructible plus 23, durability plus 24, fire plus 28, moisture resistance plus 26, insect and rat repellent plus 25, mildew reduction plus 25. As it turned out, Su Lin's granary was quite good. All the granaries in the future were built according to this model. After establishing the standard, Su Lin asked the craftsmen to build according to this standard. Then he went to Hathaway's laboratory. The books and materials he got from the necromancer last time had been given to Hathaway, along with some potions he got from the necromancer. Today, Hathaway informed him that those potions had been identified. He went to Hathaway's lab. Now, Hathaway's lab was several times bigger than before. The functions inside were more complete. When Su Lin came in, a clay golem opened the door for him. Hathaway's lab was no longer the same as before. There were 6 clay golems alone. These golems were in charge of all kinds of basic work in the lab. Sometimes, they would also help Hathaway with some dangerous experiments. Hathaway, have these potions been identified? Su Lin looked at the various bottles on the test bench next to him and asked. These bottles were no different from when Su Lin sent them. Yes. Hathaway nodded gently. She didn't raise her head. She was holding a carving knife in her hand and was carving a dragon skin armor. A mysterious runic array quickly formed in her hand. Then, Hathaway snapped her fingers. All kinds of materials that had been mixed flew out of the box next to her. These materials quickly fused under the control of magic. Then, as if they had a life of their own, they fused into the dragon skin armor that had been completely engraved with runes. The aura dissipated, and the runes shone brightly. Then, the brilliance faded, and the dragon skin armor returned to its previous ordinary appearance. Strong Gale Dragon Skin Armor +3, Indestructible +10, Light and Flexible +8, Spell Resistance +10, Acid Resistance +10, Spells, Haste, Bull Strength. Once a day. Additional effect, Deterrence, originated from the innate ability of dragons. Although your own creatures don't have a powerful dragon deterrence like a real dragon, their majesty is still a great deterrence to lower creatures. When the dragon skin armor was made, part of the Euron's deterrence effect was retained. There was a chance to scare away unsteady enemies. There was a chance to cause a deterrence test to the enemy during battle. The enemy would have to undergo a will test. Seeing this dragon skin armor, Sulin was also a little surprised. Hathaway's skills were getting more and more exquisite. This dragon skin armor could be said to be the best among all the dragon skin armors she made. After putting away the tools, Hathaway picked up the black tea next to her and took a sip. Then she said, "The potions you got from the necromancer are not simple. I was shocked when I identified them." Really? Could it be that those potions can greatly increase one's strength after taking them? Sulin's eyes lit up. Hathaway rolled her eyes and looked at him as if he was an idiot. Do you think that necromancer would not use those potions himself and run around with them? Maybe his brain had a cramp. Sulin pursed his lips. Although he knew that the probability was very low, it didn't stop him from imagining it. Hathaway ignored him. Instead, she took out a piece of paper and said, "This is the identification result and how to use all the potions you brought back. Take a look yourself. I still have to study how to improve the rock golems." How to improve the rock golems. You should make one to practice first and then improve it. Sulin took the identification result and flipped through it. Manticore venom. Venom collected from the venom sac in the manticore's body. Highly toxic. At the same time, it has the effects of paralysis, severe pain, and confusion. Corpse oil. Fat extracted from corpses. Can be used to summon undead creatures to increase the success rate of summoning. Poisonous. Corpse poison potion. Corpse poison potion made from a variety of poisons. It can be used to add poison attacks to the undead. It can also be smeared on weapons. Those infected by corpse poison will slowly die if they don't have a cure potion or a priest's divine spell to dispel the poison. Explosive potion. After use, it can cause an explosion with a diameter of 15 meters. The strength of the explosion is 30 degrees. The strength of the explosion of the fireball spell is 15 degrees. Corruption potion. After use, it will cause a corruption effect. If the constitution fails to resist, the body will rot in a short period of time. Petrification potion. A potion made from the heart of a petrifying lizard and other materials. After use, it will enter a petrified state. If the petrified state is not removed within 2 hours, it will completely turn into stone. Plague potion. After use, it will release a green plague. The plague will pollute water sources, kill trees and animals, and finally create a plague. People or other humanoid creatures infected by the plague will be resurrected as low-level undead. With enough plague potion, it can even transform an area into a plague zone. Sulin's heart couldn't help but twitch when he saw the plague potion. Sure enough, these undead wizards were terrorists. They even brought this kind of destructive weapon with them. If this thing was used in a densely populated city, it wouldn't take long for the whole city to become a ghost town if it wasn't discovered or dealt with in time. It was like a fantasy version of a biological weapon. After seeing the potion, Sulin also remembered who this undead wizard called Keaton was. This guy was the plague bane of the Aubrey's kingdom. The biggest thing he did was to use this plague potion to destroy a small city. This potion was Keaton's secret recipe. It was also because of this potion that Keaton became famous. There were more than 20,000 people in that small city. This was the most outrageous thing that an undead wizard had done in the past 200 years. Later on, this guy even wanted to create an undead calamity. However, he didn't think about it. With the suppression of the gods, those who dared to do so were basically dead. Later on, Keaton was defeated by the combined forces of the Aubrey's kingdom and the temple. This guy was lucky enough to escape. The Aubrey's kingdom put a bounty of 500,000 kinnar on his head. Who would have thought that he was hiding in the underworld? This price was already very high. After all, the Red Dragon Queen's head was secretly offering only 5 million, but no one was willing to do it. The risk and reward were completely disproportionate. The Red Dragon Queen controlled the Golden Sea route and the spice trade. Her annual income was more than that. Those people were offering too little. Sullen's heart ached when he thought about how Keaton's body had been destroyed by the plague potion. 500,000 gold coins flew away from his hands just like that. Even if he used Keaton's equipment to prove that he was the one who killed Keaton, the Aubrey Kingdom would still believe him. However, he wouldn't be able to get a single gold coin because the Aubrey Kingdom wouldn't pay him without Keaton's head. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.